Time. Lost. Tides. Darkness. Tears.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, you guys. I know it's like every time I turn the thing on, I'm always like laughing at Sandra's screen name.
Yeah, she's talking about shit molecules.
God, there are poop molecules everywhere. Yeah. So I remembered saying that because I said, wasn't there was an episode about, because I think we were talking about poop molecules for some reason, like everything. And then I was just kind of like, well, on, what do you call it? Mythbusters, they did a thing. They said, you know what, even if your like toothbrush is in a drawer and stuff, which I said mine was, there's still poop molecules over pretty much everywhere. So it's like, I'm not saying
you
that
can smell it, it's touching you.
there are poop molecules touching you right now.
Not only that, just like you smell something dead, then you got that dead thing on you too. Little molecules.
Well, yeah, that's what smell is. It's just like little, just because you can't like see bits or anything like that. But it's like microscopic bits.
Some dude farts and you smell it. That shit went inside you.
Isn't that neat?
Yeah.
No,
that's the way. That's
not
the way,
neat.
That's the way.
So you have a bunch of strangers' fart molecules inside your nose right now.
Yeah. And then when you go,
you're welcome.
When you go to the movie theater, if you were to fucking shine a fucking fart molecule fucking light, all of them fucking chairs, all just look fucking filthy from fucking shit fucking molecules.
I kind of feel like you should invent a fart molecule light. We need a fart molecule light.
Yeah.
I'll invent some. Well, honestly, you could invent something that was just like technically just like a flashlight, because fart molecules are everywhere.
It's like a damn UV light. You shine it, you can see them.
Yeah, fart molecules everywhere.
You see, this is the thing. Y'all ought to be ashamed because the aliens can see that way all the time. They see you and they're like, what the fuck? That motherfucker's nasty. Damn, he looks dirty. That's what the aliens see.
We're not even going to that point.
Don't you know about it?
Fart and shit molecules all over every visible surface.
Yeah. They go in the aliens go into your house and they go, God, this place is a fucking pigsty. Jeez.
Probably they are.
Yeah.
Most people's, I don't know. I kind of feel like our house is also a pigsty because I don't feel like cleaning it ever.
It's not a pigsty. I fucking clean this house. Don't listen to her. You're trying to shame me? I'll fucking grab the damn laptop and show everybody. This house is pretty clean.
I'm not shaming you.
All right.
There is cat hair all over everything, though.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
There's cat hair all over everything in here because Pookie comes in here and climbs all over the desk.
Well, I need glasses. I don't see cat hair.
Well, yeah, maybe you do need glasses. There is cat. Yeah, there is cat hair.
No. When you say cat hair everywhere, I've seen fucking
Well, yeah, I'm not saying
bad cat.
Well,
See, you're gonna make people think that we're fucking hoarders.
No, we're not hoarders.
All right. No. I mean, some of these houses I go in, fucking average house I go in, I wouldn't even need a meal.
Well, it's not like
tumbleweed.
It's not like tumbleweed.
I wouldn't even need a meal out of a lot of people's houses.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't either.
Fucking dirty. Yeah.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, dirty motherfuckers.
You're all dirty.
Yeah.
Zach asked, Jenny, did I give you this idea when I talked about Francis Farmer? Yes, you did. So yeah, and I thought, that would be like a really good topic because I am especially bemused, and also kind of horrified at the same time by the disease of female hysteria, like throughout history. And I thought that would make like a really funny tragicomic sort of show, I guess, because there's like a lot of funny shit, but it's like it's funny, but it's like not funny, because if you think about like all the women that had to like suffer under these misconceptions, let's call them that, probably not a fun time. But looking back on it now from our point of view, it's kind of funny, like all the stupid ideas that people used to have. Yeah. So you know what I mean? So yeah, so I want to talk about all that kind of stuff. We'll get into Francis Farmer a little bit, like Rosemary Kennedy, some other people like that. But also just kind of like a generalized, I don't know, it's not necessarily a variety show, but it's just kind of like a generalized history of hysteria type show. You know what I mean?
Sandra's going, this is too much information. Then she's saying the food tastes better with cat hair in it. No, it doesn't. Don't listen to her, man. This house is not fucking dirty. I'll prove it right now.
I didn't say it was dirty.
Yeah, well,
you're getting very defensive.
Yes, I am getting defensive. Because I'm the one that fucking cleans this house. You know what I mean? This house is not dirty.
You don't clean the bathrooms though.
Not all the time.
I always do that.
Yeah, I leave that on you. You know.
I hate cleaning. The
I sweep and mop though. You know what I mean? And fucking wipe things down. You know, it's just that I don't like cleaning off the damn fucking. All the damn makeup stuff and everything on the fucking...
Although I moved most of my makeup in here. I moved my makeup mirror in here, and, you know, so a lot of my makeup is in here. It's not really in the bathroom in there anymore. But the thing about, like, the bathroom that we have in the master bedroom is, like, fucking massive.
Yeah, it's big.
So it's like, if you're going to clean it, it's got a separate standing shower and a separate tub.
It's got a separate restroom in it.
And then it has, like, the toilets in, like, a little separate closet.
Yeah.
And it's got, like, this big, long, you know, double sink, and it's, like, with a big,
got
huge
a big fucking
mirror.
A bathtub for 2 or 3.
You could probably fit 3 people in there if they were small.
We didn't try it, but we could have. And then you had a big fucking... The stand-up shower would easily fit 3 or 4 people in it.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that cleaning that is kind of like an all-day thing, which, you know, and I just never... So I'm always working, and I'm always kind of like, man, I really don't want to set aside a whole day to fucking clean that.
You have to understand something. This is a show, and we're entertaining a crowd, and now we're talking about cleaning a goddamn house. This is not a fucking entertaining topic. I mean, I can make a lot of shit entertaining, but cleaning up the bathroom, fuck that. Let's move on.
Victor says, also, you can usually smell cat owners. Although I will say, I don't think our house smells like cat.
No.
I don't think it does.
No.
I'm not sure why that is, but probably because we clean the litter boxes.
Yeah. Clean the litter box. I have my own carpet shampooer.
That too.
Yeah, I got a professional carpet shampooer, real good vacuum cleaners and stuff. I shampoo the carpets at least looking once every month maybe 3 weeks, once a month probably.
Yeah.
Shampoo the carpets. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, you got to sometimes. And it's like sometimes we'll do, like, you'll spot clean it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, like, Beijing will throw up or something.
Yeah, Beijing throws up.
Although, dude, if we're lucky, she'll throw up on the tile. But she doesn't always. Sometimes she doesn't make it.
Beijing's getting old. She throws up.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
Although she threw up even when she was young. She's always been a barfer, that one.
Yeah.
Pookie, not so much.
I got the good carpet shampooer, too. I got that Electrolux.
Yeah. He used to work for Electrolux. He used to sell Electrolux vacuum cleaners door to door back in the day.
Yeah. No, it wasn't door to door.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, I had a sales team.
Oh, okay.
Telemarketers and stuff to get me in there. I also had a cleaning company running on the side that would help me get in there. The door to door thing, man, you'd fucking spend all day fucking knocking on doors before you get... People in that area worked all day, so you had to get in there at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You couldn't do that. And you had to get in there by appointment. It's a rich neighborhood.
So you had, like, people coming, you had to go in there and demonstrate.
I had these single women, I had these single mothers fucking telemarketing for me for a carpet shampoo business that I had on the side. Okay? And they paid $20 to get me in the house, and then I'd usually have a job waiting when I showed up, so I made cash just showing up. I'd check that house out and start swinging it into demonstration, and once they'd racked up about $60, $70 worth of shampoo bills, I could fucking swing that into a rebate.
It's like vacuum prostitution.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sold a shit ton of them.
Well, some of those ladies were probably, like, you know, kind of bored.
No. They were rich and they needed the shit. You saw what it does.
Yeah. So he said the Fuller Brush Man. Yeah, because I kind of feel like there was a thing where back in the 50s, wasn't it kind of like a joke that these women that stayed home all day, they were like housewives and stuff. It's like you'd have the delivery guys or the salesmen like come to the house, and it's just kind of like, ooh, a man.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that
shit
was
like that
on.
only went down with women that were married to doctors.
Well, yeah.
Because he's never around, and he's banging all the nurses and shit.
Well, yeah, so she's just probably like, hey,
she's free to
turnabout's fair play.
Yeah, she's like, what are you doing tonight? You know, that kind of shit. They were my age. It didn't matter.
Tom Ross's evil clone boobs.
Yeah.
I know who that is, actually, but, you know. Yeah. I hate the stigma around mental health. As soon as I got medication for schizophrenia, all my friends stopped talking to me. Well, I guess they weren't your friends to start with, then.
Right.
I mean, if that's all it took for them not to talk to you. There is, like, a huge stigma, and it's like I said, I wanted to get into this topic because a lot of it is, like, really funny to me. I think we've talked about, like, the whole wandering womb thing before, which just, like, fucking cracks me up. I think I even made a shirt with a little wandering womb on it, like a little postcard. You know, a lot of it's really funny just because a lot of the dumbass ideas that people used to have, like, all that long ago, but it's also, like, super not funny because like I said, a lot of people really suffered under, with these like horrible ideas that they had. Yeah, she's like, somebody said, Sandra said, cats always run to the carpet to barf.
Yeah.
My theory.
Barf on something.
My theory, so it doesn't splatter back in their face.
I don't know what it is. Midwest Outlaw says that the dude that shot the dad and danced on his dead body in Miami was on shrooms. He'd been teetering on the edge of insanity already, and they want to make shrooms legal too. Shrooms are illegal? I didn't think they were illegal.
Yeah, I didn't think they were either. I mean, considering how I don't know. I guess it's like kind of like a gray area of legality.
Yeah.
Because I know some of them are,
They might be illegal to sell, but
Yeah.
I don't think they're illegal to have or to take. It's just a mushroom. They find them growing wild.
Yeah.
If you know what it is, you can just look over there, grab them, and take them.
Free drugs.
Get fucking high. Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if somebody's teetering on the edge of insanity anyway. Half these bitches are crazy. Half these bitches are crazy. The other half are dumb as fuck. They're going to do stupid shit no matter what you do. You can't prevent these people. People trying to live in this world where they're trying to stop pre-crime. Like that damn Tom Cruise movie. I'm going to see that one, bitch. I need to see that one again. The one where he did the pre-crime. You can't control these people. They're going to do what they want to do. You can make everything illegal. They'll still do it. They're murdering people, man. They made that illegal a long time ago. Ain't that some shit?
Well, I'm not arguing that we should make murder legal, though, just because people are going to do it anyway.
I'm just saying it's irrelevant.
Seems a little defeatist.
I'm just saying the system's irrelevant. You can regulate some stuff, but you're just not going to be able to control them. They're going to do whatever they want to do.
Camp Guy says, our house is all hardwood floors and tile. Yeah. I kind of wish that ours was, too. I would really like it if they made a law that houses, particularly in Florida, where it's like fucking damp and moldy and stuff, just why the fuck does anybody need carpet? If you really, really want carpet on your floor that bad, get a rug. You know what I mean? Just go to fucking Walmart and get a rug. No one needs carpet. All it does is soak up smells and dampness and get moldy, and it's like, and it's harder to clean.
That's right. Minority Report. That's what it was.
Yeah, I can.
Minority Report. That was a good movie. You need to see that one again. They're going to do that here soon. They're just going to, as soon as you're born, they're just going to put you in a fucking cell. They give you VR. That'll keep everybody safe.
Yeah, I'm sure that's really gonna happen.
That's eventually what they're gonna do. Keep you from infecting other people with your diseases. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's gonna happen. Antonio Munoz says, first time catching the live show in a while. Y'all make work go by quick. Love the 3+ hour shows. Oh, I'm sure this one will probably be 3+ hours easily because I got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Victor said, I've done shrooms. I didn't kill anyone. Yeah, right.
See, old boy says...
And he says they're legal in Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's he say? Old Outlaw 420. He says they already have the pre-crime computer algorithms and shit. They're just getting ready to roll that out. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, wait, where was I? Oh, okay. Camp Guy says, I'm afraid to eat any mushroom except if I buy it in the grocery store. Well, yeah, I wouldn't eat any, like, out of the wild because I'm not really that well-versed in mushroomology.
Yeah, my dad used to eat them all the time.
But, because, like I said, the poisonous ones and the not poisonous ones look really similar. I wouldn't risk it.
My dad was real good at it.
DJ Maniac says, Middle Ages mushrooms had to be the worst game show ever. Welcome to food, poison, or drugs. I know, right? Okay.
Remember back in the 80s, one time we were walking by, my dad pointed at some mushrooms. We were out there fucking in a deer patch. And he goes, you see them right there? And he's like, those things are $100 an ounce. And I says, really? And he goes, yeah, but you can't get them to anybody in time. They go bad real fast. You probably could do it nowadays with the advent of the internet.
Well, yeah, probably.
And overnight shipping.
Well, there's like a whole like subculture of people that go out and find mushrooms and like sell them to like local restaurants. And stuff.
So what they're for. They were food mushrooms.
Yeah.
They're fucking super expensive.
Yeah, because some people will pay a lot for like really rare ones.
But you got to get them deep inside New York somewhere. You know what I mean? Where all these fucking gourmet restaurants are, and you got to get them in there before they fucking.
Well, that's what I mean. You really have to. You have to live somewhere where there's already like a culture of people that set up.
They would understand who
that
are
going to buy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Danny Rolling Ghostface had just seen Night of the Demons. Not a bad film at all. Yeah, I actually really like Night of the Demons. We should probably eventually do a... I don't think we've ever done a retrospective on that. Even though I love that movie. Got some Bauhaus songs in there. It's nice. If that's the same one that you're talking about.
Yeah. Tila says, Tom, a.k.a. the trigger finger, has seen the future, and it will be. Yeah, I've seen they got T. Tila joins up. See, first of all, Tila's a fake account, all right? It's a fake account. That's a white man dressed up as a black woman, all right? With that, and everybody knows that Tila is He-Man's girlfriend. Okay? If you watch that He-Man, if you grew up with He-Man, Tila was his girlfriend. And she jumps in here with this fucking He-Man superhero name and tries to fucking pay me to keep my clothes on. She does all kinds of fucking crazy shit.
Gee, I couldn't imagine a real person wanting to do that.
No, it's a man. It's a man.
What gives you that idea, Thomas? I don't know what your deal is. I really don't.
It's a man.
Okay.
Just let me fucking handle this, all right? You let me run this. I got it under control.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, no, it's deep under control. Deep under control.
I don't think you do. I don't think you have anything under control.
Oh, no, it's
actually.
fucking, of course it is. Of course it is. This is the show.
Oh my god.
I'm just fucking explaining shit to people.
Well, thank you. We all appreciate.
Tom, explain it.
We really appreciate having everything Tom explained to
It's
us.
almost time for me to...
Really? Wow. It's like we've only been for like 20
Level
minutes
two.
and already
Level two.
we're going up to level 2. Oh, man.
I even skipped the fucking black hat. I'm going to go straight to the fucking sexual tyrannosaur hat.
Well,
I'm leveling up.
Okay. Well, and like I said, true to the theme of the show, if I say anything bad about it, you'll just say I'm hysterical and have me like taken off to an asylum or something.
Got that wandering womb, fucking pussy roaming around everywhere. Never know
Where's that bitch going? I don't
Went
know,
astral.
man. She's sneaking out in the middle of the night.
It's called astral pussy projection.
Right. She's out
Pussy
tramping
just-
around.
Ghost of the pussy jumps out. Fucking, yeah.
They really did think. I mean, seriously. It's like serious medical doctors. This is a couple thousand years ago. But serious medical doctors really did think that your womb wandered around in your body and could actually like pop out your body. I think a couple of them thought it could pop out your body and like go do some shit on its own.
These are psychologists now.
No, it wasn't. This was way before psychology.
This is psychologists. I don't think there's a big difference, But okay, well, I'm gonna let you have your way. So psychologists are sorcerers, philosophers, which is about the same.
But like I said, this is thousands of years before that. This is like the ancient Greeks and the Romans and shit.
Oh, okay. So in other words, back when people were reasonable.
Not so much.
I think they were very reasonable.
In some ways they were,
very
but in a lot of ways, maybe not. In a lot of ways, like they meant well, I think, but they just didn't really. I think a lot of the problem, particularly with ancient medicine, particularly as pertaining to women, is that they weren't really allowed to like operate on women. So they were just like imagining what was going on in there.
They could operate on pigs.
So, well, pigs were probably held in higher esteem.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying that
people
if
told
you
them to stop do that. They were vivisecting pigs and trying to learn what was going on in there, and they were doing it in front of live audiences. That was back in the Roman era, and people complained, and they fucking made those doctors stop doing that. They said that it was an abomination to the gods to do that to an animal. That's the weirdest thing about the Roman period. They did a lot of fucked up shit to people who were alive, but they had weird stuff about don't do this to a person's dead body when they're dead. You couldn't do certain things. And that really kind of held medical knowledge back. All we really have from that period is Galen, his writings.
and he was one of the wandering womb people.
Yeah, he didn't really know what he was talking about. But Galen survived. There are other people that I've heard talk about this who are historians that are a lot more modern in terms of the access to the knowledge that they have. They wonder maybe Galen's work survived only because it kind of agreed with medieval thinking. That shit that was a lot better had been destroyed by the medievals, so we didn't get it handed down to us. There was probably a lot better shit because there's some evidence that the Romans' technology, not only in mechanics, but also in medical knowledge, was far in advance of what we think. That might have been up there with maybe early 1900s.
Well, and it should be noted too that when Europe, Northern Europe at least, was going through, what's popularly known as the Dark Ages, the Islamic world was kind of going through a scientific revolution. So a lot of their stuff, a lot of the reason that we have a lot of the ancient Greek and Roman shit preserved today is because of them, because they were kind of like into that. While the Europeans were kind of just like, everyone's a witch. You know what I mean? They were kind of like inventing algebra and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? So yeah, but Galen was one of the, so I think that, going back a long way because, the physicians were all male, and because they were not allowed to, or it was seen as, unseemly or whatever, for them to operate on women or to, work on women or anything, they, like I said, generally had to use their imagination. So if you see like a lot of the sketches that they made of supposedly women's internal organs and stuff, it basically looks like a modified penis because that's all they could think of. They're just kind of like, well, it must look like a penis, but with this other shit on it. It didn't look anything like correct.
It made sense, though. It made sense to the thinking of the time. The Greeks, and probably everybody else at their time, the Greeks and the Romans, considered women to be modified men. That the standard...
Which is funny because from a scientific point of view, it's actually the opposite. Men are actually like modified women.
Right.
Yeah.
It starts off in the womb when you first start growing in the early parts of your like cellular formation. You're actually everybody kind of starts out female, and then some of them are modified into men. But the Greco-Roman civilization was more about, at least what we have of it today, what has survived, was more about philosophy and theory. Things could only exist if they adhered to a certain philosophy, So in other words, they had their own version of like political correctness in a way. It can't be, this has to be right because it confirms what we believe. This cannot be right because it violates what we believe. They weren't into this shit about reversing what they already believed. At least not in public.
Well, that's why I'm kind of like a big fan of the Enlightenment, because the Enlightenment, they kind of popularized, and I'm not saying that there weren't scientists and philosophers and stuff that hadn't twigged onto this before that, but they were kind of the first ones to overwhelmingly say, hey, let's see what the evidence is and where that leads us, rather than let's get an idea in our heads and then go look for something that will prove it, which, confirmation bias, everybody knows what that is. So I kind of feel like shit had operated in that fashion for a very long time.
There's a lot of confirmation bias of people today. They go back and they look at things that were happening in the Greco-Roman type civilization, and then they confirm their biases. Like you have people saying, well, they were a tolerant people that had all these genders and they tolerated homosexuality and stuff, and so therefore they were like us. No, not at all. If you actually go back and look at it, they were very heterosexual male supremacist. The heterosexual macho male was at the top of the pecking order, he could have sex with another man because that man was beneath him, not because he was equal to him. If you were of a powerful family and you were male, you actually had a right to have sex with anybody, including children, as long as they weren't the children of someone who was higher ranked than you. It was a totally different thinking. Totally different thing.
Well, in a way, it kind of ties in with what we're talking about, why women's health was not really that much of a priority, because women were not much of a priority.
They were beneath slaves.
And the reason that, what we would see as homosexuality, it wasn't really consensual. They were associating certain men with women. You were way below them.
You were below them
on the scale, so you could do whatever you wanted to them.
Brazil was like that. Okay, people with me growing up in Brazil, they'll kind of like, oh, well, that's kind of a blended society. That's, it's like some kind of utopia. No, not at all. It was very classist. It was kind of racist, but race and class were the same things in Brazil. And there was a lot of gender bending, but it was always the idea of kind of like a maximum security prison. If you're a man that gives up the ass, you're not a man, you're a woman. That's why there was just so many transgender people. Because in Brazilian society, it was more susceptible to be a transgender person than it would be a gay person. That was the thinking of the time. And Rome was like that. There were lots and lots of transgender people in Rome. Some of them ended up being emperor, but the people didn't like it. And one of them, name was Galabala. And Galabala pissed off the imperial guard so bad that they choked him and strangled him to death and threw him into the imperial latrine where he belonged. That's what they said. He belonged, and his body was never recovered. They left him down there in the shit pile. And gender was part of it. They didn't believe that an effeminate male or any kind of trans person should ever be an emperor and having command over men.
Well, like I said,
So it was not a modern society as you would think.
No, and like I said, it's kind of like, you know, as I was like doing a lot of research for the show, and a lot of the stuff that I knew already because I'd like read a lot of books about this, but it's kind of like this just long history of, in a sense, it's just kind of like how women are just seen as not as good. You know what I mean? And it comes down to, everything comes down to that. Like, you know, anti-homosexual, anti-transgender, anti-everything comes down to because you're not a man, because you're like a woman.
Yeah, but...
And a woman was seen as lesser.
Yeah, but that evolved.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the history. That's what I'm getting into.
It was a situation kind of like a lot like you'd see in Afghanistan with the Taliban. Started off in kind of even in the Greco-Roman type civilizations, where they had real strict morals about what you could look at. You weren't supposed to be looking at women and sexualizing women. Women had to be covered up because it was wrong for you to look at them. That evolves into women are dirty. Okay. But you can put a statue of a nude man up, that's okay. That's morally clean. You can put the statue of a boy up. That's good too. So now you have generations of men that are seeing men and boys as beautiful and women as something that has to be covered up.
We're so gross and evil.
They're gross and be evil. So over time, you end up with a civil. You can look this up in, you know, Wikipedia will talk about it. And the Greek civilization wasn't the only one. It was a situation called pedestry. And that's where little boys are not men until they hit puberty. And as they're little boys, they are on the menu for dating. And these guys would date them and have sex with them until they got old enough to where they would transform them into men, and they had to leave that life behind. Well, that's what's going on in Afghanistan with something called bachabazi. All right? And that's the Pashtuns that do that. Now, it's not Islamic. The rest of Islam fucking hates it, but it's just tribal. It comes from those times. And it's because women are not sacred. They're dirty. You're not supposed to be sexualizing women. Cover them up. Get them off. Don't put that. But you can put statues of men and boys up. And those guys will adapt, and they'll put that as the ideal of beauty. They'll go after that instead. And that's really kind of where this shit starts, because Greece was like that, or some of the Greco-Roman city-states are like that. Athens was like that. It took a while for them to start allowing women to take part in society.
Well, I mean,
they were locked up.
I kind of feel like to a large extent, even in the ancient world, you know, there were little pockets of better shit. But in the ancient world, women were definitely seen as other. Yeah. They were almost seen as like, and you see this all through Christianity, through the medieval period. You see it. They, you know, it's almost kind of like, because all the physicians, philosophers, stuff like that were male to a large extent, it almost seemed like they treated them like a different species.
Yeah, they were the breeding stock. I guess you could say they were kind of like the breeding stock. But they were also worth money. You could buy and sell them. You could trade them between your friends, like your daughters and his daughters. And they were the maids, basically. They weren't allowed to go outside. It wasn't safe. They'd get raped if they went outside anyway. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of countries that are still like that. Not in the West. But, you know, Afghanistan's one of them. You know, just... It's like something from thousands of years ago. Well, the Greco-Roman world started off like that. All those little city-states were all kind of worshipped the same gods or adjacent gods, and they all kind of had a similar thinking that went all the way from Europe, all the way down into like the Near East and the Middle East. Like the Persians worship Perseus. That's a Greek god. You know what I mean? So the whole Greco-type shit was spread out in a diaspora. They were all about the same. Later on, when Islam formed, it was just kind of laid over all that stuff that had been there before.
Well, in much the same way that Christianity
Right.
laid over, and they kind of co-opted a lot of like
Yeah.
pagan traditions and stuff like
Exactly.
that to sort of integrate into the
Exactly.
culture at large.
Exactly. So it wasn't the modern world. You had fucking societies like the Spartans who were totally sexually segregated. The men lived separate from the women. The men were all militarized in these barracks, living kind of a communal or communist style lifestyle. They were just an army, really. The whole city-state that was an army. And, to enter the Brotherhood, you had to basically murder a Helot. That's one of the things you had to do, which is just a tribal enemy. You had to murder a Helot. And the Helots were already enslaved to the Spartans. All kinds of weird shit you had to do. You had to defy orders to fucking grab a woman and have sex with her. Raping women was like a good thing, but from the Spartan point of view. But what was even better was raping a man. If you raped an enemy soldier that had surrendered, you could capture them and surrender them. Usually, you were going to get raped. If you got defeated by the Spartans and you were a fucking, say, I don't know, an Athenian soldier, they'd rape you. Just to prove dominance. It's like dogs, packs of dogs and shit on each other. Yeah, but it makes sense from their thinking. It's like, you're a woman compared to me. You're not a man. That's what they're doing.
Tom says shit like that all the time.
Yeah. It's not literal though. It's spiritual. Yeah, bitch, when I'm done with you, you're going to be fucking wearing high heels and a fucking G-string when I'm done with you, Just
But
say
like I
shit
said,
that.
in a lot of ways, it's funny,
it makes
but
sense.
it's funny, but then in a lot of ways, it's not funny because me being as a woman and having been a woman for almost 50 years, you kind of get a feeling. It's like, oh well, so we suck. We're not as good.
No.
So we always kind of get.
No,
You know
it's
what
just
I mean? So that's why like all male insults toward other males are always like about how feminine they are.
Yeah. It's revoking another motherfucker's man card. That's
Thank
all
you,
it is.
Zach.
That's all it is.
I always
Zach
admired.
loves this shit.
I always admired how Italian women are tough as nails yet give no fucks while still being glamorous as hell. I know. It's like, how do they do that?
Yeah, most Latin women are like that.
He also suggested, he's like, for April Fool's Day, we should let you research and host the show.
Well, I can do that.
And then Tammy said...
I can do that.
Sorry, I wanted to like read it, but I lost where it was. Tammy said, yeah, I can hear that. It's just kind of like, here's some dumbasses that did some shit.
yeah. That's my show?
That's probably
That's my show. Yeah, okay, look, let me hear some dumbasses that did some shit. No, I can host a show. Of course. I can do a show.
Oh my God, so funny.
Now, if I do a show, y'all are going to have to pay me, though.
Oh, he's not working. He won't work for free. Like, I'll work for free, but he won't.
You're not saying free. You get all the fucking super chat money. I don't get any super chat money. This is Jenny's paycheck.
Well, sometimes I buy it. Sometimes
we go out,
stuff.
we buy shit, but
Like tomorrow, we're gonna go to the movies.
Yeah.
We're gonna go see Candyman.
Yeah,
we're gonna see how that's. We're gonna see how that's gonna go.
I hope that's gonna be good.
All I did was look at the percentages. It's at 83% positive.
Yeah.
So okay.
We'll see. Jordan Peele.
I like Jordan Peele. I've liked.
I only seen Us.
You didn't see Get Out?
No, I didn't see it. I saw Us and I liked it, even though a lot of people said they didn't like that movie.
I liked it.
I liked it. I thought it was.
I liked Get Out a little bit better, but Us was also great.
Now, some people were complaining that it didn't make sense and they're picking it apart. And I was like, well, the thing is I wasn't looking at it that deeply when I saw Us. I was just enjoying it. For me, he was just inventing a weird-ass underground world that existed in Hands Across America type of deal. Maybe there was some kind of woke messaging or something behind it. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. I didn't get any message behind it. I just thought it was scary. I just thought it was
Victor
weird.
says Get Out is so good. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's almost kind of like the Stepford Wives, but with white people wanting to be black people. It's like it's good. It's really good. Us is pretty okay. Yeah, we saw Us a
thought it
couple
was
times
alright.
in the theater.
I'll give you guys an honest opinion of what I think of Candyman.
Yeah, we haven't been to the
I
theater.
like
in a long
the
time.
original.
I did too.
I
I
like
kind
the
of hope
original.
they have Tony Todd in this one. But like I said,
Yeah.
I'm trying not to. I've seen a couple of trailers,
Yeah.
but I don't like to.
I don't like to spoil anything.
Yeah, I don't like to watch too many things about it before I see the
Yeah.
movie because I want to kind of form my own opinion on it.
Some of the guys that I trust, I've just seen the headlines of what they posted on their preview that they didn't like it, but I don't want to get turned against it. I'll give it a fair shot. And for really, we haven't been to see a movie in the theater for nearly a year.
No, it's been more than a year.
More than a year?
The last time we went there was February of 2020.
Maybe we'll renew our fucking memberships to what you call
I
it.
thought about that because they are actually showing because there's a couple other
We need to
movies in
start
there
getting out of the house a little bit
that
more
actually
anyway.
looked good.
We need to start getting out of the house more often. The thing that I fear is that that movies suck now. It seems like the movies suck.
Yeah, but don't be a grandpa about
Yeah.
shit like that. I mean,
Everybody's saying the new shit that's coming out because of the pandemic that it's just garbage now. But you know what? I would like to see some old movies. Remember when they showed Alien 1 again, or they showed
Yeah. They do that a couple times a month. They do
Yeah.
Riff Tracks, Riff Tracks
Tracks.
Live.
Yeah.
Which actually I'm pissed because I missed the last one they did Hobgoblins, and
Yeah.
I think it was last week, and I didn't find out about it. Like I found out about it like the day they were doing it, so I couldn't go. But they've just recently restarted, and I was our AMC theater like here in Altamont. They it's once or twice a month they'll do like an old movie. Like I said, we saw Alien, we saw The Shining. They'll do like an old, and they do a lot of horror and sci-fi and shit like that, and you can like go see it on the big screen, which is awesome because there's a lot of movies that I want to see on the big screen that I didn't get to.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean.
All right, so I think we pretty much did a little intro about the background of world history. You have been schooled from Tom and Jenny's fucking School of World History and Western Civilization. Okay? Which is a good background to these crazy motherfuckers that believe in pussies that flip out and go fucking walk around, astrally project around inside a woman's body.
It would. I mean, I'm gonna say it would explain a lot about before I went through menopause. It would explain a lot about like all the fucking menstrual pain that I used to have. That it was like fucking moving around because it does kind of feel like that.
Yeah.
But since dudes were coming up with this, they wouldn't have experienced that, so they wouldn't know.
Well, I'm sure they were
what they were
talking to
talking
women and
about it.
trying to figure it out.
I don't think they were though. That's kind of the thing. It's weird because, and I'm sure some of them did every now and then, but it almost seems to me that until like psychotherapy like Freud and stuff like that came along, it didn't really occur to anyone that maybe they should just like talk to women and see what the problem was. It seemed like most of the time they were trying to find a physical problem, and that physical problem was always something to do with their wombs, like pretty much.
Well, that was the main difference, I guess you could say. So
That's
what they
that's
gotta
why.
focus on.
That's what they were, because they said, well, that's the only
Right, that's the
difference.
main difference,
Is
right.
like women have wombs and they
Right.
can have babies, so therefore all of their problems must be attributable to
But
that.
I guarantee you, if you go down today and go fucking hang out with the Taliban and ask them about female problems and shit like that, they're gonna start giving you the same kind of stories that you read here. Those motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then if you say, well, why don't you ask the women about this, they'll just go, oh, bitches be crazy.
What do they know?
Yeah, what do they know? The bitches be crazy. That's what they're gonna. And then if you go to talk to those women, chances are they are crazy because the way they were raised, they can't read or write. There's not, you know what I mean? They're.
That's
not,
what I mean. It's kind of, this is one thing that really like
Yeah.
came into stark relief as I was reading this like cavalcade of horrors, is that even if the women weren't crazy to start with, being treated like this
probably ended
for
up-
hundreds and hundreds of
from
years
birth?
would drive anyone crazy.
From birth, yeah.
So it's kind of like, what the fuck else
Yeah.
were they expected? Is like, oh, we're gonna like lock you. You can't have a job. You can't have a.
You have to stay here, and we're going to give you whoever pays us the most. And,
Right, and
then
it's
we're
like,
gonna
why are you acting so
yeah.
crazy?
Yeah, well, bitch is crazy. This is just how it is. Here, I'm going to give you to him, and he's going to.
And then they expect them to like just act normal.
Right.
I don't understand that. I don't
So
understand
this
that.
is the condition of mankind. Now, if you were to interview these dudes, okay, let's be honest. I want you to go Google IQs of the nations of the world, or IQ of the world, and go look and see where Afghanistan falls. It's low. It's probably about 60, 65 average. All right. This is the kind of person that thinks you can hold onto the side of a transport plane and fly for hours at 600 miles an hour, 40 degrees below zero with all that damn wind chill. You saw that shit live on TV. Those dudes holding onto the side of that airplane and falling from it, okay? That's what you're talking about. You're going to ask them about how fucking biology works? They don't even know how flying works. That's the state of mankind from back what we're talking about in here. That's where it comes from.
Fun fact, and you just reminded me.
Yeah.
Right before we went live, he was showing me a video.
Yeah.
About this poor little kitty cat.
Yeah.
Who had decided to sleep up in the works of, what was that thing?
It was a little ultralight aircraft.
Like an ultralight aircraft?
Yeah.
And so then somebody got into the a couple got into the ultralight aircraft and started flying, and then the cat came out and was like, what are you guys doing?
Like,
they're like hanging on. What the fuck? Why am I in the air?
He was inside the wing.
Yeah.
Inside the wing structure.
He was all right, though. So
he's like, ah!
Because he started showing me the video. I'm like,
yeah.
Is this going to end badly? Because turn it off right now. Yeah. You know I can't stand seeing... I don't care about seeing people fucked up. I do not want to see a cat.
It was clear, had clear plastic over the wing.
The cat was fine.
He was inside the skeleton of the wing. It was clear plastic. He was up there asleep. He's put me down. They did land.
Although he was
and then when they landed,
chill.
he was like, okay, we're back on the ground. He didn't want to get out after they landed.
Well, I told him, he's probably like, this is my bedroom. Why is my bedroom flying around? I don't understand what's going on. You guys get out. Because that's how a cat would think. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sandra said, oh, yes, I know the cat video. It had 1 million guardian angels. Yeah. I like the way the cat was just kind of like sitting there. A little wind was blowing it, and he's just like, well, this is quite a turn up for the books, isn't it? He didn't panic or anything. He just kind of sat there. I don't know if he didn't look scared, but I know it's kind of hard to tell with cats. All right. So, so what were we talking about?
No, that was it. I was just saying, the dudes that are saying and believing this kind of thing are about at the level of what you saw those dudes hanging on the side of the airplane. You know what I mean?
And I mean, the thing about it, though, is that, and this is something that kind of made me sad, too, even though, you know, it's been thousands of years since people believed in wandering wombs. I mean, I hope there's no motherfucker around that still believes in that nowadays. I'm sure there's at least one person. But it's sad because, as silly as that sounds nowadays, because it's become kind of such a trope, I guess, throughout mental health throughout history, it's almost kind of like, even though it's 40 million times better nowadays in the West than it used to be, but there's still a lingering kind of thing because, I mean, last polls and studies and shit like that they've done, still women are not taken as seriously as men when they're reporting pain and stuff like that. It takes them a lot longer to get diagnosed with stuff, takes them a lot longer to get pain medication, in ER situations, stuff like that. So this kind of belief system kind of lingers around, even though it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. But there's still a lingering whiff of, let's not listen to the women because bitches be crazy type of thing. So, which is really, really bad. You know, because sometimes women have some fucked up problems, and everybody saying they're just imagining stuff or it's just psychosomatic or something like that is, you know, not good.
Well, look, I'll tell you this, as a person who, of course, experiments, or not really experiments, but does hormone therapy on a fucking daily basis, and Bee's Nest will attest, because that bitch has gone TRT too. Hormones are a hell of a fucking drug. All right, some of the shit that fucking women did to me over the time, it was fucking crazy as fuck. I couldn't understand it. Now I understand it. Get some chick pregnant. She doesn't know she's pregnant. She'll act an ass. She'll act fucking crazy. And you find out, well, she's pregnant. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? There's a bunch of hormones affect everybody, including women.
They do, but
hold on, men were blessed with a fucking metabolism that is very stable up until they're about 50. Then they can hit andropause, I think is what it's called, and it's kind of like male menopause, and that'll fuck you up too. But that's the first time a guy will personally experience any kind of inconsistency, because you don't have a monthly cycle. Women can fucking, they put up a lot of bullshit with that cycle. Go inject some test for a while and see what happens. Especially if you've been low for a while. You'll fucking do all kinds of crazy shit.
Well,
it
and
resolves itself after a few weeks, but
I've often said
remember
too,
how crazy I got about week 3, week 4,
Well, yeah.
whatever. You know, it's like,
and it's just like funny because
yeah.
I don't know. It's like, and honestly, to be honest, and I know that like not all women have this. Like I had mostly, I didn't have like a lot of mood shit like around my period, but I had a lot of pain. But you know, I was just kind of like, well, I didn't have insurance, so I didn't like do anything about it. I would just like take painkillers and like try to suck it up. But I know some people do have like a lot of mood. It's more a thing where I didn't know, like, and I've had a lot of female friends over my life. A lot of them, they didn't get crazy. They would usually get like just emotional, like, they'd see a commercial on TV and then they'd start crying. It'd be shit like that, like minor shit. It wasn't like, oh my God, I'm going to kill everybody. I didn't
see me in traffic try to get out of a damn car and go beat a motherfucker up in the middle of traffic.
See, and this is
in front of my house.
This is what I don't need.
You know what I mean? Fucking bee's nest.
You did.
Bee's nest fucking...
and I'm sitting there going, please don't.
Yeah,
please
I'm
don't,
going to take this motherfucker out of his car and fucking kill him.
Please don't.
Bee's nest fucking hitting me up, man. Bitch, what did you say to me? Fucking, he's talking about 3 weeks ago. Roid raging. He's over it now, though. So just hang on, man. It's going to be all right.
I have to say, in my personal experience, even though women have a reputation, probably not so much nowadays, but women have a reputation of being more emotionally volatile. In my experience, I've found men to be a lot more emotionally volatile than women in general.
Yeah, but it's a kind of a consistent thing, though.
No, it's by definition not consistent.
No, I don't. It's not on any kind of fucking time cycle, like a month or anything. It's just,
well, in a way, that's scarier.
They're just like that
because you don't know when they're gonna bust out, and it's like they could be totally normal 1 second. It's like a Jekyll and Hyde type of shit.
It can.
Which, like I said, much scarier. I mean, at least if a woman acts kind of nutty when she's like right around her period, at least you know when that is. Like you can write it down on the calendar or whatever. Dudes, you don't know what to expect. It's always a crapshoot.
She's seen me inject up, and then like sometimes about an hour later, I start getting kind of glitchy and because it starts getting on you. And,
I mean, you've always been glitchy as long as I've known you.
Shit starts fight. You start fighting it and shit. It starts. But then it kind of goes down. That's like when I saw Russell Crowe do Jekyll and Hyde. I'm going like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it was like, I can see why you relate to that character.
That's it.
Like, that's a lot
exactly
like you.
it. That's it.
Well, like I said, your spirit animal, if we want to call it that, is you remember that scene in The Shining where Jack is going down the hall going,
Yeah.
I was like, hey, it's you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was always up at a certain level, fucking fighting, trying to fight something or fight against people that I knew, and fucking, it's just part.
You still do that.
Yeah, well, it's.
I hear seriously. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm in my office.
I constantly want to
I'm just
be,
like working. He's in the kitchen, like cooking something or whatever.
Fighting the fucking food.
He's in the food. I hate you. I hate you. I hear it.
Bitch. Yeah.
And I'm just like, are we talking to the eggs?
Talking to the
food. Who are we
yeah.
talking to, Tom?
Dropped the shit and it fell or whatever.
And dudes say women are crazy.
No, but I fucking lighthearted about it. You know what I mean? It's just.
And like I said, you were like that long before testosterone.
Yeah.
You've always been like that.
Yeah.
To greater or lesser degrees.
Yeah.
You've always been kind of a crazy person.
Yeah.
Way more than any woman I've ever met. And that is a fact. And I've known a couple crazy bitches in my life, but not as crazy as you are. So I'm just kind of saying that.
I wasn't really fucking cut out to just be living a normal life.
I guess not.
Not really. No.
Yeah. So there's that whole thing.
Yeah.
So let's talk about. I can't believe I'm almost to the bottom. Oh, you're almost to the bottom too. I don't feel so bad now.
No, we're almost there.
I don't feel so bad now. So all we have is orange juice left. I don't have any Sprite left.
No Sprite.
I drank that whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
It's a whole 12-pack.
Oh, it was 12. Oh, I thought it was a 24-pack.
No,
I was about to get alarmed because I don't
No.
usually drink that much
No,
soda.
it's 12-pack.
Okay, it was just a 12-pack. All right, so it's not quite as alarming. So it's not like I drank it all in one day. It took.
Oh, you know what I got?
What?
Black Velvet.
Oh, that's right.
Well, next drink. will be
Oh,
Black
bitch
Velvet.
went to Sam's yesterday and spent like fucking $600.
$600.
But that was like 2 months worth of food.
2 months worth of food, pretty much. Yeah.
And we got all the things.
Yeah.
You finally made me my crab salad.
Yeah, made
So
that.
I had a nice crab salad
Crab
sandwich.
salad was fucking good. Man.
It was very good.
Got the big
For lunch
hoagie
today.
rolls. Got the hoagie rolls from the deli at fucking Sam's.
Yeah, he put like some butter and paprika on there, put them under the broiler, got them all crunchy.
Got a 12-pack of fucking Guinness, extra stout.
Maybe we'll have that next.
Yeah, and then with a 12-pack of fucking Angry Orchard apple cider, fucking we'll make some Black Velvet next.
Even though beer makes me sleepy, but I'm already sleepy, so I guess it'll be
Tino's
fun.
all about Black Velvet.
Velvet.
Tino's all about Black Velvet. Her white man ass. No, I'm just kidding.
Tina's gonna come here and kick your ass.
Black Velvet is fucking T's nickname. Yeah, back in the hood.
Yeah, okay.
Back when she was working.
He's making up backstories for all
I'm making
of
up
our
backstories
regulars.
for fucking Tina.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bees for.
Back when she was working in Hollywood Boulevard.
Did I wasn't I supposed? I thought I was supposed to get I thought I was supposed to get tests today. It's Friday, right?
Got you your injection, didn't
No.
I? Okay, that's right. I give it to you.
Okay. I mean, like, I don't really care. It doesn't really.
No, you're due. Friday was the day.
Doesn't really.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't. It's funny because he seems to be like surprised that I don't feel this big like surge of whatever.
Women are not androgenized for it.
But I'm just kind of like. Eh.
Yeah. Postmenopausal women though should do hormone therapy. I checked it over and over again and over and over again.
I'm just saying I don't really. I know, but I'm just saying
the dose is so small.
I don't feel any different.
The dose is so small for women. It's like only a couple drops. It's a fucking ridiculous. But I did notice an improvement in just certain things about you that I'm not gonna get into. But it's making a physical change too.
Like I said, to me, it just feels like it just made me like angrier, and I don't need,
Yeah,
and I don't need that. I'm already pretty angry.
The doctor's instructions were to find an acceptable dose between a certain range.
Victor says it's gonna make your labia shrink.
No, if anything, well, we'll see. No, it's not.
We're gonna get all kind of fun shit on this show.
It's not like messing with things like Anavar or anything like that. It's just we're not talking about modifying anybody. We're just talking about hormone replacement because after menopause, the ovaries do not produce the same amount of. Man, I'm giving a fucking lesson on this shit in the middle of the show. The ovaries do not produce a certain. Do not produce the testosterone and estrogen that are normally around in order to keep metabolism kind of optimized. It's only 10 milligrams a week injection. You can go up to about 30. When you start getting into 100, 150 a week, you'll turn her into a man. You don't want that. I mean, literally turn her into a man.
I'm gonna start punching people.
They'll go facial hair. They'll just become a man.
I mean, when I wasn't even taking any testosterone, I still feel like I usually feel like punching people mostly. So it's like I don't really need to feel like that more.
Yeah. No, but it should. I noticed a difference just in mood and body composition's changing. I told you about it. You're showing more definition in your legs and stuff.
No Need for Me Too says, wife just had a hysterectomy. Want to see if her moods even out or get worse.
They'll get mad. She'll probably get worse.
Although here's the thing, it's like
But the thing is, look, go to the doctor and go tell them about that. A high-tech doctor will put her on hormone replacement therapy, because a woman with hysterectomy is like a prime candidate for that. And she needs, and the thing is a woman's main hormone is testosterone, not estrogen. Estrogen is a pregnancy thing. That's not normally what they're packing. If you see a real voluptuous woman who looks fucking great, she's young. That's testosterone doing that, not estrogen. And most women are fucked up hormonally because of birth control. Birth control is a crime against women. That is not what they should be doing. They should not be giving these women progesterone. That fucks up all kinds of shit. And it's not just me. I'm not a doctor.
But they don't want to get pregnant though.
There's other ways, okay? Fucking, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm quoting doctors. Long-term fucking with a woman's hormonal balance is just going to get them... you'll keep them from having babies, but they'll just get fat and it'll fuck up their mentality. Really, the optimal solution is to give men testosterone. If you have a high test level, you'll temporarily castrate yourself in terms of fucking... It's a male's birth control. You'll dry up. You'll stop. You'll start shooting blanks.
They need to work more on that.
That's a lot better. Just give the motherfucker test and he'll start shooting blanks, but he'll build up and get lean and feel great. He doesn't care if he's shooting blanks. He just doesn't care. Most bodybuilders are shooting blanks. Just give them in test and don't fuck with the women at all. Let them.
Well, I kind of feel like most women would probably not care if you were shooting blanks either. Like, oh,
No.
I'm not going to get pregnant? Awesome.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about fucking catching something in your mouth. Fucking, you know what I mean?
Well, no, you still catch stuff in your mouth. There's just nothing.
They're just not, the taste is fucking probably better. Fucking wouldn't be like swallowing snot
Or bleach.
or bleach.
It has that bleachy.
Yeah, so just put the men on fucking test. Don't give them HCH or Clomid. Let the fucking testosterone shut the nuts down. You'll start shooting blanks. You'll feel fucking great. You'll get bigger and leaner. You'll actually live a little bit longer, especially if it's later in life when you do it to the dude. And you don't have to worry about birth control for the women. Women are hormonally fucking too delicate for that shit. They're more... It is. I'm going to tell you why. She's laughing. She thinks I'm... She thinks I'm fucking with her. I'm not. I've talked to doctors and my endocrinologist and everything about HRT for women. Their balance is very different. Their hormone balance between estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone is very delicate. It's too easy to what do you call it? Destabilize them. So it's harder to do HRT on a viable or what do you call it? Reproductively viable woman. To keep reproduction and hormone, it's difficult. It's difficult. If she's has a hysterectomy or she's postmenopausal, she's now easier to deal with because you don't have all those hormones. You can just put test in there. The test will aromatize also into estrogen, but a very small amount, and she'll get all the androgens and hormones she needs. It's a lot easier.
Well, like I said, what I was going to say a long time ago was that I kind of feel like, yes, there is a lot of hormonal kind of like, aspect to people's behavior, blah, blah, blah. But I hate to like overemphasize that because in a way, particularly if you look back at like the history of women's mental health and even physical health also, in a way that's been kind of weaponized against women in a sense where if something was the matter with you, oh, well, you were just being hormonal or you're crazy or there's something the matter with you, if you weren't behaving in a way that was acceptable to people that had to deal with you. So it's really, really like a very thin line. And like I said, if you kind of go through the history, like I said, of, women in mental health, which is a very sad story, it's kind of the same thing because dudes, like I said, for a long time, like women weren't even really allowed to be doctors. Men didn't really know that much about women's physical health or their mental health or anything like that. So they would only like extrapolate. So a lot of times if a woman would come to them, and even this, to a lesser degree, it still happens nowadays. If you come to them with like a particular problem, a lot of the times their first go-to is this is a hormonal issue or this is a behavioral or a psychological issue rather than looking for a physical issue because they're not really taken seriously to the same extent that a man would be. You know what I'm saying? So you really have to like be careful with this whole issue is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Okay. And I'm not saying, you know what I mean? There are physical things that are happening to people, and it's just like everything's not all in their head.
Men don't. A lot of those male doctors. Well, first of all, doctors in general are not endocrinologists. They're general practitioners, so they don't know much about the endocrine system and hormones. Okay. An endocrinologist does. They'll know everything about it, especially ones that specialize in women. A woman's hormonal system is more complicated than men's. It just is. Their reproductive system is a lot more complicated.
Well, yeah, everybody knows that. And I'm just saying that for like several centuries, it wasn't really looked into because men were seen as the default.
Right.
So nobody really, and like I said, for a long time, it was considered unseemly or it wasn't really something that you did to like, examine women.
I don't think they even thought it was that interesting.
They might not have.
I think it was just like, yeah, women. Yeah, fuck that. I think that's what
I kind of, well, that's sad, but it's probably true.
Yeah, I think
it's
that's what it
probably
was.
true.
You
Well, like
can't
I said,
really-
there's like a long, no, it's like a long history
Yeah.
of just women being like othered, being like, you're not a human, really. You're just like some other thing over
Well,
there.
from their point of view, they kind of weren't because
Yeah,
they weren't
exactly.
living in public. They
Exactly.
didn't go to all these meetings. They weren't fucking hanging out with the guys. The guys were just in these big
Yeah.
crowds of intellectuals, and they're drinking and they're talking about shit and they're talking about their educations. Just women weren't around.
Yeah.
That was some shit at home. They were doing laundry and shit.
Yeah.
They just
Having babies. Doing
having babies,
women, doing
laundry,
women shit.
doing women shit. They had
And
to do it.
you know, even up until the Victorian era,
Yeah.
even like women reading novels was considered like kind of scandalous.
You're like, why the fuck you reading?
Man, don't let them do that.
Yeah, yeah. They
They'll
might
get
get-
all kind of ideas,
You might get some ideas.
and you might behave in a way that I don't like. I'll have to put you in an asylum.
They might know. They might.
It happens.
They might figure something out, and the next thing you know, they're using it against you, man. They're thinking crazy thoughts. Which I can understand why they would think that. There's a lot of superstition at the time, a lot of superstition, and people thought that there were their idea of what was normal and what wasn't normal would just appall you today.
Well, yeah.
We live in a good time. We live in a time of actual. We're supposedly living a time of reason. I think that time is passing. Actually, when you look at the world, we're going into a postmodern, post-reason. It's going to be kind of more like pro culture, more pro tribal, pro emotion, pro othering one another based upon everything, political philosophies and everything. It's fragmenting right now. You don't have one thing, you have a bunch of competing things right now, which is kind of going back to the way it was. The Enlightenment was a good thing, but it mostly just happened in the West, and it's wearing off.
I don't
It just
know. I
is.
don't. Well, like I said, I don't really like to make predictions because
It's hard to tell what's going to happen.
it's hard to tell what's going to happen. Like I said, you can look back at history. Yes, history repeats itself to a degree, but I think that you know, the things that have been wrought by technology, like nowadays, has made things so unpredictable that I don't really think, and things are moving so much faster nowadays that I don't really think you can predict like the way that something's going to go.
Based on what I'm seeing, technology is going to become a threat. All right, it's going to become a threat to mankind. The people that control machines are going to become a threat to mankind if something isn't done. Eventually, it will probably become a world kind of like in the movie Dune, where a lot of technology is banned, and people have to become mentally skilled to survive, or they're getting into fucking human abilities, probably genetic engineering, that kind of stuff. I think I think eventually things like AI will become a threat to mankind, and they'll have to say, "Nah, we can't do that," or it wins, and then we vanish and are replaced by living robots.
Yeah,
It's
Sandra
gonna
was
be
saying,
something like that.
going back to what you were saying about male birth control, she was
Yeah.
saying the problem is that I don't trust men enough. Not that I think they're bad, just unreliable. And if it goes wrong, I'm the one with the problem,
Nah,
equaling the baby.
it's easy.
No. It's seriously. Honestly, as a woman, that is a totally valid viewpoint because I would not trust any dude that said, "Oh, you know, I can't. I'm shooting blanks," but I would not trust that dude.
Well, that's a
Because, like I said, I'm going to be the one that's stuck with it, not you.
Sandra's looking at it from the down one night stand perspective. It just means fucking you better know that dude is shooting blanks. That's easy to find out. Give that motherfucker a hand job.
I don't think that it's.
Yeah, it is. If it's
no,
clear.
no.
If it's clear.
What I
that's
was
it.
gonna say
Yeah.
was that isn't it ironic that on a show about like women's mental health problems, like he won't let me like talk about
Oh,
it.
stop.
He
It. She
won't
does
let
that
me
same
talk
shit.
about it.
She does that same shit to me.
He won't let me talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
So no, what I'm saying is that wasn't actually what I was gonna say. It's just that because you're not the one that's gonna be. It's not just having to do with one night stand. It's anybody you're in a relationship with that you're having a sexual relationship with, whether it's short term or long term. You know, since women are the ones that are going to be stuck with the problem, they really need to be more, you know, and a lot of women, pretty much every female I know has said this, you're the one that's going to be stuck with it, so you're the one that's got to, because you can't trust a dude.
Make that motherfucker wear a rubber.
Yeah, because if he
Time your fucking
he can
cycle.
say whatever.
Yeah.
They can say anything, and they will.
Well, if you live with him, though, you should know. Or if you.
But
if
that
you're-
doesn't always happen. Somebody lived with BTK and didn't know he was a
No,
serial
you should
killer.
know a motherfucker shooting blanks. You could tell.
You know, I'm just saying, dudes have lied about having vasectomies, for Christ's sake. Like, there's always something. So it's like you can't. I mean, when it's something that
where we living?
when it's something that's that big a deal, in the sense that you're going to get pregnant and you're going to like bring another person into the world, I don't think you can leave that to someone else's say so. No way. I wouldn't. And I don't think most other women would either.
I think you're getting emotional. See,
I knew this was gonna happen.
It's obvious when a motherfucker's shooting blanks. It's obvious when a dude's on test.
It's not though.
Yeah, it is.
Not to everybody. Like to you because you watch YouTube videos about it all day long.
No, if you know the dude, just don't fuck some random dude.
Well, don't fuck some random chick.
That's what I'm saying. don't get drunk and fuck some random dude without a fucking rubber. All right. When you're ovulating or whatever, you know what I mean? Fucking, however it is. You guys should be able to time that damn cycle. You're grown women. You know when you can get pregnant. Fucking just, tell
well,
that
it's not an
motherfucker to
exact
fuck
science.
off. Tell that motherfucker to fuck off. Give him some head, Do something. You guys know the deal. Stop it. Stop acting like children. Y'all know when you can get pregnant. Don't let the dude do it when you can get pregnant.
Yeah, you might have to kill him, but
No. And it's not like you're living in, and it's not like if you're living in Ireland, you know what I mean, where fucking abortions are illegal or anything. Maybe you were living in some country that's like that. But.
Do you know that like recently, I think this went to the Texas Supreme Court, but in Texas, and if anybody's in Texas, please because I'm pretty sure I just read this the other day, they passed a law that if you just help somebody get an abortion, like you drove somebody to the abortion clinic, some random motherfucker who didn't like it can sue you now.
Yeah.
So, that's nice.
Yeah. Victor's in there trying to be smart. Okay. You want to see a motherfucker shoot blanks? Go dig up some old porn and go look at Peter North. That motherfucker shoot out fucking her.
What's up, Pookie?
What you doing, Pookie? Go ahead.
She came in and she's like,
yeah.
She's like running all around.
Yeah, Pookie,
well, it's almost like beer time.
Yeah,
I can't believe I'm like an hour and 12. I haven't even started on my notes yet. You know that, right?
Yeah. Come on.
Come on. Am I gonna be able to talk, or are you gonna argue with?
What are you talking about?
Are you gonna argue with every single point?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you gonna argue with every single point?
No, what are you talking about? What?
Are you sure?
See, this is how she does. Go ahead. No, I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah, you want me to go get the bottles?
Yeah.
All right.
Go get the bottle.
You gonna complain when I'm gone?
No.
You better fucking complain when I'm gone.
I'm gonna start on my damn notes so I can get so the show isn't 6 hours long. Is Pookie still in here? Yeah, she's sitting right there. What's up, Pookie? You want to be on the show? She does not want to be on the show. All right. So, like I said, I wanted to talk about the concept of hysteria, or as I call it, being a lady disease, because the shit that they came up with thousands of years ago, like I said, we went into this, a lot of the doctors, philosophers, stuff like that, were all men. They didn't really know jack shit about women. They didn't examine them. They didn't know what the fuck was going on in there. Every time they drew diagrams, you couldn't cut up a woman or anything, or look at her, insides. So it's every time they drew something, if you see some of the drawings from back then, they just kind of looked like a modified penis, because that's all they could imagine, I guess. So most people know hysteria comes from the Greek word hystera, meaning of the womb. So like I said, hysteria is, from the beginning, has been sort of a gendered, oh, Pookie, she's gonna be my co-host. You co-hosting, Pookie? Yeah? She's like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? You keeping the seat warm? Okay. Over the years, pretty much every single
Pookie in my chair.
I know. She wants to co-host.
Clear out. You co-hosting? Go ahead and clear out.
She's like, what? Okay. She likes that chair. Probably because I sprayed catnip on it. That's probably why, earlier. But yeah, so pretty much every symptom of everything, if a woman exhibits it, it was seen as a symptom of hysteria, right? You had anxiety, which, okay. Shortness of breath, you can breathe. Fainting, nervousness. Sexual desire, too much sexual desire or not enough sexual desire, because you couldn't win.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to wait. Hold on. No. Okay.
Yeah, so both of those were symptoms of hysteria. Either you wanted too much sex or you didn't want enough sex.
Yeah.
Depending on who was diagnosing.
Yeah, that goes back to bitches be crazy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is like I said, it's funny and I find it funny, but in a way, being a woman, I also find it like super, super frustrating because a lot of it is just kind of like still
It's not
kind of floating around out there. It's not as bad as it used to be,
It's
obviously.
not scientific thinking. They don't know the fuck they're talking
Well,
about.
obviously. Well, because like I said, I kind of feel like for a long time, centuries and centuries, they kind of felt like a woman was like an other. And they didn't... It's weird because they almost saw them as like a completely different thing, but then they saw them as like a variation of their thing. And it's like, well, they're not behaving exactly like me, so there must be like a man, so there must be something wrong with them.
Could be that what they're saying is that they're not behaving in a way we can predict. Or that makes sense.
Or they're not behaving in a way that we like.
Yeah, that might be it.
I kind of feel like that's... And I think that really came about like in the fucking Victorian era because there was like kind of a rash of dudes who had married women and women were like, yeah, I'm not really liking this whole situation where I can't do this, that, and the other thing. And men are like, crazy, and they have to like put him in an asylum, which was very easy to do. If you were married to a woman and you didn't really like how she was acting, you could totally have her committed to an asylum. Normally, you would have to have like paperwork from a doctor and stuff, but if you were married to a dude and he didn't like how you were acting, he could just say that and they would like slam her in there. So yeah, that's nice.
Probably what the situation was. You had these guys who were raised to believe that women did certain things, that they were like this. And then when they finally got a girlfriend and they found out the reality of life, it didn't match with what was advertised to them through society. So therefore, this bitch must be crazy. You know, she doesn't want to do...
She doesn't want this penis?
I don't think that's what it was.
What is the matter with her?
That's not what it is. Probably not what it was. This bitch doesn't want to do laundry? I don't understand it. She doesn't want to do it. Probably,
she doesn't want to have babies?
Yeah. It might have been, it's probably something like that.
She wants to read? What the fuck is her problem?
Because I don't understand this. This is not, it's like they sold me the wrong model. Because I think that's what it was. I mean,
think how much happier the like history of humanity would be if dudes could just have like, you know, real dolls.
Yeah, that's coming. That's coming. Elon Musk says he's gonna make one that moves and walks and talks and everything.
Good, thank God.
Now we can have sex with it.
Good. Now, thank God. Now we can all be left alone.
Yeah. But the thing is that I think men of that era were basically just the male version of that. You know what I mean? They weren't anything either.
Well, obviously.
You're not dealing with a modern dude. He doesn't know what the fuck's up, you know. And to me, this shit is sad because you want it in that glass, or you want it in a big glass.
Yeah, because that just had water in it.
Because I don't think it'll all fit in there. It'll probably all fit in the other one if you. Well,
do you want me to like chug the rest of this? Okay.
I think this is also something to be said for the men in the society of the day. I think the society is telling them, this is what you are, and this is what a woman is. These are really clearly defined roles. And when things don't fit into these roles, then there's some shit wrong.
Well, see, that's a very large problem, too.
That's probably all it is that you're talking about.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm kind of, like, happy that nowadays everything's going more toward, like, spectrum kind of shit, because that's how real life is.
Yeah, they weren't. I don't think they were raised like that. It was real black and white, and everything was in a box, and it had to be like this and this and this. And
that's
this is how
very, very dangerous.
And I think that's what we're talking about.
Because then anybody that deviates that from that, like to any small degree, then it's like
then it's craziness.
Yeah, and like I said, some women ended up in asylums for like years, like decades.
Yeah, and
just for like reading books and being like uppity.
Yeah, and I look back and like looking at my grandparents on both sides of the family, and there's an element of that, okay, still kind of left over from this era. Here, let me get that. Yeah. So I think that's what they're talking about.
Like I said,
really, what they would call, what the hippies would call, establishment. Real establishment.
Well, any kind of like really rigid, right? Because, like I said, you know, nature, humanity doesn't work like that.
You're right. Remember in Star Trek, the original series, when they were going, Herbert, are you Herbert? Are you down, Herbert? With the fucking space hippies? That's what they're talking about. Those bitches were Herbert.
Yeah, they were
Herbert.
I remember that episode.
Yeah, remember that one? Yeah.
We should start calling them that.
Yeah, those bitches were Herbert.
All the Trekkies would know what we were talking about.
Yeah, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
You're a Herbert.
You're a Herbert. Tila might know what a Herbert is. She's old enough.
But yeah, so what was I talking about? So symptoms of hysteria, or as I call it, the being a woman disease. Like I said, fainting, nervousness. We'll get into that in a little bit when we get to the Victorian era. Sexual desire or lack thereof. Like I said, couldn't win. You had to have exactly the right amount to whoever was, your husband or whoever was diagnosing. You had exactly the right amount. If you had like a little bit too much or a little bit too little, that was mental illness.
You had to have the right amount of sex drive.
Yeah, exactly the right amount.
Bitch couldn't be horny, but she couldn't be frigid either.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, well, what the fuck is that? Where does that lead?
That's what I mean. You can't win.
Yeah.
You can't win. Fluid retention. So every time you had your period, apparently that made you crazy.
Bitch blowing up on me.
Bitch blowing up on me. Holy crap, man. Fluid retention. Yeah, I could tell some stories about that.
Oh yeah. Inject test. Watch what happens. You fucking.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I know dudes get grossed out by like women talking about their periods and stuff, but it's just kind of like, man, my fucking everything would blow up.
Yeah.
My fingers, my feet.
I know.
The fucking my shoes were tight. My rings were tight.
We're talking about it and just
not just your abdomen.
We're talking about it and live viewers just plummeted by fucking 30. 30 of them just.
As soon as you talk about menstruation,
they're gonna go.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious to me.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to me because women are half the population of the world, and the other half of the population either don't know about it, or every time you bring it up, even though it's like a daily reality or like a monthly reality of your life, and it's like the other half of the population like, nope, don't want to hear about it. It's so gross. And it's just like, that's very funny to me. So other symptoms: insomnia, which again, I'm crazy. Abdomen heaviness.
Yeah.
Irritability, which, I'm constantly irritable. Loss of appetite for food. Sexually forward behavior, which I mentioned before. And I love this, and this is a quote: tendency to cause trouble for others.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Those damn women causing trouble for others. They must be crazy. Slam those bitches in a fucking asylum right now. That's kind of like the whole thing. So, yeah. So going back as far as there have been records, like medical records, this has been a diagnosis for women generally. It actually wasn't even extended to men or recognized that men could suffer from hysteria, which, spoiler alert, is not a real disease. But it wasn't even recognized that men could have those symptoms too until maybe the 1800s. Prior to that, it was exclusively a women's disorder.
That's good. I forgot how good that is.
Yeah, it is good.
Fuck.
Like I said, it might make me really sleepy though, but we'll see.
If you guys ever did that shit, man, black velvet. Although, I ordered black velvet at that bar across from fucking Mannequins there in that day when I had that meeting with Tom.
Yeah.
And they called it snake bite.
Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of confusion about the nomenclature.
About it. And I was just, I said I want this and that, and this is, you make a snake bite. This is actually called black velvet. Snake bite is the same drink.
Actually.
I had to do that to him. Because I used to believe that too. I've had both. I used to drink black velvet and snake bite. But they jogged my memory in the fucking in the comment section.
Yeah.
This black velvet was stout and apple cider. Snake bite was like some kind of like red beer or a lager with apples with hard cider. That was snake bite.
Yeah.
I think I think the ones we were using at the time was fucking either a Weissen beer or like a Killian's Red. Because you could get Killian's Red real cheap back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Killian's is that's one of the.
I think it's Coors, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, it's a boutique brand, I think, from Coors or Budweiser.
I'm not a big beer fan, but I did like Killian's. Just saying.
It was like a good cheap beer.
Yeah.
It had a good flavor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I could drink enough of it to get kind of buzzed off of.
The best American cheap beer, and I'm mansplaining. I'm going to Tom-splain you bitches.
Well, that's kind of what you do.
Was Yingling. I like Yingling.
Yeah, Yingling's good.
Yingling's really good. The black and tan is good, and the red.
Do they
beers.
still not sell Yingling on the West Coast? Because I kind of feel like when my sister and her then husband lived in Denver, they couldn't get Yingling.
Yeah.
So every time they came to Florida, they bought a bunch of it and then drove back with it, just like some like fucking.
I liked Yingling, and I liked Sam Adams. Samuel Adams made a lot
I
of
don't
good
remember
beer.
if I had Sam Adams, but I like Yingling though.
Sam Adams was big when I was in Boston. You could get it on tap or in bottle. It was good. They had seasonal beers, and some of them were like the cranberry lambics during the fucking Christmas time and shit. It was good, man. Really
See,
good.
I'm a basic bitch. I like pumpkin spice beers.
Yeah. I think they had some.
I like pumpkin spice everything. Sam Adams for sure does have.
I think
pumpkin
Sam Adams
spice.
had those. Yeah.
Well, like I said, nowadays they have pumpkin spice everything.
Yeah.
Man, pumpkin spice, fucking tampons. I don't know. Pumpkin spice everything. All right. So the first mention of hysteria as a woman disease goes back to 1900 BC. This is ancient Egypt. So there's like some fucking old ass papyrus that they found. Now, they didn't go too much into the wandering womb thing. That was more Greco-Roman.
Hold on, something. Hold
What?
on. Let me fucking settle this before we go on, because I got fucking.
All right, I'm going to the bathroom.
I got Mango in there, messing with me. Says there's only one snake bite, and it's from England. Okay, in Boston, we had two drinks that were similar. One was called Black Velvet, and one was called Snake Bite. You tell me what is in Snake Bite. Go ahead and write that shit down in the comment section. Because what we had in Boston, Boston is Americans' version of London. All right, that's our version of London. It is a very Anglo-American style city. It's old. It goes way back. There's British looking shit everywhere back in the colonies, and some of the old bars were fucking some of these founding father motherfuckers. Don't make me put my white wig on. Hold on. They had the original bars where Sam Adams was fucking sitting there drinking and writing and talking about the revolution, okay? Against the fucking limeys, all right? And our version of the drink of fucking Black Velvet was hard cider, any hard cider, and stout. Any kind of black beer. It works. It all works. And then Snake Bite was a red beer. Or maybe a white beer, like a German Weizen. Or, or something like a Sam Adams fucking red or something. Like a reddish lager. You put that with cider, and we would call that Snake Bite. And you corrected me on that shit the other day. Says that's not it. That's Black Velvet. So that was this. Let me see. I'm gonna look down there and see what it is. You're saying what Snake Bite is. She hadn't said that. He hasn't put it on there. It says Boston Lager is very. Yeah, it was like a Boston Lager. Our version of Snake Bite was like a Boston Lager type beer with cider, hard cider in it. It was good, and we dropped it in there in a different way. Some of that shit. Let's see. I think they stayed separate when you poured them into beer. It's been a long time, where you could see it in rows, like the fucking apples, the hard cider at the bottom and the red at the top. I don't think they mixed right away. I don't remember how it went. They separated, and then as you drank it, it kind of mixed. It's been a long time since I had them pour that for me. I haven't been in Boston forever. That was the 90s. Go ahead, Jenny.
May I?
You can go ahead, Jenny. You can go ahead. Oh, go ahead and Zach set $5 super
Thank you,
chat.
Zach. Pumpkin spice shit is basic, but it's good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
According to the Pacific Northwest, 1 million white girls in man buns can't be wrong, right? That's what
Right.
I mean. It's like, I don't know. I know it's very basic white girl shit, but I'm sorry, pumpkin spice latte is still good. I don't care. I like pumpkin everything. We've gone into that like a lot of times before about how we made all this pumpkin shit. I love pumpkin shit. I never get enough of it. Because it reminds me of fall. You know what I mean? And I love fall. I love fall and winter. Yeah, Danny Rolling Ghost Face. Yeah, I stocked up on that pumpkin spice Cheerios all last year. Those were really good. Like, surprise.
Really?
Yeah.
They had pumpkin spice Cheerios?
I told you they have pumpkin spice
Yeah.
everything.
Damn.
Everything.
Okay.
Like, literally, anything you can think of that would benefit from pumpkin spice, they have a pumpkin spice version of it.
Now,
Shit
Hugo
is
says, I've never seen that beer brand here in California. We don't know what you're talking about, Doug. You gotta mention the original, fucking, what, you talking about Yingling?
Yingling.
Yingling, yeah. It's America's oldest brewery.
Like I said, they might only be available east of the Mississippi. Like I said, because I remember, my sister lived in Denver and she couldn't get it there. Yeah. So every time she came to visit us in Florida, she would stock up and take it back there.
Y-I-N?
No, it's Y-U-E.
Y-U-N?
Y-U-E.
Y-U-E?
N-G-L-I-N-G.
I thought it was Y-I-N. Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
I know how to spell.
Okay.
Y-U-E-N-G-L-I-N-G.
See, that's how she does. Okay, good.
Well, you're wrong. What do you want me to do?
No, she's saying I know how to spell like I don't know how to spell.
Well, you don't.
Oh, is that what it is? No, I'm not fucking bit. You said it was. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was Yingling.
It's Yingling.
Y-I-N.
It's Y-U.
Is it? Let me see if she's right.
Y-U-E-N-G-L-I-N-G. Y-U-E-N-G-L.
Okay, yeah. It came. Yeah. It's Y-U-E.
That's what I said.
Okay.
I know.
All right.
I know how to spell it.
See, this has this bitch want to do to me.
He's always surprised when I'm right about something.
No. She's a fucking spelling and grammar Nazi.
I know.
She knows all that shit.
Well, yeah.
It's been so long since I've seen it. I thought it was Y-I-N.
No.
Okay.
That wouldn't even make any sense.
Yin. Like Chinese. Like some Chinese shit.
It's not Chinese, though.
Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, go ahead.
You're a crazy person.
All right.
Victor says, I love all the different pumpkin scented candles from Bath and Body Works. Yeah, right? It's like, man, everything, because I guess it's because I'm from Florida. It's like summer here blows. It's hot, it's humid, it's disgusting. And it's like, as soon as September hits, even though it's still hot and humid and disgusting here, it's like, I like to pretend. I was like, I want pumpkins all over everything. I want everything fall. I want cider. I want this, that, and the other. So it's kind of like, I just pretend that it's fall and I pretend that it's going to get cold.
Yeah.
For the holidays.
They're talking about Yingling.
It's not.
That Yingling black and tan. Fucking great. Put that in there with a fucking Angry Orchard fucking hard cider. Just 2 bottles together.
Victor said they have it in Texas now. So maybe it's starting to like kind of expand out. I know that in Colorado they didn't offer it, at least like several years ago.
Yeah. That's the real American beer, not this Coors Budweiser fucking piss water bullshit. That was corporate beer from the fucking
Well, that's
60s.
what I mean. I feel like a lot of Europeans, piss on us because Budweiser. I'm like, well...
Nobody drinks that shit.
Well, rednecks drink that shit. But people that know about beer don't drink that shit. Because that's like piss water.
That shit came from an era where mass production and mass distribution ruled the earth. Coors, Budweiser, and all that bullshit was they could get that into every nook and cranny and every little town from all across. It's a huge fucking country. They could get it everywhere, so therefore it sold. It wasn't good. It was just all you could get. It was just what you could get, and it was cheap. So people didn't complain. I mean, that shit was fucking cheap. Real cheap. When I was a kid, that shit would fly out of those fucking corner stores. And it was cheap, man. Really cheap. We're talking about like a 6-pack would have been like the equivalent today. The equivalent today would be like $2.99 or $3. And I think it was cheaper back then, like $1 or something, I think, if you bought it in a 6-pack. I mean, this shit just flew out the fucking door back in the 70s, 80s.
When no one had any taste.
But nobody had any taste, and it was just kids drinking it.
Yeah, because like I said, that's all you could get. It was better than nothing.
Better than nothing, right. And they grew up and they would go to bars and they'd order that because that's what they were...
That's what they were used to.
That's what they were used to. But that shit sucked. There were good beers, but they were always local in America. It was a regional beer.
Well, and I kind of feel like that's one of the things that I think is a lot better about nowadays. Not just with beer and spirits and also food, is that people have a lot more appreciation for it nowadays and are like willing to,
Yeah. And
they know shit about it.
Yingling was the original American big brewery. It's the oldest one we have, and that's a good American beer. And so was Sam Adams. There were some California beers that were good, but they probably didn't survive the 70s. It was the corporate wars that were going on. But if you want to know what real American beer tastes like, it's Sam Adams.
Well, now there's like zillions of different breweries nowadays.
Yeah.
There's tons of them.
Yeah.
And honestly, like when I was in this is not beer, but when I was in St. Augustine, they have a massive distillery there. They make vodka, they make gin, they make something. It's all locally sourced. And if I'd had more time, I was going to go back there because you can do a tour of the distillery and you can buy like all of the stuff. And next time I go, I'm going to get like a bunch of the liquor and see what it's like, because they do make like local spirits in St. Augustine. And I was like really curious to taste them because they have a bunch of different ones. But I didn't have time to go back. So
Yeah, they're all saying we're going to look for Yingling. You can usually get Yingling, and check this out, at Walmart now. Walmart.
Well, you can get it at our Walmart.
at our Walmart,
yeah.
at least. Yeah, they have it.
Yeah, we've gotten it there before.
Yep.
Like I said, so I'm not
It's around.
I'm not a huge beer fan. I'm not a beer connoisseur. I'm more like a hard liquor chick,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean.
And out of the Yinlings, I liked the black and tan best. But even their regular, just like reds and shit, and ales, they're good. Lagers, they're good. But I liked the black and tan the best. It's a stout beer. It's about like Guinness.
Yeah. All right, so let me get back to what I said. Because seriously, look.
Yeah, the time. Oh fuck, man, we're fucking this show.
Well,
up.
yeah, like I said, we're like an hour and 36 minutes in, and I haven't
We
even
are
got
fucking
like.
this shit up.
I know. Well, maybe nobody cares.
Everybody's having a good time in the comment section.
No,
So
maybe nobody cares about women.
They're all having a good time in the comment section.
So yeah, so like I mentioned, the oldest mention of hysteria as a being a woman disease goes back to 1900 BC, ancient Egypt. They actually did believe. I don't think they believed that the womb was like wandering around the body, but they did believe that the female womb was like responsible for all of the ways women behaved that they didn't understand.
Yeah, you gotta blame it on some.
So yeah, so they kind of like started it.
Yeah.
They didn't go to the extreme that it would go to later, but it was kind of like that was the seeds of it there. So as I mentioned, ancient Greece, the Greco-Roman world, you got like your wandering womb, and I love this fucking. I don't remember if I made the shirt public or not, but I designed a shirt with a little uterus. With a little, like the tramps, like in the old, movies that had the little stick with the little, the little like pack on the end, and it's like I had one of those where she's like wandering down a road, going, "Woo, I'm wandering around." So I had one of those that looked like an old postcard, which I thought was very funny. It like amused the shit out of me, anyway. So yeah, so that whole concept actually came from some of like the Hippocrates and his kind of like circle. They wrote this thing called The Diseases of Women from right around the 5th century BC. So you also got some shit from Plato, and he said that... I love this. He called a uterus a living creature that wanders through the body.
See, this is the thing.
Blocking passages, obstructing breathing, and causing disease.
So what he's talking about is the thing from Alien.
Pretty much. Like, we have this other...
Yeah, another thing inside you.
Yeah, well, but no, and literally that's what it was, because there were other, like, Greek, like, doctors, philosophers and stuff.
Yeah.
Aristeas of Cappadocia called it an animal within an animal.
Yeah.
So we literally have, like, the womb that's in here is, like, climbing around in there and, like, doing shit.
An animal within an animal is a parasite. Therefore, he's talking about the thing from Alien, the face hugger.
Yeah. So every woman on Earth has a face hugger crawling around inside, causing all their problems.
Then let me remind you, this is the same kind of guy that thinks that they can fly on the side of an airplane, clutching onto the side of it at 600 miles an hour, 20 degrees below zero, at fucking 30,000 feet. Okay, this is the same kind of dude doing this, but he's calling himself a doctor. So you just got to put it in perspective. Okay, you got to put it in perspective of the time.
I mean... I don't know. It's like, it's really hard. It's really hard for me to get it. Like, I understand the headspace. I get it.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me not to laugh at it because, they obviously didn't know what the fuck they were talking about.
No.
But they were trying.
People had to live under that shit.
But yeah, it's like, I really don't envy. Look, so think of the millions and millions of women that had problems and diseases and stuff, and like they'd go to a doctor, let's say, just hypothetically, and the dude would be like, man, your womb must be like moving around, like pushing on your lungs and like fucking up your breathing and stuff. They thought your womb caused every single problem, like it moved around and caused every single problem. So who knows what they would do? Who knows? But it's like they thought that caused everything, which I get why they thought that, but it doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make it better. Because they were wildly wrong. The same dude that said that the womb was an animal within an animal, which, you know, I love that. He also said that the uterus got sad when it didn't have a baby in it.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Or when a male wasn't fucking it.
Yeah. That makes sense. God would come up with some shit like that. Yeah.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
When my magical
It's
penis
sad when it's not being fucked and it's not pregnant.
Yeah.
We gotta keep these bitches pregnant. That's what he's talking about. Gotta keep knocking these bitches down, keep them pregnant. They love it.
They love it.
Yeah.
That's the only way we can keep them sane.
Yeah.
Is by fucking them and filling them with
These
babies.
bitches are baby crazy. We gotta knock this shit down and keep them pregnant, keep them barefoot and pregnant. It's all good. But I can understand why they were thinking that. I mean,
like I said, I can too, but it's like it's stupid, but I can understand it.
This was a simpler world back then. There wasn't a whole lot to do. If a woman wasn't pregnant, then she was doing laundry and she was waiting to be married off to somebody else. Life didn't have the opportunities for anybody, man or woman, on average. Most people were peasants. So a woman, when she had a baby, would probably, especially if she's a young woman, having a baby in a world that sucked, basically, or wasn't much fun, was probably the only joy she would ever experience in life, actually.
Or at least if it wasn't joyful, at least it would like keep her busy.
Keep her busy, yeah. Because they're having little pookies and stuff. Oh, they're having a little pookie, and then they have another little pookie.
Although Pookie's much better than a human baby.
And then they have another little pookie, and then they got all these little pookies, and then they grow up. You know, that's all it is.
They got all these little Pookies.
Yeah, that's.
I would, like
sense.
I said, I always maintain that Pookie is much better than a human baby.
Because they can't talk. If she could talk, she'd probably drive
She kind of talks.
If she could go, she goes, "Why are you getting so fat?" She would say some shit like that. You know, what I mean, like, get out of here.
Why
kid.
are you so old?
Yeah, why are you so old? You know,
Like a real kid.
Yeah, that's what a real kid.
Although on the plus side, we don't have to send her to college and pay all that money to send her to college, or she doesn't have to go to school.
And
or
you
anything.
can watch an entire cat's life cycle, just within 20 years. So you can see them be babies and grow up, and then grow old and die.
Yeah.
You never leave them behind.
I don't.
Because
That's
they
true.
die before you die.
I mean, I don't like.
So
to
you
think
can take
about
care
that,
of them
but
their
yeah.
whole lives.
I told him yesterday. I said Pookie better live forever.
They don't, though.
I know. I know.
gotta
They
do
don't. I know. They don't.
You can take care of them their whole lives, because their lives aren't very long, by our point of view.
Don't bum me out.
But you can give a cat a good life. You know, they have fun the whole time.
Well, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Even
they
though
get sick, they start feeling like shit, you put them down.
I mean, even though she's a troublemaker, sometimes
Yeah.
it's like, hey, I'm gonna climb all over your desk and get hair on
Yeah.
everything, and woo, and I'm not gonna let you do anything. But I don't know. I love her, and I would never. But like I said, she's much better than a human baby. And I'm not shitting on people that actually want real babies. I know a lot of people do, but
It's a little late.
it was never my thing.
Yeah.
Even when I was 16 years old, I told my mom, it's like, I don't think I'm ever gonna have kids, Mom.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, you'll change your mind later. Yeah, I never did.
My advice as an old man now at 52 years old, if you're going to have kids, you should have had them in your 20s. Just everybody in general. When you're young and energetic, when you can put up with that shit. I don't think I can put up with that shit now. You're like, I'm too
I
old for
don't.
this
Well,
shit.
like I said, when I was 16, I don't want to put up with that shit, and I knew I would never want to put up with that shit. And like I said, I never changed my mind. It was just kind of like a thing where, you know how like when you're a goth, a lot of times when you're younger, they're like, oh, you'll grow out of that, and like you never do though.
Yeah.
It was that kind of thing. I kind of feel like everybody was saying like I would want to have kids later, but I never really did though. I never really wanted to.
One of the few women that we've known that had a bunch of kids and had a good time, but with it, and turned out good was Aurora. Aurora said what, 2 or 3 of them?
I think she has 3.
2 or 3, yeah, and she fucking.
Well, some people are super into
They're
it.
super into it. If you look at her, you wouldn't know that she was a mom. She's fucking doing the whole suspensions and fucking sticking big things through her back. And I posted videos of Aurora. She's cute and fucking does weird suspension routines and shit. And she's the mom. She loves it.
Well, some people do. My mom loved kids.
Yeah.
Not only did she have 4 kids, because I have 3 siblings, but she also ran daycares.
Yeah.
She ran a daycare out of the house. For a time, they had her and my dad had a daycare like with my aunt and uncle. So she couldn't get enough.
Aurora's funny though when you think about it. Seems like, well, I don't want to say anything about it.
Sandra said, same experience here. People told me you have cats. All people with cats want to have kids one day. Nope, never happened.
No.
Yeah, see, you can't.
I never really.
One, I don't understand like why other people think they know your life like that.
Yeah.
It's like, and why they, this, that, and the other. I'm like, bitch, you're not me.
Yeah, and I never really had that much connection with a cat until I was like with Pookie when I was in my 50s anyway. Anyway, cats are I always liked cats, but cats kind of came and went. You know?
Yeah, I had the same
particular
thing.
Cat's kind of fucking strange. She's a little even because
She's a weirdo.
She's weird. You know, even Beijing. I don't really care that much about Beijing. Really,
Oh, don't say that.
I don't want to say that. I'm just saying, you know, I'm talking about like she's a typical cat. You know what to expect. Pookie's weird. She's not like a typical cat. That's more like a monkey.
Or a person.
Or a person. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's kind of the thing. It's like
she's in your face. Very communicative.
Yeah, she is very much like a child. But like I said, that didn't really make me want to like a human kid.
Most cats are just kind of aloof. They're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll have fun. Okay, we'll see you. But no, Pookie's constantly in your shit. She's funny.
Yeah,
Real
what
funny.
you doing?
She's hilarious. Yeah.
Can I help you put the laundry away? Can I help you make
yeah.
the bed? Can I help you? Can I help you?
Okay, look, we gotta get back to the show. We got a lot of shit to do.
Oh my god, yeah.
Look at how much. We haven't even fucking done it.
I know.
This show's gonna be cut off early, and it'll be 4 hours when we cut it off early.
Well, I'm gonna try and get through everything because, like I said,
we got plenty of Black Velvet left. Okay. Where'd T go? Haven't seen T chiming in. T fucking must have checked out.
Maybe you offended her.
I offended that bitch.
It kept calling her a white man.
That's what it is. Called her a white man too many times. Maybe she's on the road because didn't she say she's usually at work when she's listening?
Yeah.
So she's probably on the road.
Zach said, I don't think most people my age could afford to have kids even if they wanted to, and it's kind of sad. Yeah, I mean, kids are, let's be honest, very expensive. Yeah. So I have met some people that actually did kind of want to have kids and then they're like, nah, but never mind because I can't afford it. So, you know what I mean?
Unless you have free range children.
Free range children.
Yeah. Mississippi was all free range children.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're free range. You still have to send them to school. You still have to
Mississippi.
You still have to have health care for them. You still have to have this. Well, if you want the kid to have like a normal life,
they have the normal. I'll tell you, man. I saw this shit myself. Okay, white ones and black ones. They just fucking have children and they just run free range, and they go to school if they want to, and they fucking learn shit if they want to. Yeah. And then they end up going into the service of the army. They end up all right, but they just have bunches of them. I got cousins that are like that. They were free range.
Sandra says, I never had the right age for kids. Until 40, I felt too young, and now I feel too old.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, I always kind of, like I said, when I was younger, and it's like, you know, it seems like we're going off topic, but this is kind of on topic because I do kind of feel like a lot of the shit about women's mental health was like, oh, well, they're not married and they don't have babies. So, if they just do that, then it'll fix everything because that's what all women want to do. But that's not the case, though. When I was a teenager, like I said, even when I was 16 years old, I was like, you know what? I grew up around a lot of kids. Like I said, I had 3 younger siblings. My parents ran daycares. And I was kind of like, you know what? I just think this isn't for me. And I didn't get too much pressure. It wasn't too bad, like, from my family. But a lot of my family members were, oh, well, you'll meet someone, you'll change your mind, blah, blah, blah. But I never really did, though. I mean, I was married early. Like, I got married when I was 22. I was married for 15 years.
Yeah.
We kind of talked about it, but I was...
window, really.
I mean, we kind of talked about it. Yeah. Like, we kind of thought about it, and I was just kind of like, I don't know, man. It's just like, I just feel like it's not for me, and he wasn't really into it either, and I'm just like, man, it just seems like a big anchor, and I don't really want to do that.
For new listeners, she's not talking about me. She's talking about her first husband.
Yeah, my first husband, and it's like, we just kind of talked, and it just never happened.
Right.
It wasn't a big priority. Like, we talked about it as a possibility.
By the time we met, I was already well into my 40s.
Yeah, I think I was 38 when I met you.
And the time had fucking passed. This is my opinion, and it's based upon the constraints of modern life. depending on who you are as a woman, you want to have. You can either live the fast lifestyle or the slow lifestyle. If you want to live the fast cycle lifestyle, you want to have a kid in your teens.
Oh Christ, no! Don't do that.
That's the fast lifestyle.
Well, not in this economy.
You let the state take care of them, and you have a bunch of them. You see which ones survive. All right, that's the fast life cycle. The slower life cycle, I would probably say 30s, late 30s, have one or two. But once you're out of your 30s and you start to get into your 40s, nah, too late. It's too late. Because then you got to learn about fucking what happens. It takes a long time for them to grow up, and by the time they really start getting into trouble, you're going to be an old lady. And the husband will probably be dead by then. So you won't be able to help the kid anyway. So you have to be young enough to put up with all the bullshit that the kids put the parents through, and then you have to be young enough to be making enough money to help them when they get in trouble. So
yeah, it's really something that you have to.
Because you don't want to be old and helpless around them. See.
Yeah.
Because that's what ends up happening.
I don't know. It just was never a real appealing idea to me, and it's like I don't know. I kind of feel like to a large extent, not so much nowadays, but I kind of feel like back in the day, particularly when I was growing up back in the 80s, it was kind of like, I don't know, people looked at you a little bit askance if you're a woman and you don't want to have kids, like they thought there was something the matter with you, or you would grow out of it. But it's just kind of like, I don't know, it just never seemed like, it never seemed all that appealing to me.
Yeah, Hugo's agreeing with me, but I don't know what he's agreeing about. That was a long time ago. He didn't include it.
Like we have Pookie, and that's close
Evidently,
enough.
Tila went to dinner.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Victor says fostering is cool. Trade him back in if you don't like him.
Yeah. We go to the restroom.
And it's like, yeah, it's sucky because there's so many kids in like orphanages and foster care and stuff like that. That need parents that don't have them. I don't know. I don't really think about it that much because, like I said, just for me, it didn't seem like it wasn't all that appealing. But also, it's like I don't really need to like contribute to like we got enough people, man. Like I said, there's a bunch of kids out there without parents, so I don't need to be like having more. I know that people want their own biological children. I get that, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. It and like I said, this is just me that's talking. It was just never an appealing prospect to me. I just thought, and it wasn't even so much that it's like, oh, I'll fuck that kid up forever, even though I probably would. But I don't know. Sometimes I did feel like if I had a kid, it would turn out it'd be like a fucking, I don't know. They would want to be like a nun or like a preacher or fucking, I don't know, a Republican or something. And it's like, I'd be like really bummed out about it, but it's like, I don't know. But yeah. But for a long time, because there was this perception that women's purpose, I guess, or their biological destiny, let's call it that, since I just watched Handmaid's Tale and they kind of go into that a lot, is that women's bodies want to have babies, so therefore women should want to have babies, and if they don't, there's something the matter with them. So, it just stands to reason from their point of view that if you didn't want that, there was something the matter with you. Now, because they believed in the ancient, the Greco-Roman world, that your womb could wander around, I kind of feel like... So, like I said, because the womb was kind of like the only difference that they could perceive, at least from the outside, because women could have babies and men couldn't. So the womb was the only point of difference. So they were saying that everything that was the matter with a woman, if she's acting in a way that we don't like or in a way that we're not expecting, then it must be her womb causing it. So, ergo, the womb is moving around and causing every other problem in the body, right? Animal inside an animal. Sad uterus and whatnot. So what they would do, and this is going back to ancient times, and this kind of they kind of like developed some shit for this later, like in Victorian times. But what they would do was that they would do something like that was like a scent therapy, right? What they would do was that underneath your cooch, they would put No, they would put like something that smelled good, like
Yeah.
lavender or something like that, like on your cooch, and then up by your nose, they would put something that smelled bad because they thought that that would make your uterus like run back down to where it was. Which like makes me laugh just like saying it, that someone actually believed that.
Yeah.
But they were totally serious. There were probably like really serious philosophical lectures about this, which is making me laugh just thinking about it. Where it's just like, and then the woman, I'm sure they wouldn't use this terminology, but it's like, and then we put the lavender into the woman's pussy, and then then the uterus came back down, like running away from the dead dog that we shoved up into the woman's nose. It's just, but they would do that kind of shit. It was like a scent-based type of thing. So
That's
it's like,
fucking funny.
oh my god, isn't that fucking funny?
Chasing that uterine around.
Yeah, so they thought it would like chase it back down to where it was supposed to be. Holy crap. So,
Yeah.
so like I said, now you mentioned Galen earlier, and that's who we're going to be talking about now.
Okay.
So Galen,
a great man, wrote a lot of fucking shit that wasn't true. He did have some kind of scientific thinking sometimes. They used him all throughout the fucking Middle Ages. They quoted him as if he was an ancient great, and he was an authority. An authority. That's the thing. Never fucking worry about authority.
well, you should.
Authorities were always wrong, fucking, as time goes on.
That was the nice thing, and like I said,
Yeah.
that was the thing that I liked about the Enlightenment, was
Yeah.
that prior to the Enlightenment, there was a thing where if an authority like Galen said it, then obviously it must be true and we can't question it. No one tested it or nothing.
No.
But the scientific method was brought about. It's like, well, let's test this shit and see if this really turns out the way they said.
Didn't work.
And then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like you can't just take somebody's word for it.
Yeah, because they lived a long time ago.
Right.
And because they wrote a book. And that they were cool.
I mean, any bitch
cool.
can write a book. Yeah, and it's
Galen
like
was cool.
he probably was right about some shit.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he would write
Within the context of the times, sure.
Galen was almost destined to survive over the years through history because he wrote every fucking day. He had a lot of material. So therefore, it would survive because there was just so much of it written. And because it wasn't real controversial in terms of Christianity, his shit was not eliminated. So he was
Like a lot of shit was.
Like a lot of shit was. So he was kept around. Galen was an authority, but he wasn't correct. He was incorrect about a lot of shit.
Yeah.
He did have some sound thinking on certain things, like wash your hands, keep everything clean before you cut into a
Which
body.
seems like common sense, but not so much, because it took pretty much until like the late Victorian era before they figured that shit out.
Yeah.
Again.
So he wasn't wrong all the time. He was a smart guy.
Yeah.
Not shitting on Galen. It's just that Galen was wrong about a lot of stuff. It didn't stand the test of time. And there's no proof that Galen was the end all to be all of the Roman period. There may have been better guys around, but they didn't survive because they said something that wasn't politically correct.
That's what I'm saying. Well, if you said something that was like against like the later
church.
Christian church, they
Right.
would have burned it,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't have survived. So we
Right.
don't know if that's like the best example. That's just what survived.
I think
that's
it-
kind of like a good point.
I think it wasn't. I think he was just the one
Because
that was,
not everyone back then was idiots. I mean,
Right.
some people did actually have some. I've read some shit from back then that seems like pretty modern.
Yeah.
But if you said something that was a little too,
There are Roman writings that have kind of survived. They were kind of on the periphery, where educated people are saying things that basically mean that they know people evolved from nothing and that the gods didn't exist. And the church was not going to allow that. That shit was kind of... The shit that they were talking about was erased. But there are a lot of fucking things that have survived where, where guys have said, and we know that Mount Olympus doesn't really have gods on it. And we know that, blah, 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 blah. So therefore, we're just believing what we were told.
well, some of those writings do survive. Go read a book called Freethinkers by Susan Jacoby, which came out like several years ago. And she kind of goes way back to the ancient times and all the... It's basically a history of atheism.
Yeah.
And she goes back to like the ancient times, all the surviving writers. And some of the people from like the ancient times sound pretty much like people
Modern.
nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that those
Yeah.
writings survived.
My understanding of the situation, just based on memory of everything that I've collected over the years, is that educated Romans at the height of their civilization believed we evolved through a natural process, and that the gods were tradition, that they weren't things that actually existed on Mount Olympus, and that religion was superstition. But they obeyed those things because they held Roman society together. Very modern concept.
Yeah.
To follow a religion that you know is not true because it holds society together.
Well, and they probably didn't want to get in trouble either.
That too. But it supported their government and their ruling class. So you had to believe in certain religions, at least at certain times.
Victor says they should have put cheese under the vagina and watch the uterus reach out and grab the cheese.
I'm going to get another bag.
We'll bring in another couple bottles because I'll probably finish that. Yeah, it's like I think my uterus might like reach out of there for like a cupcake or something. You know what I mean? If they knew what they were doing. So yeah, so let's talk about Galen. This is from like the 2nd century BCE. Because prior to this, like a lot of the wandering womb kind of stuff, obviously most of the women that they accused of having this were, of course, childless women because, you know, their uteri were sad because they didn't have babies in them at all times. So they were going out and wandering around. Where are the babies? Where's the penis? I don't know. I need to go out and find it. So it was that kind of thing. But Galen, for his part, I don't know if this is, good or bad, but he not so much focused on the childless as focusing on widows, you know, people whose, women whose husbands had died. And this is a quote. Previously, particularly those who previously menstruated regularly, had been pregnant and were eager to have intercourse, but were now deprived of all this because their husbands were dead. So he's basically talking about older women who were still menstruating or postmenopausal, but their husbands were dead, so they weren't, supposedly having sex anymore. So those were the women that were most susceptible to these types of hysteria.
What you doing, Pookie Pants?
So, you know. Galen, for his part, didn't actually think that the womb could move around. So that was something.
Yeah, he was probably like, oh, that's bullshit.
But he still did the scent therapy thing. Like, we're going to put good smelling stuff down by the cooch and then bad smelling stuff up by the nose. So we're like,
we'll keep that shit balanced.
We'll keep it all balanced.
Yeah, that's their version of HRT.
Yeah, because that was like the humors. That was a thing. And he also prescribed women that were having problems with hysteria to have more sex. So, you know.
That would actually work.
That probably didn't hurt. I mean, it would depend on the problem,
She's like,
obviously.
get up on that bitch and just start riding it. You'll feel so much better.
Also, he advocated, and this probably helped also, and we're going to get into this a little bit when we talk about the Victorian era, because that's super fun. But also prescribed rubbing ointments to the external genitalia.
Yeah.
So, you know, rubbing some Vaseline on the clit.
Just keep rubbing and rubbing and just keep rubbing and rubbing.
Yeah.
Until some magic happens.
That'll solve everything.
Yeah.
And it probably did solve some things.
Yeah.
Although he did say that men shouldn't do this, midwives should do this. Because that's like women shit and it's gross.
Have some lesbo action. It'll be fine. It'll all work out. It'll all be worked out.
Well, like I said, ironically, or maybe unironically, that probably works pretty well. Because when we're like, all right, I'm into this.
She's like, you relax, baby.
And she probably, and the other woman is probably like, I know exactly what to do.
Yeah,
so, you know what I mean? And she's just like, oh my God, you're a miracle worker.
Probably a lot of relaxment. Yeah.
She's like, well, the husband didn't know what he was doing, but
I
no.
was asking what I'm drinking. Drinking Black Velvet, dude. Guinness Extra Stout with Angry Orchard hard apple cider.
Yeah.
It's called Black Velvet.
So it's beer and apple cider is basically what it is.
Hard cider. Hard apple cider.
Yeah.
Which is alcoholic apple cider.
Yeah.
It's good. It's called Black Velvet. Black velvet in a little boy's smile. Yeah. Black velvet in that slow southern style.
Yeah. Elena Miles.
Yeah.
That was maybe her one hit.
Yeah, I think so.
Did she have any more? I don't really know. That's the only one I remember. But it's like every time you say that, I always like think of that song.
Yeah.
So I guess that's something. There was some memorable shit. So yeah, there was also kind of a thing where a lot of ancient Greek philosophers, physicians, whatever, thought that because you were holding all this menstrual blood in your womb, that was a big problem. Because like I said, they didn't know how any of this shit worked. But Galen thought that, yeah, that's a problem, but not as big a problem as the retention of what he called female seed, as in they thought that women also had semen, but it was like a lot thinner and lamer than male semen.
They're talking about juice.
Yeah. Woman juice.
Woman juice.
But it's like man juice, but not as good.
Not as good. Yeah.
That's kind of like what their whole
weaker
thing
than
was.
it's weaker.
Yeah,
than
that's exactly what they were talking about.
Okay.
Also, they thought that hysteria was what they called the widow's disease.
Yeah.
Because the female semen, which doesn't exist in case you guys don't know, but they thought that if that was in there long enough, if you didn't have enough sex, that it would turn into like poison.
Yeah, it might kill you.
Right.
So that means we gotta fucking service. We gotta service these widows.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your husband died, so on those knees, bitch. Ass up, head down. That's probably the game some motherfucker played.
Oh, I'm sure.
How much on a bet? How much on a bet?
I'm sure.
Your husband's dead. You're here alone, so I'm gonna have to fuck you, or you'll die. That's fucking what. That sounds like some shit that some dude would come up with.
Oh, I'm sure.
And then he'd write that down. He'd codify it as a medical advice.
I'm a doctor.
I'm a doctor. Okay, I'm a doctor. It's
2,000 years ago. Who doesn't know what he's talking about?
It's time for me to spread this fucking intellectual knowledge to you men who are also doctors. We have to start fucking these widows.
For their own good.
For their own good. We're going to save some lives, all right? We're going to save some... Our medical technology is saving the lives of these bitches.
Like I said, it's funny, but it's also like really, really sad. Because can you imagine, I mean, I don't know if you can, but I can.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being a woman back then? It's like you wouldn't have any, like, what the fuck would you do? It's just kind of like you're just at the mercy
just imagine,
of all these idiots.
Imagine like tribal Pakistan or Afghanistan. That's where this is happening.
Holy crap.
Basically. You know.
Like I said, you're at the mercy of a bunch of idiots, and there's like nothing you can do about it. They're gonna like fucking cut your head off or put you in an asylum.
The shit might have worked out though. Who knows? Maybe you had a cute doctor and your husband died, so this is the only dick you gonna get, bitch. That's the idea.
Oh, I'm sure some of the women were probably
like,
all right,
you hit it. He's
fair
back
enough.
there and he's riding that shit. Fucking. Yeah, he's riding it.
Yeah,
high.
you're curing me.
Yeah, I'm curing the shit out of this. Yeah, so it might have been that too. You know what I mean? And then
I'm
he's
sure
like,
that was like, yeah.
And that would be fucking $1.99 rupees. You know?
Or whatever it was.
Or whatever that shit was. Okay.
Tammy says, so if women had semen, could we impregnate other women? See, I don't think they thought about it that far.
But can you impregnate a man? That's the real question.
Oh, I would like that to happen. See, I don't think they thought about it to that great extent. Like I said, they weren't really allowed to do any. They weren't allowed to, cut up like dead bodies, like particularly like women's dead bodies, and they weren't really allowed to examine living women either. So I don't really think they knew a lot about what was going on. So I don't know if they actually like thought about it to that extent, because basically what they were saying was that, well, women are like men, but not as good.
Yeah.
Like, so you have all the same shit that men have. You have a penis, but it's like not as good. You have semen, but it's not as good. You have like these other lesser.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way they looked at it.
Sess just showed up to the show from Australia. Me and Sess have been talking today. I was showing her fucking pictures of female bodybuilders, and we were talking about anabolics and all kinds of shit, and who's on the sauce and who isn't on the sauce. Fucking, we had a good conversation today. It was fun. We were also talking about all kinds of other shit, but I ain't gonna talk about it on the phone. Politics. We were talking about politics, talking about Alex Jones. We were talking about everything. But it's mostly about anabolics, from what I remember.
Victor says, maybe even impregnate themselves. Yeah, see, you would think.
Yeah, could a woman impregnate themselves?
Right. Like, you would think that would be, like, nowadays, now that we know how shit works, that would be, like, a natural, endpoint. That's what you would think of. But I think back then they didn't really think about it that far in advance.
All right. Now, let me take you guys into another realm here a little bit.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
All right. This same culture is... These same types of cultures are the same cultures that all believed in virgin births.
That's true.
So it all kind of starts making sense. Their knowledge they had a very bad sex education knowledge. You know,
that's a little bit of an understatement.
They're not really sure of how things work.
Like I said, they're the uterus that they drew. Like, I saw some of the sketches that they drew, like, back in the ancient times that survived.
Yeah.
Basically, it looks like a dick, but with a couple chambers on the outside for babies.
Yeah.
So, which is, if you're playing along, not at all what a uterus looks like.
Yeah. So, people who believe in this kind of stuff are also very prone to believing the ideas that spirits can impregnate people. Good and evil spirits can impregnate, because they don't really know what impregnation is.
It's a mystery.
It's kind of a mystery. Yeah.
Do you want to know one of my very favorite, let's call it a medical misconception from back in the day, was the idea that before they knew that women had eggs like other mammals, they thought that, well, at least some segment of the scientific community thought that men's sperm had tiny little people in the heads of the sperm called homunculi.
Yeah, that's right. The homunculi can jump out at any time and be a little man.
Because they couldn't have it, so, like, the woman couldn't contribute in any way. They were just like an incubator, essentially. Yeah. So it's like the whole entire person that was going to be born was already fully formed inside the man's jizz. Yeah. Inside the little sperm cell. He was fully formed in there, and he just had to go into the woman's little oven and get bigger. Yeah. And then pop out.
Yeah, in like the 7 Voyages of Sinbad, they had the homunculi, the little fucking things, and Tom Baker could make that bitch, and it jumps out with wings and shit. Yeah. She was around for a long time, man.
I mean, from my point of view, that's, like, very, very funny. It's very funny that for all this time, like, thousands of years, women have been, like, having you bitches babies. And it's like, somehow it's like, well, you all don't even contribute. You're just this thing that has this, like, womb that it can grow up in, but we have all of it in our dicks. Yeah. And it just grows up.
Sandra goes, oh, God.
You don't really contribute anything to it.
Sandra goes, gosh, you really don't want to swallow that. Oh, hell no. Swallow.
What if you did? They'd be like being people, and they'd be like busting out of your stomach and be like a David Cronenberg
No,
movie.
You're looking at it more positively. What that's genocide. You're now digesting and murdering millions of little people.
Do you know that I wrote a short story like that? Yeah. That was called Homunculus. Yeah. Go read it. It's in one of my short story collections.
Yeah, you're like a cannibal.
I wrote a story where I took that concept to its logical conclusion.
If you swallow, you're a fucking cannibal. Yeah. And a Hitler. It's like fucking. It's like the Holocaust up in that belly. Just
Mango says the end of my cock has little mangoes ready to pop out. Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's just. I don't know. I don't know. This is just all very funny to me. It's like funny, but it's also like fucked up, but it's funny also.
Yeah. Well, there are misconceptions.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what people believed back then was a fucking trip.
But the thing about it though is that I understand why they're misconceptions, and I understand the thinking that led to those misconceptions, and then it's funny, but it's also like kind of depressing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they lived like that.
I guess so.
Just think, you lived in that world, and then you fucking interacted with other people with those kind of ideas and made judgments on other people based on
That's
these
also
misconceptions.
funny and depressing at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine like dudes like with
Yeah.
big beards and togas or
Yeah,
whatever.
going, well, this
they're
bitch
having very
crazy.
serious discussions
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
little tiny people living inside like the
Yeah.
head
Let
of your
us-
sperm and shit like that.
Let us consult the authorities.
And we have to put like some
fucking-
lavender smell
Yeah,
like
yeah,
right
yeah.
down by the cooch so
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like the uterus can come to like the wandering womb comes down. It's like
Yeah.
that's very, very
Your
funny.
Honor, we have come to the conclusion that this bitch be crazy. And
Yeah.
we have to fucking like lock her up for eternity to save ourselves from these little creatures that are inside of her and this womb that wanders and wanders around. Bitch is crazy. Okay. Boom. Yeah. Lock her up.
Yeah.
Think of
well,
that.
I kind of feel like for thousands of years, men had this weird conception that like women, like I said, we were like some alien species.
You're possessed. Possessed by
Well,
pussy.
that was the next thing I was going to get into because as we go into the Middle Ages,
it gets worse.
You get pretty much.
It gets worse.
Well,
yeah.
you get into the thing where because Christianity starts to take hold, you get the whole thing of Eve, original sin. Eve's to blame for everything because she was the dumbass that ate the apple. She gave it to So you have that whole thing like women are to blame for everything always.
Right. Which let me stop something now. I'll go back to fucking Dr. Robert Price, who's been a fucking guest on the show. Okay, who's a great mythicist, and now they're doing Myth Vision podcast. Him and some other guys have gotten involved, and there's a lot of more mythicists involved. The Christians in the old Christian church, and with their ideas about Genesis and Adam and Eve, were modern interpretations of an ancient story that had been edited a lot. That's not what the story says, and that's not what it means. It's just what the ancient Christians believed it said. Okay? Eve and the serpent and everything has nothing to do with anything else, okay? The serpent was Asherah at one time, which was the fucking wife of... Basically, you're talking about Hera, okay, who was the wife of Zeus. El Shaddai is the father of the gods. He had a wife named Asherah at one time. But they didn't want that because they had changed the religion into a monotheistic religion, and they turned Asherah into a serpent to make her not a god. Because they only wanted one god, not a god and his wife. And
Well,
then
that
all his
happened to a
children.
lot of the pagan
They're
gods. They
trying-
made them all like demons. or
Yeah,
whatever.
they're trying to make it so there's only one god and everything else is some kind of a demon or an angel. So the whole thing about the original sin, that was not the original intent of that story at all. But by the time the medievals got a hold of that story, it had mutated a lot, and they're reading into it. They're blaming women for Eve's so-called original sin, which of course is a great injustice because that's not really what the original story was about.
Well, and the shitty thing about it too is that not only did this extend to, the persecution of women in general, but also it was kind of like a widespread belief that you should not alleviate women's pain in menstruation or childbirth because that was their lot in life.
Yeah, they deserve it.
They
because of what
deserve
happened.
it because they were made to suffer.
Right.
So women for centuries in childbirth and stuff, even though their pain could have been alleviated with whatever thing, that was not allowed
Right.
because they were supposed to
Right.
be in
And
pain.
quite a shame because that was not the original intent of the story. That was shit that was written into it later through edits, and that was kind of the gestalt of the culture of the time already, that women were kind of like not the good ones. The men were the good ones, that really you wanted to be looking at men. You didn't want to be lusting after women. Women were kind of forbidden. Really, the story of Adam and Eve is the story of Prometheus. It's that story. Women, the original concept is that women had encouraged men to have knowledge. Okay, that's what it was. And God didn't like that.
God doesn't want anybody knowing shit.
No, don't do it that way.
What?
Let me slide it in there. Give it to me. You're gonna make a nothing but foam. They don't have that born.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
He doesn't
No,
let. He doesn't
well,
let
she
me
was
do
just gonna
anything.
pour that shit straight in there like an asshole. Remember, like poured it in like an asshole.
I was gonna pour it like really slow.
Oh, okay. No. It's got to go down the side though. Go
It
ahead.
really doesn't. You can just.
It does.
You can do it slow and it's
Okay,
fine.
go ahead. Go put the other one in.
I've done it many times.
Okay, I'm gonna let you handle it then.
You're fine.
Okay, fine.
Please stop. Please stop. Tom's planning.
I'm Tom Splana. Okay, yeah, you can do it like that.
Yeah, I know.
All right, I thought you were just gonna dump that shit.
No.
All right.
Please let me do things. Oh my.
See,
Oh my God.
Listen to it. Well, let me do that.
I knew this was gonna
Let me
like
do that.
turn out of this show. He doesn't let me do anything by
What are
myself.
you talking about? No, I'm just watching out.
Yesterday,
for you. I'm watching out.
Yesterday, we we were making the crab salad, right?
For you. Yeah.
He cuts up most of the celery, and he's like, "But we had it all like in a big Ziploc bag or whatever." And there was like a little bit of it left on the cutting board.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Put the rest of that in the bag." And I went to do that, and he's, "No, put it in there with your hand." I'm like, "Dude, there's like this much of it left. I can. It's fine.
Okay.
I can do it.
All right.
I can do it."
All right. So what I was getting at, people, is that a lot of this shit comes from misunderstandings of old books and cultural prejudices that have been handed down to them through that, basically through the Greco-Roman period and beyond. Even before that, they were like that. It sounds weird to say it today, but Western culture was heavily rooted in a practice called pedestry. You can look that up on Wikipedia. Is that women should be covered up and not looked at. They're not sexual items. That's fucking, bad. The focus was on men and boys. Just the way it was.
Well, like you said, I think there's this weird perception, which still persists to a degree today. Not the way it was, but women are either saintly, because you can have babies, you're continuing the species. That's the ideal. If you're not doing that, then you're just a dirty whore.
Yeah, that was later though. I think that was later.
I don't
know. The
know.
whole saintly thing, I think, came later. That was more like the Roman
Well, yeah, that was
period.
more, yeah, that,
Roman
well,
period.
like I said, but I kind of feel
Vestal
like there's
virgins.
always, there was always this
Yeah.
dichotomy.
Yeah.
And honestly, and stemming from the medieval period and probably earlier, because Christianity, had a big thing to do with this, but, shit going wrong, blaming the woman for shit. Yeah, that was kind of that.
Well,
that was,
the
that was
Roman
that.
period, I would say the Roman period started to open up the idea that women should be involved in daily life. And so they were kind of progressive, I guess you could say at the time. They were like, hey, you know what?
Well, in the context of the time.
In the
sure.
context of the time, they're like, you know what? Fucking women do have their own powers. Women are viable. Women are beautiful. They started to fucking recognize
Also,
that.
our brains work,
Yeah. Well, a lot. Okay, there were a lot. There were a lot of the Roman emperors, the ones that were very successful. The histories that are handed down to us say that they were fucking good with women and that women helped them. All right, that includes Julius Caesar. That rich women helped them. That liked them. So, Roman history recognized that traditional thinking, like from the Greeks, was kind of outdated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It took time.
It did. And like I said, it's, it's a bummer because, like I said, think of all those millions and millions of women that had to, like, fucking suffer out of that stuff because they thought, because people tended to believe that you didn't have the same, like, capacities as men. Like, you couldn't think the same or you couldn't. And honestly, I kind of feel like, particularly going into the Victorian era, which we'll get into in a bit, but it's like, I think the reason that a lot of women maybe acted the way they acted, although, like I said, it's kind of hard to say because
Environment.
was environment.
Yeah.
Because if you are a woman with normal intellect and you are put into a situation where you are restricted
Right.
in every single way,
Yeah.
you're not really encouraged to read, or you can't have a job, you can't have your own money, you can't have this, that, and the other. It's like you'd go a little crazy too. Most people would. men included.
There was one of the Roman emperors that got in power and ended up leaving his own wife, who was like an arranged marriage from a long time ago, for another woman who was basically a famous hooker, like a porn star of the time, a celebrity, but for her beauty, and she sold sex. But she was also evidently extremely intelligent and did all kinds of like read poetry, and everybody liked her. Maybe somebody in the comment section might know which emperor it was I was talking about. But he made her empress, and kind of like the intellectual people of the time didn't approve of it, but the common people did. They're like, oh no, she's an awesome woman. So things were not clear cut.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, like I said, I've read a couple books that are like fascinating, by the way, about the Victorian era and about how, in a lot of ways, women that were in the sex trade, not so much street prostitutes, because that's shitty.
Talking about the fucking high-end
but kind of like your high-end, madams and stuff.
Yeah.
Actually had a lot more freedom than society women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
they had more money, too.
They had more money.
Yeah.
They could actually like run their own shit. They were not held to the same standards, so they could basically like flout all the rules, and no one would really do much of anything about it. So in a lot of ways, I kind of feel like they had a lot more freedom than quote unquote society women that were just like married into and had certain expectations like put upon them. So I kind of feel like it's kind of sad to say, but it's like back in those days when everything was like just so restricted, you really had to like go into fucking sex work, you know, or like run a brothel if you wanted any degree of freedom, because at least then you could have your own money, you could have independence, you could, you know, host, parlors at your house with like writers and artists and whatever, and you would have like the respect of men. Whereas if you're a wife, not so much. I kind of feel like there was, I don't know, there was like kind of a different thing going on. So as I said, wasn't great during the ancient times because of the whole wandering womb shit, even though it's a very funny image to me. Didn't get better in the Middle Ages, gotta say, because then any woman that acted in a way that somebody didn't like, pretty much you were possessed by a demon or you were a witch or whatever. So, you could get hung, burned, whatever. So, and there was kind of a thing, and we kind of got into this a little bit a few minutes ago. In medieval, like, kind of Christian thought, women were seen to be inherently weaker, less moral than men. So, by extension, they were more susceptible to demon possession, meaning they were more susceptible to, like, being witches, shit like that. So, any woman that was in any way unusual, whether they chose to remain single, whether they were old women, whether they acted a little bit weird or anything, that was going to be evidence that they were possessed and therefore needed to be dealt with in that context. So, All right. So, did you let her out?
Yeah, I let her out. The rat went to the restroom.
Okay.
She went out front. She decided, do I want to go out the back? And she said, no, I don't want to go. I want to go out the front.
She's going to sit on the front porch.
Yeah.
She better just sit there on the front
porch. She's right.
But yeah, so we were talking about, we've done a show about like the Salem witch trials and stuff like that. You guys know. Pretty much anything, women were seen as more susceptible to demon possession. So because of their, it's really weird because I kind of feel like throughout history, women have been seen at varying times and sometimes at the same time, which, like I said, kind of feeds into my whole, like, women can't win no matter what they do type of narrative, is that you could either be super, super, like, sinful and animalistic, like, we're just, like, degenerate and, like, more susceptible to demon possession, or we're, like, super, I don't know, like angelic and like put up on a pedestal and kind of stuff. Like I said, it's that whole Madonna horror complex. It's like very, very bizarre. It's almost kind of like, I don't know. I kind of feel like a lot of the problem stems from not being seen as like fully human for a long time, in the same way that men are seen as fully human. You're only seen as like one thing or another. No, I'm just saying for a long time, women were only seen as one thing or another. You were either seen as like this saintly mother-wife figure, or you were seen as like a dirty whore. There wasn't really any in between.
I don't think they had anything to do with being seen as human, though. I think they thought they were human, but being human didn't mean much back then. It was a status-oriented society.
Well, like I said, it's othering is what it is. It's othering.
Well, that's just the way it was. I mean, they it was a fucking society ruled by brute force.
Tammy says, well, if your womb is out wandering, there's a big old empty space for the demon to just crawl into. They probably thought of that, too, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Your womb crawls out your body at night. I can't imagine that. Sorry, I just thought of that King Missile song, Detachable Penis. I don't know why.
I mean, there wasn't really much in education, and the education that they did
obviously
was just wrong, and you know what I mean? And it was mostly just, like I said, about brute force, and they didn't really know what the facts were, so it's very easy to make errors. The idea that women weren't human, I'd say no. I'd say that they were human, but they didn't give a shit who was human. I mean, these are the same people that killed a bunch of people. They enslaved people. Being a human was not a saving grace. Matter of fact, they were probably more likely to fuck you up because you were a human.
But I mean that in the sense
conflict with each other.
I mean that in the sense that you other someone who is not like you. That's what I meant. In the sense that you're not seeing that person as the same as you are. Because I kind of feel like for a long time, men did not see women as the same as they were, which they are.
Yeah,
they didn't see that their brains operated the same. They didn't see that there wasn't that much difference. They didn't really see that. They saw that. Yeah. So that's what I mean when I say it's like dehumanizing. I mean that they didn't see them in the same way that they saw themselves. That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It's about status.
Your mullet's kind of crooked.
I know, it's all fucked up. I'm gonna fix it. Shit.
Wait.
How's that shit working?
What the hell are you even
shit
doing?
On sideways?
Yeah, it was sideways.
Sideways? Okay.
Are you really that drunk?
No, I'm not that drunk.
Yeah, you must be.
Okay, got it.
That's the back there.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go.
It was like, it wasn't even business in the front, party in the back. It was business on one side, something or other on the other side.
I'm ready to fucking train my tigers, man. This is like a Tiger King style fucking...
Are you?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go ahead and finish. Look at all the shit we got to do. Come on.
I know. Well, like I said, you keep talking.
I'm not talking.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
You're talking about your fucking wig. So, like I said, for a long time, even during the 16th and 17th centuries, they still believed in humors. You know, so you had to balance the humors. Yeah. You had the four. What were the four humors? Bile, blood, and a couple other things. So that was kind of the only way you could like retain your psychological fitness was by balancing that shit. And obviously, women had their shit was all fucked up. Also, because we had periods, you had all that menstrual blood in your uterus, and that was fucking everything up. You have your balance.
In there, it comes out every now and then. Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck is that all about?
Yeah,
Don't trust anything that bleeds for 3 days and doesn't die. Yeah, I've heard that one. But you know, okay. Like I said, I would love to see like some men go through that for 30, 40 years.
Oh, stop.
And see how that goes. See how fun that is. But yeah, you know what I mean. So I kind of feel like wandering womb, maybe not as much in the Middle Ages, but it was still kind of a thing. You know what I'm saying? So they thought that the womb could still like wander around in the sense that it wasn't like popping out your pussy or nothing like that, but it was like still pushing on your other organs.
Yeah.
So like if you had trouble breathing, it was like, oh, your womb's like pushing on your lungs. And it was like doing that kind of shit.
Pussy could fucking just travel around and fuck with everything. You're sitting there dying
I
of
can't
cancer.
get past that. I can't get past it.
You're sitting there dying of cancer, and it's because your pussy's fucking jumped
Right.
up and fucking starts sitting. It's eating your
And
pussy,
the poor woman
your
is
pussy's
laying
eating
there
your
like
lung.
going, bitch, it's
Yeah.
cancer. My womb's not what. Seriously, please fix
It is
it.
hilarious when you think about it.
I mean, it's sad, but it's like funny also.
It was a long time ago.
I know.
Yeah.
But like I said, I kind of feel like I feel the pain of like every woman back then being like,
Yeah.
please, it's nothing to do with my womb. It's like I have cancer or I have tuberculosis or something. It's not my womb, I promise.
Actually, let me jump in this bitch. It was probably only the rich women that had to put up with this. The poor women probably had no explanation at all of what was going on. It was probably some doctor that would come into a rich woman's house and go, "Yeah, your pussy's freaking eating your lungs up." You're like, okay, thank you. Here's your money.
My pussy's eating my lungs.
Yeah,
I hate when that happens.
You hate when that happens.
I do.
That's what's really happening.
Yeah.
The fucking girl out there fucking cutting wheat and working for a living. She's like, "You're dying. We don't know what it is."
Well, and I kind of
So,
feel like
yeah.
maybe, and I'm not saying it's like good to be poor because it never has been ever in the history of the universe.
Well, maybe back then.
But maybe back then it might have been slightly better because at least then you could go to like some woman that was kind of like had some herbs and shit that could
Yeah.
maybe like alleviate the pain a little bit.
Yeah. Well, back in those days.
Before she got hanged or burned at the stake or
Well,
whatever.
I think it would depend on where you are. Chances are some old woman goes, "Oh, yeah, that shit always happens. Don't worry about it. Here, drink that."
Here, give me this
Yeah.
tea or something
Probably
like
what it
that.
was, yeah.
Which hopefully,
That's probably what most of them live like.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah.
But like I said, before this old woman got like burned at the stake, because that was exactly the type of woman that got burned at the stake. Back then.
Yeah, later on.
Now, even though from the ancients and stuff, some of them said that, well, you know, because Christianity, you weren't really supposed to masturbate, right?
That's what they said.
Well, I know. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying that, like, even though some of the ancients, like I said, it was kind of like a mixed message because some of the ancients said, well, you should have more sex to alleviate this, whatever that is
Right.
that you're having. And some was like, no, you should, like, not have sex ever. So it's kind of like, like I said, you couldn't win. But in the medieval period, masturbation, I feel like, wasn't really talked about all that much. I'm not saying people didn't do it. Obviously, they probably did. But no one was, it was kind of like taboo to, like, talk about that.
What I read from direct fucking comments from the 1500s is that the church fucking elders were pissed off that everybody was having sex and children out of wedlock. And all this fucking weird sex was going on, and they didn't care what the church said. So I think it always depended on when and where. And I think that might have been England at that time. That the church would admonish them for shit, but it had been going on for a long time. They were fucking wild. They seemed to only care about what rich people did, not what poor
Well, that
people
was
did.
what got recorded.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest
Yeah.
with you, it's like no one ever cares what peasants are
No,
doing
they
because
didn't
they're
seem to care.
peasants.
It was the rich people that they worried about because they had money and they had status. So they were worried about what they were doing, depending on where you were and at what time.
So
I've read
probably,
some
in
weird
some ways,
shit.
like I said, it's not good to be poor ever. But back in
Yeah.
those days,
It might have been better.
it might have been slightly better. You wouldn't have had like all
There
the
was
bullshit.
one fucking weird thing that I read a long time ago, back in the 90s, where this is based on fucking I think it was some British law. A dude got accused of having sex with a cow.
Okay.
Okay. He said it wasn't his fault that the cow had seduced him, so they hung the cow. And then
Yeah, that happened a lot.
yeah,
back
it was
then.
shit like that. And then they told him that he had to pray a certain amount and it would be all right. That it just that cow pussy kept calling him. You know what I mean?
And he couldn't help
He
it.
couldn't. Yeah, the cow seduced him. So there was weird shit like that would happen.
They did actually. This is fucked
yeah.
up, but they did actually used to execute animals.
They execute the animals
Like
for
pigs,
seducing
cows.
the man. You know,
for
which-
various things, but
Yeah.
for that too.
You're not dealing with a rational people, okay? You're not dealing with rational people. It was just a long, long time ago, you know. They're not.
Man,
they're not really
that
aware.
cow cooch was just like so hot.
Yeah.
How could I be expected to resist such a thing?
Yeah, it couldn't. Shit looked
Look at
just
it.
like
It was mooing at me.
It was right there. It was right there. Just wait. You know, put the fucking. It called me.
And the poor
sucking
cow
it
was
in.
probably just like,
Cow was like, what the fuck is going on?
what the fuck is going on, man?
Yeah,
What are
right.
you
What are
doing?
you doing?
Get off me.
And that was like some court records. They mentioned it in no damn book.
Yeah. I remember reading a lot about
There was
that.
a lot
where,
of shit like that.
Yeah.
that
Where they did actually like blame the animal, which,
Yeah.
you know,
In
of
that
course
same-
they would.
In that same book, they were talking about how paternity and shit, paternity suits. You have a peasant girl who comes up pregnant, and somebody's got to fucking pay for this child. And the dude who employs her is being accused, but he's like, I don't know this girl. I've never even seen this girl. And he had proof that he was never around where she was, but they want him to pay for her child for some reason because he's her boss. You know, and he's like, no. And then there's a bunch of evidence saying that her boyfriend did it. And they're like, well, no, it couldn't have been him. You know what I mean? They're not married. So there's all kinds of fucking crazy. They were crazy. They didn't understand things. The church was involved.
Well, like I
The
said,
old
they were,
church.
they were a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah, they were
well,
dumb,
I
yeah.
mean, they couldn't help it, I
Yeah.
guess, but
Yeah.
that
They were
doesn't make
trying
it
to-
better. That doesn't make it better.
It had to do with traditions and superstitions and religious concepts and religious beliefs and shame. They were very confused.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah.
So, talking about confusion, here's another thing they were confused about.
Yeah.
Also, around the medieval period, they thought that male semen had healing properties.
It does. It does. If any of you girls doubt it, just come fucking hit me up. I'll fix that shit in a heartbeat.
I knew that was coming
Jenny will
as soon as I said that.
Jenny will pull the phone out and fucking record the whole goddamn thing. We'll put that shit on our OnlyFans.
Well, we can't anymore because
Yeah,
they,
OnlyFans
they,
is not-
they
yeah.
don't do porn
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah. Actually, they reversed that, from what I understand.
Well, like
They
I
were
said,
that-
that's kind of like their whole fan base, so I
Well-
don't understand why they would.
Well, they realized they were putting all these single mothers out of work. What
Well,
the
that
fuck are they
too.
doing?
It's like, look, all the sex workers were like, hey,
Yeah.
this is my platform. I'm
Yeah.
making money off this shit. Can you
Right.
not, like, fuck with my livelihood? But you know what I mean.
It's misogynist to not let them girls dildo themselves.
Honestly, like, okay, I know that there's
Yeah.
kind of like, but I'm a very I'm a feminist, but I'm a very sex positive feminist. If
Yeah.
you are choosing
Yeah, that's their cooch.
to make money that way,
That's their cooch. That's not your cooch. Let them fucking do what they want
fucking
with
do
it.
it. Good for you.
Let them do with their
Goddamn.
cooches what they want to do with their cooches to make
Yeah,
any
pretty
money.
much,
I don't
yeah.
give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. No decent person should give a shit. I don't know why.
Well, that's their body.
Why would? Yeah, it's theirs.
Like
Why-
I said, if they're not being
They're not hurting
coerced,
anybody.
or they're not hurting anybody.
they're not hurting anybody.
I have no problem with that at all.
I cannot
Not at all.
believe that the banks got involved with that. We can't have these young girls selling their pussy.
Well, Americans are very puritanical.
I don't know if that was an American thing. I think that was more of just a corporate thing. They thought they were liable for some girl selling.
It's not the 80s anymore.
Some girl selling pictures of her pussy. I don't
Most
really
people are pretty
understand that.
sex work positive nowadays. I
really
feel
understand
like
that
at least
shit.
most normal people are.
And-
Like I said, as long as
These
no
are the-
one's being coerced, I'm not into like human trafficking. That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Right.
But if you're a grown woman and you're like, hey,
Yeah,
I want to make money doing that,
Yeah.
why should anyone stop
And-
you? That's totally legitimate.
And what's weird is that these are the same banks that are posting these rainbow flags and shit, and they want to fucking.
Well, yeah, Victor said it was pressure on the banks from evangelical groups, which, yeah.
No,
believe-
that's probably just what they said.
No, I believe that.
I don't believe so because
I believe
evangelical groups don't have any fucking sway at all.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, they don't.
What country do you live
They
in?
don't. They don't know. This is not the 1980s anymore. They have no sway. I think it was something else. That's the excuse that they're giving.
I mean, honestly, like I said, as long as you legitimately come to that, that's your choice. You're a grown person. If you want to make money, sex work, doing like fucking web shows, and just do it.
I think I know what the.
I will not judge you.
I
I'm
think-
just like, that's a totally legitimate way
I
to
think
make
I
money.
know what the real reason was. They didn't have the AI capabilities to fucking sort out who was underage and who wasn't. That's what they're worried about. Doesn't have anything to do with the evangelical.
Well, yeah, I get that, but
That's all it was.
yeah, that's fucked up.
And then they
If
come
there's
out and
somebody
go,
that's underage, but
yeah, that's what they were worried about.
What
all this, well,
percentage-
the evangelicals, they don't give a fuck about what those evangelicals said. Nobody has given a fuck about what they said since the 90s. What it was is they were afraid of coming down with, oh, that bitch is only 17. That's what they were worried about.
Which, yeah. Well, I get
Yeah.
that. But like I said...
Because it's hard to tell. It can
It
be
is.
the difference of months. You know what I mean?
But if it's only
And-
like months difference, I'm not really gonna...
Yeah, the thing is, though, is what they're doing is they're using artificial intelligence and facial recognition to try to weed out fucking kiddie porn. All right. The big difference between fucking what kiddie porn would look like by an AI program and what somebody who's 17 would look like. And then in certain U.S. states, 17 would be legal to do it. It's just that there's a federal law about 18. Okay, about selling it at a national level. There's a lot of little fucking things. Some states don't give a shit if you're above the age of consent, whether or not you're taking pictures of yourself.
Well,
It's the
Victor
federal
says
level.
they weren't banning nudity, which they don't. They actually don't ban nudity.
was sex.
It's just, yeah.
And
They don't want to
penetration.
like porn in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, penetration.
Somebody named Tom's dad
Yeah.
said, Thomas, I want some turkey necks.
Bitch, I'm fresh out of turkey necks, man. I was gonna buy a fucking sit-down freezer, man. They got them on sale at fucking.
Although it's only a couple months till Thanksgiving. I'm excited about
They had look, we got a whole bunch of money. How much money?
Oh
is
my
that?
God.
Got a goddamn mango. Fucking sent us $100.
Seriously, how drunk are you right
That
now?
motherfucker's loaded.
Like, I'm drunk
He
right...
never sends us money anyway, does he?
Are you gonna like... Well, yeah,
He
but...
says, okay.
Are you gonna like tomorrow be like, holy shit, I
Yeah,
sent this
dude,
bitch
you're
as
gonna
100
regret that
pounds?
shit. How much? We
It's
didn't get
100
any
pounds.
damn super chats today anyway. So he's
We got some.
got
Zach
some.
sent us some.
that's
Where's
right,
Sonder
that's
gone? B can F off. Okay.
okay. Yeah.
Love to the chat and 13
B
o'clock.
can fuck off
hardcore.
when he do something bad. I haven't
I
been
don't-
watching.
I don't know.
I really haven't been watching.
Well, I read the chat,
Thank you
but
very much.
I have
Thank-
notes over here, so I'm kind of like
Thank
going
you
back
very
and
much.
forth.
Thank you very much, fucking Mango. You the man.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Seriously, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Don't like... hopefully
That's the
tomorrow you
biggest
don't...
super chat we've had.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Hopefully tomorrow you don't wake up and go, oh my God, what the fuck did I do? Because I know that feeling. What the fuck did I do last night?
Yeah.
Did I even like put the show on Instagram? This is the shit that I worry about. Because like I said, especially after like Wednesday show, because I got like super fucked up. And I was just like at the end of it, like I woke up at like 3 a.m. like the next day I'm like, did I put the show on Instagram? Did I fucking... So it's like I wake up in the middle of the night like...
Oh yeah,
thinking,
that wasn't
like,
$100. That was £100.
Well, yeah, that's what I said.
That's probably $120.
It is, yeah.
Maybe more.
Cesspy says Mango probably was meant to type in $10 instant regrets. Well, yeah, and we were watching...
My dad's trying to get me to talk about mermaids.
I was watching
Yeah.
Dan Bell,
Yeah.
a live stream, and a girl that was watching, and she super chatted him, what was it, $500?
It meant to be 50 though.
And she didn't mean to send him
Yeah.
$500. She meant to send him 50, and it's like she was freaking out. Like
Yeah.
she was trying to like...
He
I
returned
guess
it.
I think he did, like, after a time, but it's kind of like... Well, it's awkward because...
It took a month for him to fucking get the money.
Yeah, because when you send a super chat, you get the money late, like a month and a half later.
Yeah.
With the
Takes a long time.
Well, you get it with Google AdSense.
Yeah.
With all the ads and shit that you click on, it all comes at the same time, and it usually comes on the 21st of the month. So it's kind of like if somebody sends you a super chat and it's like way more than they intended to send, then you don't even get that money for like a month or two. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so it was like this big fucking drama. Oh my God. Yeah, it was this whole thing.
Thank you
So,
very much, Mango.
I mean,
Thank you very much.
seriously,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
I'm going to
It's-
put my fucking Elvis wig on.
For that?
Thank you very much.
So now we're talking about magical semen,
Yeah.
which I
Oh
would
shit,
have.
that's my French wig.
Well, that's good too.
No, gotta give it to Elvis. I want thank you very much. Mango, I want to tell you something, bro. Thank you very much for $100 super chat.
Look, your shit.
I'm for saying to you. Are you lonesome tonight? What else am I gonna sing for fucking Elvis? Whoa.
In the ghetto.
In the ghetto? Yeah. I sing In the Ghetto.
Yeah.
I can't remember In the Ghetto. I'm gonna sing fucking King Creole.
Okay.
You ready? Also, there's a man in New Orleans. He plays on the rock and roll, and he's a guitar man with a great big soul. He lays down a fucking what? I got him hung up. He lays down and thinks, what?
I'm just waiting for you to stop talking so I can get back to my fucking topic.
Okay. Okay.
So don't look to me to help
All
you.
right.
Victor says, if I ever sent you $500 by accident,
Yeah.
I would just use your house as an Airbnb until I felt like I had $500.
Bitch, you gotta try to move in the house for $500. Here comes another super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David June.
Thank you.
Not,
What did David
not
say?
as much as Mango.
No, that Go by the name of King Creole. Said it gone, jumping like a catfish on a pole. He said it gone, that slapping second King Creole. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Victor, you can stay in our house if you want. You don't have to send us $500.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be awesome if you send us $500,
Yeah.
but you don't have to send us $500. We'll put you up. We got a spare room. Just saying, if you're ever visiting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what was I talking about? Magical semen. So this is a funny ass topic, and you're not letting me talk
Drink
about
some
it.
of that drink.
Yeah, I
It's
have
just sitting there festering.
because I'm trying
Don't
to talk.
let it fester. Okay.
Don't let it fester like menstrual blood in the womb,
Yeah, it's like menstrual blood.
because it's gonna like
fester.
rot and get like
You never
maybe
know what
crazy
happens.
and stuff.
You never know what will
You
happen.
never know. You never know. So yeah, so for a time,
Hey man, is that pour that in there?
that's empty.
Okay.
So semen was supposed to have like I said, magical properties. So
It does.
does it?
Here comes more. It comes more. Victor says, Airbnb down payment.
Airbnb
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seriously, you can stay wherever you want. So we got a big house. We got spare rooms. But yeah. So where was I? So you're like fucking.
No, I'm not doing it. You're doing it.
You're throwing me off. So like I said, because in the Middle Ages, technically, masturbation was not. I kind of feel like male masturbation is kind of like always okay, but female masturbation, I kind of feel like maybe not okay.
Well, it wasn't mentioned.
Yeah, because no one like thought about it.
No, it wasn't mentioned.
No one thought that like girls would be into that kind of
Well,
shit.
the males
or
were
it's like,
doing that shit when nobody was watching. They weren't writing about it. They didn't want to mention that. And they're doing that, and then they're worried, are them girls doing something like that? We're gonna have to keep these bitches under control, because I know that shit was good. We can't have that shit. You know, this is childlike behavior
It
from
is.
grown people.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you know.
Everything is fucking mystified. You know what I'm talking about? Everything is fucking. They don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, no.
So, like I said, because technically women weren't allowed to jerk off, pat the pussy, whatever you want to call it, and semen was supposed to have magical properties, healing properties,
Yeah.
because, like I said, magic semen. And it was also believed that the womb would build up with fluid, and you
Yeah.
had to, like, swoosh it out of there
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
regular sexual intercourse.
Yeah.
So,
That's
you
what
know.
that's what they thought in Korea. That's why you could get a hand job like it was nothing, because the women were trained from an early age to believe that there's this fucking flow of fluids, you know what I mean, that has to be taken care of, and that men need to be milked on a regular basis. It's just part of business.
you gotta be milked.
You just gotta be milked on a part. Yeah.
Like
Get a
cat.
hand job for nothing.
Like a cat.
Yeah, I'm up in Seoul.
Put that in a bucket.
That's right.
Put it in a carton,
That's
sell
right.
that to the public.
I'm up there in fucking Seoul, Korea, or in fucking Itaewon, fucking Hooker Hill, and just get a hand job for fucking $15. It's all right for some hot chick. She's talking to you the whole time, like she's doing your hair.
Man, your semen is so it has healing properties. She's just doing
That's
this
no,
the
they
whole
didn't
time,
say that.
like
They're
a
just
shake
trying
weight.
to get it out of you.
No, that's what I would say.
Yeah, they're just trying to get it out of you.
Because
They're
I'm not good at that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
they're asking you, I'm not gonna talk, asking you what the most popular music is in America at the time and all that kind of shit. And they're just fucking jerking away at it.
So you like the Backstreet Boys?
And they're like, now I'm trying to explain to them what Skinny Puppy is, and they're like, what's industrial music? You know, fucking, never mind.
She's like, dude, stop talking. I'm
yeah.
busy right now.
Yeah, yeah.
My hand's getting
It's
sore.
just a job. It's just a job.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
It's just, it's funny because, like I said, when we get into the Victorian era, which is the fun part, I'm kind of like, there's something about that, like, which really amazes me. But yeah, so because, like I said, there was supposed to be this fluid buildup. If you didn't have enough sex with your husband, he wasn't like pumping enough like semen into you to fix everything that was wrong with you.
You gotta fuck these bitches.
Then you had to like go to, if you weren't married, so if you were too young to be married or you're too ugly to be married or whatever,
that's what happens.
or if you were old and your husband had died, you had to go to a midwife, and the midwife would essentially jerk you off.
Yeah.
But it was seen as like a medical thing, which, like I said, this kind of carried over into the Victorian era, which kind of led to the invention of the vibrator, so I can't be mad at it.
All these gays in there saying there's nothing magical about semen. We've been through gallons in my lifetime.
So much of it has gone into tissues
so fucking
over
fun.
the years.
Yeah.
There's nothing magical about it.
How did I attract all these men? Okay.
You wonder that.
I understand that.
I'm not
I don't
really sure.
understand
Maybe
it.
it's me. Maybe it's me attracting gay
You're
men.
attracting gay men? Maybe. I don't know what it is. It's
Gay
all
men-
good.
Gay men love
It's
me.
all good. Everybody's a fan.
And I love gay men in return.
Yeah. Well, we got I got a lot of gay friends from the fucking club and shit. Gay dudes are fucking hilarious. Well, not
See,
all of
Victor
them.
even said that. You didn't, Jenny did. Thank
Is
you.
that what it is? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because, like I said,
Gay dudes are fucking hilarious.
Jenny loves gay dudes.
Although I prefer to hang out with leather daddies. Fucking real macho gay men. Fucking, they're funny. It's not that they're funny. It's just that we're gonna have to get fucking Toby.
Thank you, Victor. It's definitely Jenny.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to get Toby on as a fucking guest. He wants to come work out with me. He wants to train.
We need to get
Yeah,
there
we get
like
him
one
on.
of these days.
Yeah, y'all would love fucking Toby. Toby's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, we love Toby.
Yeah.
How long have we been friends? A long time.
Oh, about 10 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So there's the thing. In the Middle Ages, you first see we have to remove the female seed because they still thought that there was like women had semen, but not as good as male semen. It wasn't like magical and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and also they have that gross ass menstrual blood that's all building up.
yeah,
We have these
yeah.
fluids that are building up inside this mysterious uterus that they have in there.
Yeah.
Ew, gross. And so we need to get that out to make them stop being crazy. So we need to do some genital manipulation. But because in the Middle Ages it wasn't acceptable for male doctors to do that, they would usually get midwives to do it. Like I said, I'm sure like the women were probably like fine with it because it's like, hey, we're having another lady come in here and like jerk me off rather than some man like
Yeah.
doing whatever it is that he does. So I'm sure that it was fine. But, you know, I'm just saying that it was like very, very funny. Now, as the Middle Ages kind of went on and more toward like the Age of Enlightenment, it got to a point where male doctors, shock horror, were actually able to work on female cadavers and were actually able to like work on female patients so they could actually for the first time
Learn some shit.
have some hands-on experience
Yeah.
of what the inside of a woman's body actually looked like because prior to that they had just kind of had to use their imaginations,
Yeah.
which is like really fucked up to think about. Hundreds and hundreds of years.
Well,
They
it
just
was
like
a philosophy-based culture.
sure.
It was just what the authorities said and what philosophy said, which is philosophy. Let's be honest, people. I fucking love philosophy. All right, I'm a big fan of fucking Friedrich Nietzsche. I even like fucking Arthur Schopenhauer. Philosophy is about dudes sitting around talking about shit. It's all conjecture. It's not actually seeing what the fucking real deal is. So I can understand why they were led astray.
We would
know,
just like for the
We would like
female
for it to be like
anatomy
this.
to
Right.
be like this,
Right.
and we will just choose to believe that.
Right. Female anatomy must and the female nature must conform to what we believe.
We're so mysterious.
Yeah. The rights and wrongs, the morality that we believe in, it must conform to that. Nothing conforms to morality. Nature is fucking nature is immoral.
It doesn't care about what you think.
Nature is fucking evil when you think about it.
It's not evil. It's indifferent.
It's just indifferent, which
It's
indifference
indifferent.
could be evil. It kills
Well,
all these pretty little creatures and selects something else that it wants. It's kind of like dog breeding. You fucking... A litter of puppies is fucking born. They're all pretty. But you know what? We want this one. The rest of them, we'll kill these and take them out of the gene pool. And we'll only breed dogs that look like this. And that's what nature's doing. Not really all that
Although
cool.
people kind of do that too.
People do it too. But not cool. But reality isn't about cool. And go ahead, Jim.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that... I mean, I'm not saying that that's something we should aspire to, because that is what they call the naturalistic fallacy. Yeah. But also you have to understand that nature does not care about you.
No, not at all. You come and go. You're temporary. You know,
so you just have to deal with that reality. That's all. I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's not. It's neither thing.
It's just what it is.
It's just indifferent. Nature is indifferent to you.
Yeah. And what you think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, you know, within those parameters, you can work within those parameters, but you just have to understand that reality. Victor says, I was attracted to Jenny when the show was still audio.
I know that. Yeah.
Because I have a sexy ass.
It's all good.
I have a sexy ass.
Victor's gay.
That's okay. Like Victor's I said, gay men love me.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You bitches.
What? Who's bitches?
Just all of them.
Everybody's bitches? I
gotta get something to drink. You want another one, or you gotta...
No, man, I still got, like... Okay. I got a shit ton
Get a couple more bottles. As soon as I'm out.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's not even gonna, like, survive to the end of the show. Seriously, I'm literally, like, less than a quarter of a way through my notes, even. I wanted to get to, like, fucking Nellie Bly, Frances Farmer, Rosemary Kennedy. I want to talk about all that shit. I'm still, like, in the fucking first part of the shit. So we were talking about, like, female semen, which, like I said, newsflash, doesn't exist, but they thought it did. So they thought we have to, like, jerk off these ladies every now and then to get all this excess fluid out of them because it's making them behave in a way that we don't like. So, you know what I mean? There's that whole kind of thing. Also, I kind of feel like, though, what happened at this time period was that for many centuries, particularly among the peasantry, if you want to call it that, you had midwives who were other women that knew about, women's childbirth, women's health, and they were kind of like, they weren't physicians in the sense that they'd been to, like, universities or whatever, but from experience, they knew how women worked. And so they kind of, like, as physicians kind of came more into the fore, I kind of feel like midwives were a little bit sidelined, perhaps. And if you've, like, read some accounts of the witchcraft trials, shit like that, a lot of women who were midwives were targeted because they knew about various herbs and whatever, painkillers, things that would induce abortion, things like that. And so they were specifically targeted by witch hunts, which is kind of a shame. Now, I specifically, I found this quote on Wikipedia, and I wanted to repeat this because this, like, made me laugh really hard. Even though, like I said, this is very funny to me, but it's also, like, very sad at the same time, like, depressing at the same time. So, here's this dude, what's his name? Arnaud de Villeneuve, who was a physician back in the Middle Ages. He says, and this is a quote, "With the help of God, I shall here concern myself with matters having to do with women, and since women are most of the time vicious animals, I shall in due course consider the bite of venomous animals." So he's going into medical practice studying women, and he's calling them vicious animals, which is precious, but also probably not super fun for his patients, just saying. And as I said, I guess the logical outcome of this thought process was, a little thing called the witch trials, where women were seen as morally degenerate, not as physically or mentally strong as men, so they were obviously much more susceptible to demonic possession. And, you got your whole, European witch trials way worse than ours, but you also have, like, the Salem witch trials, which you did a show about a little while back, where it was started by a bunch of teenage girls who basically faked some shit, which is like, oh my god, we're possessed by demons, blah blah blah, and got a bunch of people killed. So thanks, bitches. But just saying. But in a way, you can't entirely blame them because, like I said, for hundreds and hundreds of years, women were marginalized to a great extent. Like you said, they were excluded from public life. They were not allowed to read. They were not allowed to like kind of go out and engage in public
Hundreds,
life.
thousands.
Yeah, thousands of years.
Yeah.
In the same way that men were.
Yeah.
So in a lot of ways, if they chose to act out to get attention or get, just for something different for Christ's sake, you can't entirely blame them, even though the end result might have been not so great. Like I said, the teenage girls at the heart of the Salem witch trials, which you talked about on the show, those kids sucked. I'm not saying that, but you can kind of understand where they were coming from because those girls, they didn't really have any. I mean, what could you do? You were very, very constricted. So, if you were a certain type of personality, I can really, really see the temptation to just act fucking crazy. Because why wouldn't you? Everyone would pay attention to you. You wouldn't have the same rules wouldn't apply to you. And like I said, the rules were very strict and they were not really designed with you in mind. So I can see how that would be very attractive to act in that particular way, even if it, and then they might not have been thinking that far ahead that it was like gonna actually cause people to get fucking hanged and shit. But, they still suck. I'm not saying that, but maybe they weren't thinking about it. They were just teenagers, and I don't think they were thinking about it to that great degree.
It was another time.
Mm-hmm. Now, so like I said, after the kind of like witch panics subsided, going into the 18th century, you still had hysteria, and spoiler alert, but hysteria was still considered a mental illness up until the 1950s, which, if you're playing along, wasn't really that long ago. But so 18th century hysteria kind of like went from being a malady of like your wandering womb or your womb causing all your problems to maybe being caused by psychological issues. Not sure if this was entirely better. I guess it was better, but not really. So I will note, though, that in the 18th century, it was actually, did kind of come to the fore that it wasn't only women that suffered from hysteria, that men could suffer from it as well. Although in today's parlance, we would probably call it more like PTSD, because it kind of sort of came to be recognized that maybe this type of behavior was caused by trauma and not so much by biology, if that's making any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, not so much your womb wandering around, but what are you doing?
I don't know. Some of these wigs were yours, so I had to put them back.
Yeah, that's my wig.
2 of them were yours. Okay.
Why are you throwing my wigs around?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it.
Why are you doing?
Don't worry about nothing. I'm gonna put on my fucking French film director's
It's your
fucking
Roman
wig.
Polanski wig or whatever it is.
Yeah. I am now like a pedo inclined fucking French film director.
Okay.
Where is that shit?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me put the fucking. There you go.
All right. Can I go to the bathroom? Or are you gonna like talk?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll
Do you
talk.
want to play a commercial, or
Play a commercial.
are you gonna be ready to like get back to the shit? I don't trust you.
What do you mean you don't trust? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't trust you to fuck it up.
No. I'm gonna fuck it up. Put the fucking commercial on. We got a whole audience of people watching.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a commercial.
Well, she thinks I
And then
can't
there's-
handle this shit. Go ahead. What's the name of the commercial?
Strange Realities.
Strange Realities. Strange Realities.
Yeah. It's at the
Y'all want
bottom.
to see a strange reality? I'm gonna show y'all a strange reality. Let me put my glasses on. See, Jenny doesn't believe that I could take over on the damn captain's chair. Okay, where the fuck is this strange reality?
In 2019, the first Strange Realities Conference took place in Nashville, Tennessee. The pandemic and turmoil the following year could not stop 2020's conference from thriving in cyberspace as a live streaming event. Now, for 2021, the third annual Strange Realities Conference will combine these worlds into a paranormal hybrid event, live in person in Nashville and streaming online. Join us in exploring just how truly strange our reality can be with an interdimensional lineup of speakers presenting unique and intellectual perspectives on magic, mysteries, and the paranormal.
Featuring Alan Greenfield, Dr. J. Michael Bennett, aka Dr. Future, Tim Banal, Soraya Ascaf, Dr. Stephen Finley, Aaron Gullius, Amy Pachula, Brent Rains, Chris Ernst, Heather Mosier, Michael Hughes, Jose Herrera, Joshua Cutchin, Kiki Dombrowski, Nathan Isaac, P.D. Newman, Steven Snyder, aka Recluse, David Metcalf, Timothy Renner, Steve Stockton, and Ren Collier. Tickets available at strangerealities.com.
It's gonna be amazing.
You see, that's what it is. See, Sess is like, he's gonna fuck it up. No, I ain't gonna fuck it up. What you talking about?
Well, you might fuck it up. You
No,
have
I
fucked
never
it up in
fucking-
the past.
I'll just play that shit again.
Well, that's what I mean. I thought you had played it twice because I
No,
thought I was
played
in the
it once.
bathroom like longer. I'm not just being shitty on purpose. It's like I know you
No,
fuck
she's
things.
being shitty.
Yeah, I am.
She's being shitty.
I just know that you don't remember things.
Isn't that something? Because you don't remember. You don't know what you're doing. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Bitch, you don't even remember when to put the garbage out.
When I'm asleep when the time comes to put the garbage out. What are you talking about?
You don't remember what days garbge goes out.
I just check with you. I says,
That's what I mean. I gotta remember everything.
See,
I gotta remember
don't
everything.
fucking listen to her. She's always fucking trying to make me look bad.
Zach says Jenny has legs. I do. They don't work that good, but yeah, I have legs.
Jay's trying to make me look bad.
You can do that all on your own.
Oh, I ain't playing.
He's not gonna play.
I ain't playing.
But yeah, so it wasn't until the 18th century, as I mentioned. I still have so much shit to get through. I have
know,
so
it's
much
a
shit I want to
fucking
talk
huge
to.
fucking show. Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, like I said.
Go ahead. I'm leaving you alone.
Thank you. So it was until the 18th century that anyone actually acknowledged that the symptoms of hysteria, which, as I mentioned, were pretty much symptoms of every disease ever, as long as a woman had it, could also be suffered by men. Like I said, what we would call today maybe PTSD. Now, so you have in the 18th century, you have a couple of like French doctors, Philippe Pinel, and he thought that the way to treat patients with quote unquote hysteria, which like I said could be women or men, was actually like to kind of like listen to them and be nice to them, which that seems like a big step forward. So, you know, good for him. Also, there was another French doctor named Francois Delacroix.
See, I'll do some French shit. Francois.
Yeah, that's
Francois
what it
is my middle name, actually, if y'all don't know.
It's Francis.
Yeah, but it's the same as Francois. Francis.
What are you trying to like?
Same
You're
thing.
trying to put on airs?
No, it's just what it is.
Your middle name's Francis.
Yeah, my fucking granddad's
Thank you, Victor.
first name was fucking Bolivar Francis Ross.
I love that. I have
Bolivar.
never heard of another person named Bolivar.
Bolivar Francis Ross.
That
yeah.
sounds kind of like
Yeah,
Oliver,
Bolivar.
but it also sounds
Yeah.
like bolus, which is
Yeah, no,
what.
Bolivar.
In case you don't know what bolus is, it's when like you put food in your mouth and chew it up. That's bolus.
Yeah.
That's what's going down to your digestive system.
No,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
dad's dad fucking there was some Mississippi Spanish influence there. Bolivar was his name.
Bolivar.
Yeah.
Thank you, Victor.
And he was a ginger. Go figure that out.
So he had no soul, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he had no soul. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor. I'm at work till 2:30 Central Time, so take
Okay.
your time. Well, we probably will have to, because like I said, I haven't even like got to
Yeah.
remotely like what I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
So yeah. So this guy, at least I will give this dude some credit. 18th century, he's basically like, maybe we should just be nice to these people and like talk to them and stuff, and like maybe that would work out better. And I'm just like, hey, that dude was like pretty ahead of his time. All right. So you got like Francois Delacroix. He also, this guy, not so much. He said that some signs of hysteria, you're going to love this, and this is a quote. Tears and laughter. Okay, so you laugh or you cry.
Thank you very much for the $5, fucking Victor. Thank you very much.
You laugh or you cry, you're hysterical. You yawn, you're hysterical. You stretch and yawn, also hysterical. You have chest pain or shortness of breath, hysterical. Difficulty swallowing, hysterical. Delirium, quick pulse or slow pulse, hysterical. Swollen abdomen, cold extremities, abundant and clear urine. Which honestly, I kind of thought that's good. You want clear urine.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If your urine is dark, that means you're dehydrated.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know that.
They
but
don't know what they're talking about.
You want your urine to be as clear as possible. Not being gross, but the yellower and darker your urine is, that usually means that you're dehydrated.
Well, if you see that foam on it, like
that's not
foam,
good.
That means it means that you're burning up fat. It's another thing.
One thing I remember from particular medications I had to take, I can't remember what kind of medications they were. I think it was the medication that when you have like yeast infections or urinary tract infections, they give you this medication and they tell you in the doctor's office, this is always very funny to me, they tell you in the doctor's office, this is going to turn your pee bright orange, please do not be alarmed when it happens. Also, and I love that the bottle even says, may cause underwear staining.
Damn.
It says right on the bottle.
Damn, stain your underwear.
And it is like, even though they warn you when it happens, you turn around, you're like, holy shit, because it's like, it's neon orange. For real. It's neon orange. They do warn you, though. It does, like, it's...
We're not even one quarter
it's alarming.
through this shit.
It is.
You made a show so fucking huge. I feel like fucking Iggy Pop when I look at that. I look at Iggy Pop right now, don't I? Instinct keeps me running.
I don't know if I'd say Iggy Pop.
Like Iggy Pop.
I don't know what I would say, but it's not Iggy Pop. That's for sure. So then, like I said, so pretty much any like random symptom that you had, again, even up until the 16th, 17th century, was you had hysteria. There was something wrong with you. Now, we're going to come along to another French doctor who was more on the right track, but still pretty wrong. Jean-Martin Charcot. Now, he was the first one, at least that they know of, that said that hysteria actually came from a neurological disorder rather than your womb wandering around. And he was actually the first one to say hysteria was more common in men than women. So he was on to something, I think. But he was actually the first dude to say that because he had seen it in more male patients than female patients. At least as far as like the symptoms were concerned. So this is kind of like where things take more of a turn toward things being in the mind rather than based in the womb. And it being not so much a female disorder as just being a disorder in general. Like I said, even though it's not really a real disease, in that sense, but at least he's seeing it as something more, not just like being a woman disease, right? Now, he basically, he's famous because one thing that he did a lot, and you can go on Google and see these, he took a lot of photographs of women, particularly women, even though he believed that men and women, he actually believed that men suffered from hysteria more than women did. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it was just because that was like what was more popular. Because during this era, if you had a mental illness, you were kind of like, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say circus freak, but they would kind of like, doctors would kind of like put you on display for other doctors and the public to come and like look at you.
Like the Elephant Man. Right.
Yeah. So it was so there was that kind of aspect to it. So he would only do female patients doing that because I guess more people would come to see that. But he actually took a lot of pictures of women that were in, that had various mental illnesses, maybe, and were, in the midst of whatever that it was they were doing. So he took pictures of like their facial expressions, their body expressions, and whatever. And it's interesting because it's almost kind of like this served as like a weird self-fulfilling prophecy, because he took all these pictures and they were super, well known because they were published in a lot of places. So it almost kind of like seeped into the public zeitgeist. And at that point, it's almost kind of like, like later on, like the Victorian theater and stuff like that evolved from that. If a woman, like an actress, was portraying somebody that was supposedly had a mental illness or was like upset about something, they would kind of like refer back to those photos and react in that way. So it's almost kind of like it fed into itself in a fucked up kind of way, which I don't think he intended, but that's kind of what ended up happening. So that kind of goes into the whole Victorian era, where I was watching a video earlier about, how we were talking about, I think we were talking about this on another show, where in the Victorian era, like women just like, it's kind of like a cliche to say like they fainted all the time. Like every time something bad happened, oh my God, get my fainting couch or whatever. And they had like whole fainting rooms.
They had rooms where bitches would have to go out and fucking faint.
Excuse me, I can't deal with this right now.
I think it was virtue signaling.
To a large extent, it might have been, but you have to think too. One, women were tight-laced out the ass, which might have like rearranged their organs, so it's like they might have had trouble breathing.
Maybe.
Also, you have to think too. They had like 40 bajillion tons of clothes on.
Yeah, it was hot.
Even
no AC.
Yeah, so they might have been overheated to some extent. Also, a lot of the dyes in the clothing and a lot of the dyes in the wallpaper, a lot of the shit like that were poisonous. They were made from arsenic. A lot of the makeup was made from arsenic.
Never thought of that.
So there might have been that too. Like no one was super healthy back then because everything was poisonous.
And the food
much.
wasn't good. And there was no physical fitness. They didn't work out.
Yeah, so it's like it's not really all that surprising that women that were like cinch tight 24 hours a day had 40 fucking pounds of clothes on even in the hottest weather. And were essentially around poisonous shit all the time. I mean, I'm surprised that they were even like walking around and like talking coherently, to be honest with you.
I have a feeling that the main contributing factor was like virtue signaling.
Well, like I said, it may have been there. That might have been a factor too, because
could have been all the other stuff you just mentioned was a contributing factor.
I kind of feel like
faint, and then they had an excuse to faint. And it made them look good.
Well, I think what happened was that because of the corsets, because of the poison and everything like that, it kind of got to be expected
that something bad would happen.
That every time something scandalous happened, that everyone would pass out. Because that was like, it kind of got to be expected.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
But I think there were some physical aspects to it as well. But it kind of got to a point where
I agree.
I kind of feel like that's probably what happened. Because, like I said, I've read some books about.
We'll dress up in hot weather. We know what it's like.
And honestly, like, I'm not even like from the Victorian era. I don't have arsenic in my wallpaper
had worse
and shit
going on.
That's what I mean. I wear a corset for like 5 hours, and I'm just kind of like, man, I can't eat anything, or I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you have a hard time breathing and stuff. So I get it.
Back in those days, you'd be like, oh, fuck it.
Well, and something that I watched a video.
You have to do it at the right time.
I watched a video earlier.
Yeah.
I watched a video earlier that said that particularly like rich women, obviously. This wasn't like peasants, because who cares about that?
They didn't have those kind of clothes.
Well, and the thing about it is that rich women had, like I said, fainting couches or whole fainting parlors or whatever.
Place where they go to faint.
Okay, but in the Victorian era, like I said, they still had that thought where if you had something the matter with you, then you needed like some genital stimulation. So it could be that the women were like, man, I'm so fucking sick of this party.
Right.
If I pretend to faint,
I'll get jacked off.
Somebody will send me off to this fainting couch so I can be by myself, and some midwife will like,
jerk me off.
And that will be much better than hanging out at this boring ass party. So it could be And I totally would not blame a bitch for doing that. It's like if you're at some boring ass party where like some dudes are just going on and on about whatever, and you're just like,
fuck it.
yawn. Oh my god, I'm fainting. Please, like, take me off so the midwife can like fucking, you know, massage my clit or whatever.
Yeah.
That would be much better than hanging out at this boring ass party. So I get it.
It's funny.
I get it, ladies.
It's funny when you think about it, right? I'm not sitting here. I'm not gonna fucking like talk shit about European culture. I like European culture and what in America inherited a European culture to it in terms of the mainstream. It was weird, but it made sense when you think about it. It was impractical. That really was the only thing that was kind of strange about it. It was very impractical. Like you need a special room to faint in and get jerked off if you're a woman. That's some weird shit when you think about
they
it.
had to know what was going on.
That's what was really going on.
You would think.
I think that's what was really going on.
Because I wanted to get into, in the Victorian era, like I said, this was kind of a carryover from the Middle Ages, where there was this whole thing of like, well, women are bummed out because their wombs don't have babies in them, or they're not having enough sex, or they're having too much sex, or whatever. Like I said, you can't win. So they would have this whole thing where, well, they need to be released, but like doctors couldn't do that. Really, it wasn't seemly. So for a lot of times, like midwives would do it, or they would like farm it out. But for a time, like they had this thing where it's really weird because they had to know it was sexual. They had to know.
I think,
but they were like pretending that it wasn't.
It wasn't. Yeah, they were pretending it wasn't.
So it's like, so the woman would be, and there's like there's illustrations of this, like from the time. Women to be like fully dressed. They got like all the corsets and all the 50 bajillion layers on, all the fucking 50 skirts and all that kind of shit. And then like there'd be a doctor or a midwife reaching up the skirt, basically jerking them on, like giving her a hand job, right?
Yeah.
Now, the funny thing about this makes me laugh really hard. So, after a time, the reason that the vibrator was invented was because doctors said they complained that it was taking so long for the women to have, they didn't call it an orgasm, only men had orgasms.
Yeah.
Women had hysterical paroxysms.
Yeah, they had to name it something else.
Because it wasn't the same.
They had to name it something
They didn't
not sexual.
well, there was a whole thing, and even going up to Freud, they didn't really see a female orgasm as a thing. No. Because nothing came out. Right. So it wasn't the same thing. It didn't count.
Right, yeah.
And also, if you only had an orgasm from your clit and not your vag,
they didn't count
then
either.
that didn't count either.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was like some childish shit.
Yeah.
Like, even though...
I remember that. I remember reading about that. That's some fucking ridiculous shit. And then they went on about the anal orgasm, too, later on. They added to that shit. This is psychology, right? This is This is psychology. That's what I'm saying. This is Freudian type shit. Don't fucking pay any attention to that.
But nobody listens to Freud anymore. That dude was an idiot.
Yeah.
He had a couple good ideas, but
he understood that there was a mind and that the mind lies to itself.
One thing that he was lying
to himself.
One thing that he did get was that was good was that maybe we should like talk to these people with problems, but the thing about it was that he only like interpreted the way that they talked in the way that he wanted
them to talk. Yeah.
Which that's not good. Yeah. So that's not really listening, is it? No. You're just letting people talk, and then you're saying, "Well, this is what I thought
this means."
This is what I thought they said.
Right.
That's also not good. So that's not really listening.
What it really was is that back in the day, they didn't have much sex education. They made a lot of shit up. There was a lot of sexual frustration. Bitch had to get off in a different way, and fucking women were jerking each other off and trying to make up excuses of what it was.
It's medical.
It was medical. No, it was not medical. Fucking okay. And a lot of that had to do
I hope they all knew that, and they were just kind of like, yeah, man, fuck that dude. And he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm going in here with this other girl that knows.
Yeah, and a lot of that shit had to do with the dudes didn't know anything about what the fuck they were doing.
No, of course not.
And so... sex education of the 1800s was mostly about fucking looking at pictures of fucking looking at paintings of women in saloons. And I went to that before. If a guy went into a saloon, women were not allowed in saloons. They had paintings of fucking women reclining on pillows and all kinds of weird shit with their fucking boobs out. These kind of almost Arabic looking fucking outfits, like something out of a harem. And that was their whole idea of fucking porn and sex. They didn't really know much. It was all left up to the imagination.
Well, and like I said, and I kind of feel like this ties into the whole medical issue, is that dudes for a long time, they didn't really have to think about women also want to be sexually satisfied. I don't think that even occurred to them. I don't think that even occurred to them.
They didn't know that a woman could be satisfied. They didn't. Yeah,
that's what I mean. That didn't occur to them.
Women, everything based upon what
they were there as a receptacle.
Yeah, women were not sexual. Only men were in their minds. There was nothing to satisfy because women didn't like sex. It was like rape.
Which is weird because
it was only for men, and it had to do with procreation, and men were kind of ashamed of the fact that they did have sex. I remember reading in one of those Time Life series, the cowboys and all that shit from the 1800s and the gunfighters were astounded that women liked sex. That sex was more like something that after you came, you were supposed to be disgusted about and supposed to kind of run from. It wasn't, you're supposed to be ashamed of it. So you're not dealing with a normal person by today's standards.
Well, obviously.
You're not doing, so that's why we're talking about all this shit, and we're not casting blame on anybody.
Well, they didn't know any better.
Didn't know.
That doesn't make it any better for the people that were on the receiving end of it.
No, but they're all dead. They
don't know any better.
Yeah,
they didn't know.
It doesn't make it any better for the people on the receiving end, but they're all dead and they're all gone. We can't help them. People back in that day, they were very ignorant. The Romans understood sex better than people of the 1800s, at least in the West. Much better.
Which is fucked up.
The Romans saw it as a gift from the gods. It was something to be enjoyed. It felt good because it was good. And in a way, they kind of went over the top because they also had sex with women and animals. Sex with children and animals and all kinds of weird shit.
Everything was on the menu.
Anything was on the fucking menu. It had to do with social status and who was above who. If you were a higher status, then you could have sex with a lower status. You could have sex with the same status, but not above you. It's all kinds of weird shit that they had. And, but the weird thing about Victorian sex is that sex was kind of seen as stealing. That you're taking something from somebody else if you were a man. So it was kind of weird. Now, I would think that there were exceptions of this because there are some remnants of like opinions that had come from women that ran parlors and understood more about men. And I think, you know what I mean, like women who were prostitutes and who were madams who ran, they seemed to understand it more than men. Of what was happening.
I said, it's like
based on the writings,
it's heartbreaking to me because reading stuff from women who had some semblance of freedom during that time, which, like I said, a lot of them were madams and stuff like that, who had like maybe a larger perspective on it. Clearly, they were just as fucking on the ball as anyone else was. Yeah. They absolutely knew what was going on. And it's kind of like heartbreaking to read because, a lot of them, as shitty as it is to kind of have to, that was the only choice you had, like to be free.
Well, these people were lied to.
Yeah.
By society. So they didn't understand what was going on. But I will tell you this. If you go back and look at Louise Brooks from the 1920s, and you can look at, just Google Louise Brooks, and then hit photos and look at her. She was a very young woman, actress, Hollywood actress, also a European actress from the 1920s. And based on what she said, and she lived all the way up into, I think, the 60s or 70s, by the time the 1920s had rolled around, everybody knew what sex really was. Anybody who was cool. She was doing all kinds of wild shit. Lesbian stuff, fucking straight stuff. Marrying rich guys and then dumping them because they were sucked in bed. And fucking replacing them with a poor guy who was good in bed. They did all kinds of shit.
Well, I kind of feel like, there have been, like you said, many sexual revolutions.
Yeah.
I think people forget 1920s
was a sexual revolution.
Even though it was more, like, covert, I want to say, like, because it wasn't like a
in the mass
mainstream.
media. Well,
But
it kind of was.
Women did actually
Right.
kind of figure out, hey, like, we have clits, we have, like, we deserve pleasure also.
The 1920s actually kind of was in public. You go back and look at 1920s Hollywood movies and the stars that were around. No, they knew exactly what was going on. You even had Mae West, who was running around in the literature of the time. Mae West, who was a very sexy, blonde, Caucasian woman.
I love Mae West.
Very
She's,
smart,
like,
on top of
super
the shit.
funny.
Into black guys. And it was known back then that she was into the black guys. And it was kind of accepted, basically. Like, oh, she's not supposed to be doing this, but she's doing it.
So naughty.
Oh, my God. And she's so famous and rich. So that shit goes way back. It's just that it took time for people to actually understand, the mainstream to understand what was going on. But the elites of the 1920s knew exactly what was going on.
Well, if you had money and you were famous, you could get
were
away
immune.
with a lot of stuff
'Cause
that
you were
regular
immune.
people would not be able to get away with.
Those were like delectables only for the elites back in the 1920s. And that includes guys like Hughes, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes was into all kinds of cool shit, fucking the starlets and everything. But if you were to look at Howard Hughes' sexual tastes, they'd be pedestrian by today's standards. But they were wild by his standards, by the standards of the 20s, 30s,
Yeah.
It's just... The average person was kind of behind the time. The average person
I kind of feel like it took
a long time.
Honestly, I think until like the 1960s.
60s.
Before anybody realized, well, at least until the mainstream realized that, hey, women have sexual desires also.
Right. And that people are people.
And that people are really not like, women and men are really not that different.
Right.
Because I kind of feel like, well, and it sucks because, and like I said, that's kind of tied in with the whole theme. It's like, I feel like for a long time, for centuries, thousands of years, women's desires have been kind of marginalized or seen as weird.
Yeah.
So because they were seen as like not the same as men, they were othered. So anytime you expressed any kind of like sexual desire, or, too much of it, not enough of it, whatever, you were just seen as, like, weird, and that was, like, something that was the matter with you, rather than it just being, like, a normal thing. Like, if a dude was doing that kind of shit, no one would, like, blink an eye, right?
Yeah.
If a woman was doing that, then everybody's like, oh, my God, we can't have that. We gotta, like, burn her at the stake or whatever. And it was just kind of like, that's fucked up.
Can't guys talking about Ron Jeremy and Ron Jeremy's problems of late. Yeah, Ron Jeremy. The problem with Ron Jeremy is that he forgot who he was. And he forgot what time
he thought that life wasn't, he forgot that life wasn't a porn movie.
Yeah, he forgot that life wasn't a porn movie.
So he could just go around like squeezing everybody's boobies or whatever.
And he forgot that he's now a fat, disgusting old dude. And
he was always kind of a fat, disgusting old dude.
No, not always. In the very late 70s, early 80s, Ron Jeremy was a good-looking guy. He was a Playgirl centerfold. And he was a straight actor.
He was still kind of like...
It wasn't until the fucking mid-80s that Ron Jeremy was kind of the hedgehog. They used to call him the hedgehog. But everybody liked him. He was a funny guy. He was very friendly. But he forgot who he was, what the era is today. And he forgot that every woman is not a porn star. You cannot walk up to a 22-year-old girl who's a porn star and grab on her titties and fucking and do the shit that he does.
Well, like, just pro tip, like, don't do that to anybody.
Yeah, you can't
do that to me, I'm like gonna punch you right in the fucking dick.
Yeah, it is not that he is not.
No one wants that.
He is
I don't
not.
want some old fat dude coming. I don't want any dude. I don't care what you
Yeah.
look like.
Well, Jeremy could probably get away with a lot of shit back in the fucking 70s and the 80s when he looked
Back
good.
then, everyone was coked up.
They were coked up, and he looked better back then, and he was younger back then, and young women were game if they were in the porn scene. You can't go up to a 22, 23-year-old porn star today and just fucking drop your dick out and grab her titty. They're going to be like, I'll fucking sue you. What the fuck are you doing, you old man? He just forgot who he was.
Yeah, because that's like creepy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always been creepy. It's just that
He had some badass sipping rum, though. That rum to Jeremy
rum
that
was
he
pretty
had,
badass.
that fucking sipping rum that he came out was very good. But that bitch going to get locked up because he forgot
I'm
who
just
he
saying.
was.
Well, I'm just saying it was never good. It was never
Yeah.
good. It's just that for a long time, back in the 60s, back in the 70s, even back to the 60s and 70s, you were kind of like socialized women, I'm talking about, or kind of socialized to be like, oh, okay, well, that's just how dudes are, so you just kind of have to put up with it. You don't have, you know, you didn't like it, but you just kind of had to put up with it. You know what I'm saying? So he could probably get away with it for a long time. But after a certain time, you can't do that shit anymore.
Well, I think...
And I'm not saying that it's like, nobody liked that, even back then. But you weren't really allowed to say anything about it.
if that's what the situation was, it could have been that he was cuter and more influential back then, and he could get
He
away
was never
with it.
cute, though. Even if you were cute, that's still creepy. It's still creepy.
It was a different time.
Because if you were that cute, you wouldn't have to just go around and, like, grab random women's boobs. I
don't think they were random women. They were women that he was working with in the porn industry.
Still not cool, though. Keep your fucking hands to yourself.
We don't know all the details.
I'm just saying, in general, just keep
Yeah.
your fucking hands to yourself.
I think the motherfucker became, he became too aggressive for his age.
Yeah, he's like an old man.
Yeah.
He's an old man. So
I'm gonna show you fucking what he looked like.
I've seen what he looked like back then.
I'm gonna show them.
Still not cute. Still not cute. Can I get back to what I was talking about or no?
What you want to do?
Well, I don't know, because then you'll interrupt me with your
No,
whatever.
what are you talking about? I'm fucking interrupting you.
Because you're looking for a picture, so I'm kind of like, I'm waiting for you to get down looking for the picture, so
No,
I can
go ahead and talk.
keep talking. So here's a quote that I found. This is super special. This is from the 19th century. This is from a doctor in the 19th century who said that women were, and this is a quote, difficult, narcissistic, impressionable, suggestible, egocentric, personally and morally repulsive,
Whoa.
idle, intractable, and manipulative,
Yeah.
with an unnatural desire for privacy and independence. Imagine that. See, I knew that was going to
this is the way Ron used to look.
Look at the fur.
Yeah, that's 70s shit, though. You know what I mean? That's the fucking 70s
You
fur.
say furry.
Yeah.
He looks like a fucking Sasquatch. Fuck that shit. I don't like all that fucking fur, man. Fuck that.
He
But
had good
yes.
rum, though.
Yeah, the rum was good.
The rum was very good.
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so can we comment on that?
I'll comment on what?
An unnatural desire for privacy and independence, also personally and morally repulsive, which was one of the most offensive things to me. But it's like, yeah, he's talking about women, narcissistic,
Yeah.
egocentric, repulsive.
A lot. Well, I would say a lot of them are narcissistic. I don't want to say.
Men are also narcissistic.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
You especially.
We talk about. But I'm saying, yeah, that might be. But I don't know about repulsive. Depends on how physically, what they look like physically.
Morally repulsive. Is that special? Yeah, so, there's that whole thing. So, like I said, I kind of feel like maybe up until, and like I said, I'm not lionizing Freud, because Freud had a lot of problems. Let's just say that. And I'm going to get into, if I ever get to it, this show's going to go on forever, but I wanted to get into his patient, Dora, who he wrote a book about, which that was some fucked up shit there. But like Freud had some good ideas in the sense that he understood that actually like talking to women was maybe helpful, but he, like I said, also had his own ideas, and you know, whatever you said, he was going to like fit that into his pre-existing narrative, which again, not good, but at least he kind of like pushed stuff forward a little bit, you know. Like I said, I'm not championing Freud because I'm not a big fan, but you know what I'm saying. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about this woman. God, I can't believe we've been going like 3.75 hours. Like, God, I got so much shit I gotta get to. All right, so I wanted to talk a little bit about this woman named Elizabeth Packard. Now, this was 1860. Now, this was a woman, remember I said earlier that it was very, very easy if you were married to a woman who you didn't really like how she was behaving. It was very, very easy to have them slammed into an asylum, to a point where a lot of the asylums at the time were kind of like overcrowded because they kept putting ladies in there for reading novels, being lippy, whatever. So they would put them in there. If their husband put them in there, you didn't need any further documentation. Normally, you would need a physician's recommendation to put a woman into an asylum, but if their husband complained and said that they were being, you know, uppity or whatever, you could put them in there without any further documentation. So it happened a lot. Particularly, I kind of feel like it happened a lot if the woman had like the money, and you know, so dudes be like, "Oh my God, she's so crazy. Let's put her in there. Oh my God, I inherited all her wealth." Well, look how that happened. So yeah, so that happened a lot.
Let's just see where Pook is.
Yeah, so let's talk about Elizabeth Packard. Now, this happened in 1860, as I said. What ended up happening was that she was a housewife, as most women were at the time. She had 6 children. Now, in 1860, I guess, she decided that she had had enough of this bullshit and said something askance to her husband. I don't know exactly what it was, but she said something to him that he didn't like. So he decided that he was going to put her in asylum, you know, as one does. Now, she said at the time, she actually wrote something, because she wrote a bunch of shit while she was incarcerated, which she was for a very long time. She said, and this is a quote, "I, though a woman," you know, I know I'm a lesser being, "but I have just as good a right to my opinion as my husband does to his. The greatest annoyances to the family," you know, she's basically like saying that he's bossing her and she's not super into it. And he's kind of like taking over all her choices or whatever. So she seemed to know that that was going on and said something about it to him, and he had her locked away in an asylum. Now, she ends up in the Jacksonville Insane Asylum. This is in Illinois. Now, as I said, this was kind of very common, particularly in the Victorian era. Women who were mouthy, or who didn't like some shit that was going on, or didn't like some shit that their husband said, that was kind of grounds for them being put into an insane asylum, some of them for decades. So, you know, not fun. A lot of them also, I hate to say this, but one remedy that they did at the time was they would either remove their ovaries or they would remove their clits. So, you know, so that was a thing that happened. I'm gonna say too that it's like, if you weren't really like super happy about being like a mom, like if you didn't want to have kids, for example, as we mentioned earlier, or if you weren't like super happy in your like little wifely role, that was another thing that was grounds for putting you in an insane asylum. So basically that was kind of something, yeah. Like I said, there wasn't a big legal, I mean, I don't know, it's probably like England and the US I'm talking about at this point, but there wasn't like a big legal thing to putting someone in an insane asylum in the same way that there would be nowadays, because I feel like nowadays you kind of need like a recommendation. Nowadays, you can have somebody, at least in the U.S., you can have somebody Baker acted, but that's only for like a certain number of hours. 72 hours, I believe, is the rule in most cases, where they have to like assess your shit, and somebody else has to come in and like see it. They don't just take your word for it, but back then they did. So if a dude came forward and said, "Hey, my wife's being problematic," then they would slam me into asylum. And some of them were in there for like a really long time. And it could be, like I said, pretty much for anything. Not wanting to have kids, mouthing off to your husband, exhibiting anything that was like lesbian in behavior, like I said, wanting to sleep with women or anything like that. So they would put you in asylum for that. Now, poor Elizabeth, she basically, and she totally knew what was going on too. Like, she gets put in the asylum and she's like writing, and she's basically like, yeah, I was put here by the request of my husband, without the evidence of insanity required in other cases. Like I said, because if a husband said that your shit was fucked up, they just put you in there without any other proof. And she said, my husband placed me in this insane asylum, fully determined I should have a thorough dressing down or breaking in before he should take me out. So she totally knew what was going on the whole time, which is like fucking horrifying. And so she got put in there. And when she was in there, she realized that a bunch of other patients in this asylum, which, like I said, asylums were, gender segregated at the time. They didn't put men in... Sorry, am I like allowed to talk, or are you like too busy being pretty?
No. I just came in. I couldn't find Poke.
You couldn't find Pookie?
No, she's around somewhere.
She better be.
You want another drink?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got so much to get through. This show's gonna be so long.
Okay. Just keep it there.
That's okay. I don't have anything better to do. I don't have any work. Oh my God! You killed Spock.
Did I knock Spock over now?
You killed
shit.
Spock.
I killed Spock.
He's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let him get the agonizer on
That's
you.
mirror Spock.
Yeah, he's gonna put the agonizer on your ass. I would like to see that. But yeah. So Elizabeth goes to the asylum and she notices that a lot of other ladies in the asylum are also like, even though they're in the asylum, not insane. Some of them just had like some pretty minor problems. One of them said that she was just like, oh, well, my husband thought I was jealous of some other woman, so slammed me in here. So, I kind of feel like there's a lot of that shit going on where it's like, well, I had like a mistress. I'm kind of sick of this one, so I'm just going to say she's crazy. Or like I said, wanted her money or whatever. So the woman that was jealous of some other woman or whatever, she was in the asylum for 16 years. So just saying, that's special. Some of them had been put in the asylum for reading novels, as I said, because that was kind of like a big thing. Some of them talked about being menopausal and acting crazy, which, whatever. Like the dudes were like perceiving them to be acting that way. So there was also a lot of period-related stuff, which they called uterine derangement. Love that. Uterine derangement.
Uterine derangement.
Uterine
She's talking about
derangement.
uterine derangement.
Yeah.
A uterus might derange a motherfucker. Come here, give me that.
I guess.
I got it. Now let me open it.
Oh, are you gonna do it?
I'm
He has to do it because he doesn't.
No, I'm opening it.
He doesn't know that
I'm being a gentleman.
He doesn't think I know.
I'm
how
being
to
a gentleman.
open
You don't understand
bottles.
it.
Yeah. So, like I said, they thought that once you went through menopause, that was a whole different kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you were like acting insane. Well, like I said, you were having periods and that made you insane. But then when you went through menopause,
That makes you worse.
That makes you like a different kind of insane.
Yeah,
or it's
right.
like I said, you can't win.
No.
No matter how you act, just acting like a person is enough to. What the fuck are you even doing,
Basically,
bitch?
what the Asians were saying was bitches be crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I call hysteria the being a
Yeah.
woman disease. You can't
Yeah.
even just like be a human or be a person. Anything you do
Yeah.
is seen as crazy behavior.
Yeah.
Anything. You can literally not do anything.
There's a little bit more in here. You can add it later.
Woo. Like I said, You like sex a lot. You
Then
don't
you're
like
crazy.
sex that much.
Then
You
you're
don't.
Crazy.
That's what I mean. Anything you do, you can't breathe right. You get a little bit nervous about or upset about
I
something.
wonder if women fucking thought, yeah, maybe I am crazy, or if they.
Well,
fucking,
no. Well,
or
honestly,
if they went, these fucking dudes are full of shit.
I kind of feel like it was a spectrum because
Yeah.
if you like honestly, like just from my own personal experience, you get told enough times that you're imagining things or you don't really feel that or you don't really think that or whatever, you do kind of like question yourself after a while. It's like, wait, do I really? So I do kind of feel like there's some of that going on too. So there might have been this whole gaslighting shit going on where it's like they heard that their whole entire lives, women, you had to think that their whole entire lives were spent like that. So they wouldn't necessarily, and honestly, it's like a testament to a lot of the women that grew up in that era that were like, fuck this. It's like, you know, I don't like this. This isn't right. So even then they knew that it wasn't right. Even though they'd been raised their whole entire lives to question their own feelings, to question their own, you know, to question their own thoughts, essentially, which is fucked up. And it's fucked up to think that, like, women their whole entire lives have been, like, fucking, you know, socialized like that. But that did, like, happen to a great deal. You know what I mean? So, like I said, so they're slamming women in fucking asylums, which we'll get into, like, you know, Frances Farmer, Rosemary Kennedy, all that kind of stuff. I want to get into all that stuff, like, later on, even though
we're almost halfway through the show. What time are we at?
we're at 4 hours already.
God damn!
Like I
can't believe
said.
it's 4 hours.
Like I said.
Okay.
So Elizabeth goes
You need to talk faster.
Well, you need to stop interrupting is what you need to stop doing.
Okay. All right.
Victor says chicks that drink beer are hot. Okay. I drink everything. I don't care what it is. Honestly, when I'm drunk enough, you can just like hand me anything and I'll drink, except for Goldschlager. I'm not into that. But yeah, so Elizabeth goes into the asylum and finds that, you know, not only were most of the women there totally sane and fine and put in there for stupid ass reasons, but also the hospital was overcrowded. So, you know, fun. So, you know, they would also give ether and chloroform to those women that were quote unquote boisterous, you know, causing too much trouble, having a personality. No one wants that. So they would give them drugs to like shut them up. And, you know, so had that kind of thing. And also, even though in the men's insane asylum, they didn't use straitjackets much. Oh, they totally used straitjackets a lot in the women's one. They didn't want them moving around. Nobody wants those ladies moving around. It's just like, this is just like, I don't know, man. This just like makes me so fucking sad. Also, after a while, like I said, they would start doing surgery. If they thought that you were too troublesome, they would cut out your ovaries or cut off your clit.
Damn.
So you know.
I know they did that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, this will settle them down.
Big time. And
What
like
year
I
was
said, this was, you know, 1800s, 1900s.
Okay.
Cut off your clit. So like I said, if you watch The Handmaid's Tale, which they did the show about, they had the whole clitoridectomy thing where the one woman that was a lesbian and you were a gender traitor if you were a lesbian because you weren't reproducing. So yeah, they would cut your clit off. So, you know, that's not crazy. They did actually used to do that.
They still do it. They still do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Female genital mutilation.
Go to the
that's
fucking
a thing.
Middle East. Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, they do that big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, even though you could watch The Handmaid's Tale and say it's like, oh, that shit doesn't happen, but everything that's in that show has happened at some point in history or is still happening somewhere in the world at this moment. So, not so crazy. Doctors claimed a 70% success rate of like cutting bitches' clits off and making them calm down.
Yeah, that'll calm them
that
down
time.
right away. That's some crazy shit. 70% fucking success rate.
That's what they say.
So what do you learn from this? Don't trust the medical community. Those motherfuckers are crazy.
Yeah. They would also take out your ovaries, which is
Yeah.
another thing they would do. They would also like squirt ice water up your cooch.
Yeah.
That was another
That'll
thing.
cool you off.
That's another thing they did.
Yeah.
Or put leeches on your cooch.
Another thing they would do is
that too.
take a fucking goat fucking testicle and put that inside your scrotum if you were a man to make you more of a man. That was their version of TRT. They just did fucked up shit back then.
Like I said, we needed a show about that dude because
You walking around with a goddamn goat
That
testicle in your
dude-
fucking scrotum.
was a nutcase,
He was
but
a
he was
fucking
like
nut.
he was fascinating too.
Yeah.
Because not only was he like the goat scrotum dude, but he also was like the founder of like radio advertising.
Yeah.
He was the first dude that like bought a radio station.
Yeah.
To like, so he was like kind of ahead of his time.
They believed in all kinds of crazy shit. You people don't know.
Well,
They
like I
believed in
said,
all kinds of crazy shit.
if you look back, and if you pretend that you're stupid, you can get why they thought that. Like the dude, like the goat scrotum dude, was kind of like, well, goats, you know, whether this is true or not, but goats have a reputation for being like super horny, right? Whether that's true or not, it didn't really matter. But goats have a reputation for being super horny. So therefore, if I cut testicles out of a goat and put them in a person, then that person will, it's like magical thinking, basically. It's just like we're
Yeah.
taking one thing and putting it in another
But
thing,
at the time-
and it's going to work the same in another species. They weren't really like thinking that much
But
about
at the
it.
time that they did that, they understood testosterone, though, too. Fucking-
Well,
they
this
should-
dude clearly did
Yeah,
not.
they just
This
thought-
dude wasn't a doctor. He
No.
wasn't a doctor.
They
He was just a
thought
random.
He could get more testosterone.
He was a
into-
random idiot.
Yeah, he thought he could get more testosterone into a dude if he did that. They knew about it. It's just that he was fucking crazy.
Well,
That
like
was
I
their
said,
version of
this is the
TRT.
danger
Yeah,
of knowing a little bit about
yeah,
medicine,
but not understand how.
but
it works.
not enough to understand
Right.
how shit actually works. Because you're just thinking, well, I heard that goats are like super horny, so
Yeah.
therefore, if I take a testicle out of a goat and put it
Yeah.
in a human, then that means that the properties of the goat will be transitively applied to the human. That's
Yeah.
not how shit works. But if you're dumb, you think
Right.
that's how stuff works.
Well, they thought it was TRT of the time. They knew about testosterone. I saw all kinds of fucking drawings and what they were putting out in the newspapers, where they take an old lion and they're injecting him with testosterone to make him a young fucking tiger. The problem was at the time they didn't know how to synthesize hormones. They didn't know how to make sure that they wouldn't fucking fall apart and decay inside of a damn bottle. There was no way to do TRT. So this motherfucker thinks that if you put a goat testicle inside a man's scrotum, that he'll have more testosterone. That's not how it works.
Like I said,
it killed a lot of those dudes.
It did. That's one level up
Yeah.
from magical thinking.
Magical thinking.
From kind of like, if I make a voodoo doll of this person and
Right.
like stick it with needles,
That
then
bitch
that
goes-
person will die. It's one
Yeah.
level up from that.
Yeah, that testicle goes inside that scrotum and it rots because it's not connected to anything.
Right.
Fucking funny. But hey, man, just be happy that we're not in that era anymore.
That's
where
what I mean. You
quacks
could
can
not
do this shit.
pay me enough money
Yeah.
to go back in time. Especially,
Yeah.
like I said, as a woman, like, no thank
Yeah.
you. I don't want to go back in time to any past.
They really didn't
No
know
thanks.
anything until the 50s, if you ask me.
Not
And
really.
I've gone through history. I could live in the 50s, but
I wouldn't.
but not much before then.
But you're a dude.
yeah.
I would not.
As
go back
a
to the
man,
50s.
you
Fuck
could,
no.
As a man, you could live in the 50s.
I don't even want to go back to the 70s, and I lived through some of that.
Yeah.
I was like researching the shit the other day because I think I brought
Yeah.
up some shit about women not being able to have like checking accounts or credit cards. Women were not allowed to have credit cards in their own names until 1974. That's in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's weird.
So
You forget about that kind of shit.
before that, no thank you. No thank you.
And that sounds like a very retro idea.
No,
Even for
thank
74, that sounds very retro.
That's what I mean. That actually shocked me. But I looked that up and I was like, holy crap, I was alive. I was 2, but I was alive.
As far as the United States and Western culture is fucking concerned, you weren't dealing with the modern world until the 1950s. And even they weren't really all that.
They weren't super on the ball.
No.
Like I said, especially if you're a woman, I would really not.
60s.
Because for men, it's different. It's like y'all have a different perception, but it's like
60s are better, a lot better, even for everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I could maybe go back to the late 60s, but I'm not going back farther than that. No thanks.
According to everything that I've read, 60s was fun for everybody, including women, depending on where you were. Probably depended on where you were. If you're in California, or you'd have a lot of fun in the 60s. A lot of drugs, a lot of sex. It was just partying.
Which, like I said, everybody's into that.
And people really weren't all that judgmental. That was the beginning of fucking, women's liberation. And women's liberation of the 60s looked very different than what it would today. You know what I mean? Fucking women's liberation was more along the lines of fucking like faster pussycat, kill, kill, kill. It was like
well,
that.
The thing is, too, is that you have to think that, like I said, we couldn't even have
Russ
our own...
Myers,
We couldn't even have our own checking accounts or credit cards until the 70s.
Yeah.
If you were married, everything was in your husband's name.
Yeah.
Which is fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is.
You couldn't
weird.
have like an independent life of your own.
Men were considered to be kind of like the custodians of women.
Right. Which is fucked up.
Weird.
I don't want any man custodian me.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I don't like it. So I'm like, I'm not going back farther than that. No way. No way. Like I said, men, because like you guys have had like fucking,
It all depends on what
y'all had fun whenever you were, but me not so much.
All depends on what your point of view was. I mean, fucking me being a kid in California, I didn't grow up in that world. Other people maybe did, but that's all gone now. It doesn't matter. Those people are all dead. It's just us now.
But like I said, honestly, I would not go back in time. No way.
Yeah.
No way. So I don't bitch a lot about stuff that's going on nowadays because it's like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Go back to some other time when I didn't have, I had even less rights than now? No thanks. I don't like that idea. So poor Elizabeth here gets slammed in a fucking asylum by her stupid husband who apparently couldn't deal with her being a person. So puts her in an asylum. She realizes that everybody in there, which is like an overcrowded kind of place, and it was women because, like I said, they were all segregated at the time. She was like, man, all these chicks are like normal. They're not crazy or anything. And, that was a little depressing. Gotta give her some credit, though. She was pretty much like, she said one of the things that she wrote while she was in there, she said, God grant that the time may never wear away in me this spirit of resistance. So she was always kind of like, fuck this shit. I'm just going to wear it out. And honestly, around this time period, like I said, I don't know if you guys know, but women did not get the vote in the United States until the 1920s. But there was a large suffragette movement, in the late 1800s going up to that. But kind of tying into the theme of the show, all the women that were out protesting for the right to the vote, dudes were saying they were crazy and they should be locked up.
Yeah.
Because why would any sane woman want to vote and be involved in society as a whole or politics or whatever? Why would anyone want to do that? They must be crazy.
That's what level they were at.
Yeah. So there was that, and there was several quotes in newspapers at the time, fucking reputable newspapers, that all the women that were suffragettes who were out there protesting, hey, we need the vote. They're like, oh my God, look at all these crazy hysterical women. This is where we're at. Seriously. Yeah. This wasn't that long ago. This is my grandparents' age. So, yeah. So, Where am I at? I got so much fucking shit I gotta talk about still.
We don't have time to cover all that.
We do though, because
we'll
I
be
want
here for 8 hours. We're at 4 hours
Well,
already.
like I said, why
Okay.
did you like fucking do this to me?
I know.
Why
See,
did
she
you
always
do this
says
to me?
it's me.
Because you
Fucking-
keep talking.
Well, know what it is?
Keep talking.
Because I keep talking. Well, want me to stop talking?
It'd be nice
Okay,
if
all
you
right, all right.
kind
I'm
of
gonna stop
stop.
talking. Go ahead.
I mean, you can talk, but don't
No.
like go on and on about like
Oh,
you know.
okay.
Go.
All right,
don't go
fine,
on.
fine,
Okay.
fine. Want me to leave?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
I'll leave if you
you
want
can
me to.
contribute if you want, but it's like
I'm just commenting on what you're
don't
saying.
go off on like these big long tangents.
Okay.
So let's talk about Sigmund Freud.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't you tell me to shut the fuck up. Ooh. Let's talk about Sigmund Freud. So, like I said, Sigmund Freud, I'm not a fan. I'm not saying that. But at least he kind of came at it from a point of view. It's like, maybe we should, like, talk to people. Although, the views that he had on women, not ideal. Let's say that. So, as an illustration of that, I will give him credit in saying it's like he was kind of like you know, on the cusp of like people being more inclined to maybe people have past traumas, or maybe these are like psychological disorders. Maybe we shouldn't like attribute things to, you know, women's hormones or their physical whatever. So it's like, I'll give him credit for that. But problem with Sigmund Freud was that he thought that everything was related to sex, which,
He was a horn dog.
yeah, I kind of feel like that was kind
Yeah.
of like his thing.
Yeah, it was. He's pedo.
You gotta say.
Whatever.
So let's talk about one of his patients. And like I said, this is we could probably do a whole show on Freud, honestly. But I wanted to talk about one of his patients who he called Dora. That wasn't her real name. Her real name was actually Ida Bauer. But this is kind of like indicative of the attitudes that he had as pertaining to the topic of this episode. So his whole thing, I'm not even going into his whole thing about him thinking that women, again, there's this whole thing of like othering women, like he thought they had like penis envy, which, okay, whatever. I don't know what that was about, but at least he kind of like took stuff away from the womb to the brain, I guess, like in a way. But so he had this patient, like I said, who he called Dora. And, okay, so Dora was a 14-year-old girl. Now, she was, she went to him as a patient. She had been diagnosed with hysteria because that was still a thing back in the day. And this was in 1900. Now, her main symptom that she complained about at the time, or that her family rather complained about, was that she had stopped talking. She had become mute. And so her family sent her to Freud as, you know, as a way to like figure out what's the matter with her. Now, Freud eventually ended up publishing a case study about her. Oh, Poke, there you are, sweet pea. Where were you?
Out front.
Oh, you're in big trouble. You stink.
Yeah, she's been running around.
She doesn't
Angry.
stink. She just smells sweaty.
Yeah.
She smells like sweaty.
She's smelling the fucking bottles going, what are all these bottles doing here?
She smells everything.
Yeah.
So Freud eventually ended up publishing a case study about this girl who was only 14, let me remind you, called Fragments of an Analysis of a Case of Hysteria. Now, Dora, as I said, whose real name was Ida Bauer. Now, she was 14 years old, for fuck's sake. So obviously, she still lived with her parents. Now, her parents were in a marriage that were, you know, not the greatest marriage. It was kind of like, you know, they weren't, the love had gone, whatever. Also, though, her parents were friends with this other couple who Freud called Herr and Frau K. So let's just call them K, because he didn't name them. Now, what ended up happening, allegedly, was that the dad of Dora brought Dora, who was 14, again, I remind you, to Freud, because the girl had accused Kay, the male of the other couple, the friends of her parents, had been molesting her. Which was probably true, you know, I would imagine. So apparently this dude tried to, like, make the move on her, and she, like, fucking slapped him in the face, which good for her. But Kay was like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. And then, of course, the dad didn't believe her, because, you know, she was a 14-year-old girl. So at this point, they think, whoa, this bitch is crazy. She says that this grown man, who's a friend of her dad's, has been sexually molesting her and making sexual advances toward her. So obviously she must be crazy. So they refer her to Freud. Now, Freud, kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of in mixed feelings about this, because he did actually, like, not at first, he was kind of like willing to listen to her, like, talking about the stuff. But so he talks to her, the girl, Dora. She says, yeah, my dad is fucking around with Kay's wife, Frau Kay, and that my dad, because he's fucking around with the wife, kind of like palmed me off on, you know, Frau Kay's husband, just to kind of like get me out of the way or whatever. So she kind of like felt, which probably was what was going on, to be honest with you. But because she was 14, Freud didn't really want to hear it. So at this point, like, Freud's like talking to her. He's early on able to kind of like relieve her symptoms. Like, she's like, you know, couldn't talk, and she was like had a persistent cough and whatnot, which was maybe or maybe not like stress related. So he was kind of able to get through that. But as time went on, he talked to her. He kind of started going in a little bit of a victim blamey kind of direction. I kind of feel like he's like, well, how do you feel? How do you play into this whole thing? Did you, for example, lead Kay on? Is there some reason, like, maybe you're into it, maybe this, that, and the other, maybe you're into the wife, maybe you're guilty about that. So even though at first it kind of seemed like he was like willing to listen to her story, after a while he started kind of like interrogating her about, you know, maybe Herr K, who was, like I said, he was a grown man, she was 14. Maybe he made the moves on you and you were kind of into it. You felt bad about it, so you were acting out in some way. Maybe you were into the wife and you were jealous because Herr K was like fucking your, you know, your mom or whatever. So it's like you were guilty about that. So you were acting out about that. So he kind of like got into that kind of area. So after a couple of months of being under Freud's care, the 14-year-old, gotta give her some credit. She was just like, yeah, fuck this. I'm out of here. Because you are clearly not fucking listening to what I'm saying. So there was that whole thing. Now, so she took off after 11 weeks. She just, she cut off all, she cut off the therapy because she thought it wasn't working out for her. And I guess she kind of felt like he was blaming her for the situation. And since she was only 14, I kind of feel like, and like I said, I admire that she had the presence of mind to be like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. Now, Freud saw this as like kind of a big failure, which I guess it was, but I don't think he thought that it was a failure for the same reason that it actually was a failure from our modern perspective. She did actually end up going back to him to see him like a year later, and said, yeah, like the symptoms that she had mostly cleared up. But she told him, she's like, look, I went into this with, you know, my family and that family, and they acknowledged that I was correct about all this stuff, so maybe you should have listened, just saying. But she also had developed some other symptoms in the interim, including pains in her face, which maybe might have been some kind of neuralgia type of stuff. But Freud still considered it a failure. But like I said, it's just it's this whole thing. It's this whole like victim blaming. Like I said, this girl was 14 years old. And the fact that Freud was very quick to blame her for, you know, if this dude that was a friend of her parents did indeed make sexual advances, which, like I said, I don't doubt. So I'm sure that was pretty widespread. And then she didn't like it. And the fact that she didn't like it was like somehow for Freud, it's like, well, maybe you did like it and that was what was causing your symptoms because you're like conflicted about how maybe you did like it. It was just like she's a fucking kid, right? And it's like some adult man who's married is like making moves on her and she doesn't like it and somehow there's something the matter with her.
You're reading into it.
No, that's exactly what the situation was. That's exactly what the situation was.
You got Freud, who thinks that men are like top level. The way he's seeing it, these low status women are gonna love them like fucking crazy. So
Well,
he's
yeah,
gonna
that's-
say that she's fucking conflicted.
Thank you, Victor.
but, you
Here,
know.
have some money, Jenny. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, fucking.
But
Freud
like I
doesn't know
said-
what he's talking about, man.
Well, yeah,
Freud
well-
doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, that's what I'm kind of getting at is that, and that's why I wanted to, and there's like tons of cases like that, but I wanted to illustrate that one because he's like fucking with essentially a 14-year-old girl and saying that because she was allegedly sexually approached or sexually assaulted by a grown man, and he somehow twisted that so that it was her fault or that you know, the reason she was fucked up is because she felt guilty because she liked it secretly.
that's good.
Like I said, that's fucked up. But like I said, that's illustrating my whole fucking point is that even when you're just fucking 14,
yeah.
dudes, Freud had some like some sexual issues, and he cast everything in that light.
Wait, it was another time. Freud is assuming everything is on social status, and that this 14-year-old girl likes this older guy who has all this social status.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like he couldn't
that's
imagine. He couldn't imagine
That a young girl
that a
wouldn't like that guy.
14-year-old girl wouldn't want that,
Yeah.
and the fact that she didn't want his advances was
Abnormal.
abnormal.
yeah.
Like was, you know, a symptom of there's something being the matter with her.
Yeah.
So you can see like the blind spots that's coming, which like I said, that's kind of like the whole thing that I'm trying to illustrate is that dudes, like you've never been a woman. You don't know like the experience and stuff like that. So it's
Yeah,
like
well,
you kind of
stop it.
feel, they kind of feel like, and culture, you know, the whole culture at large is kind of like contributing to that, where you can't imagine a world where a young girl would not want
Yeah.
the advances of a dude that was like was okay looking and was seen as like an okay catch, even though he was already married. He was much older than her. Maybe she wasn't into him. That never occurred to him, apparently.
Freud is reading himself into this.
Exactly.
Dude.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Freud sees himself as a high status male.
That's what I'm
all
saying.
women like high status males. No matter
Yeah, and it's like, and
that's all he's saying.
and if you're not into it, then there's
Then there's something wrong
obviously
with you.
something the matter with
Right.
you. Then there's obviously something
And
the matter.
the thing is, it's a high status male on it's a high status male in the definition of what Freud thinks high status male is, which is a Victorian dude in his 40s and 50s.
Why would nobody want my penis?
Why would nobody want fucking that dude?
I
Even
can't
though
imagine.
He's got fucking love handles and fucked up body hair.
But
and
the
fucking
thing about it is
hair,
that
fucking-
even if the dude was good looking, he doesn't seem to understand that maybe that chick wouldn't just be into it just for what it.
Yeah.
Maybe she's into other chicks. Maybe she's just not into that particular dude.
Well, look.
And that really wasn't something that seemed to occur to them.
There was some weird shit going on in that era. I mean, Mary Shelley was, by her writings, definitely into her father. Okay? Or she was pretending to be in her father. Pookie, stop it. So, I can understand how Freud, a psychologist of his era, could be confused about the nature of women and sexual attraction. Because there was some fucking weird shit going on at that time.
There was, but I kind of feel like too that, particularly with like dudes, at this time, they kind of wanted everything, like you said, to fit into a particular box. They didn't understand that, like, nobody fits into a fucking box.
Philosophy dictated what science said. It just did back in those days. What they believed dictated what the truth was. That's not how science works. Not real science. But we see that time and time again. This is not just only from that era. It's just every era.
But at least, like I said, at least people are more aware of that now.
Yeah.
Even if they don't always apply it, at least it's out there.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like back in the day, it wasn't something that really occurred to people.
Yeah. Okay, and we may not want to skip forward and fucking go ahead and go to the conclusion of this. We've been on for nearly 5 hours.
I didn't even get to, like, anything I wanted to talk about.
Well, you're going to have to go fast. I mean, shit, we're at 4.5 hours probably.
I know.
Okay.
Well,
a show can only be so long. I mean, how much shit you going to put in a show?
Well, I didn't think that it would take this long to...
A single fucking
You spent
topic.
an hour yapping
So she
about
blames me. She blames me.
nonsense.
Okay.
About beer and stuff.
It's about a show.
So I'm gonna skip over like all this stuff. I wanted to like skip over. Okay, so we're not gonna be able to talk about.
We'll let the comment section decide. Do you guys want the whole show, or do you want to go ahead and fucking truncate the show? If you want the whole show, I mean,
look,
shit,
I can like
that's
truncate
another
some
3
shit.
hours, 4 hours. I mean, that's another 4 hours.
Okay, so I can go over this a little bit because this
Okay.
is not a case of like a woman that is.
Okay.
This is a case of like Nellie Bly, who was a journalist,
All right.
whose real name was Elizabeth Packard. She was actually a woman that had a lot to do with, how we feel about mental health, because even though she was a journalist, she was actually ballsy enough to get herself committed to an insane asylum in the 1880s to expose the conditions therein. So she was in there for 10 days and she saw some fucked up shit. Not only like people chained to walls, women were actually raped, obviously. So she was there for 10 days and she kind of came and she reported like a huge, she did like a series of articles about her being in there, and it was like a worldwide sensation. And so she went a long way toward maybe kind of shedding light on the state of mental health in general, but also the state of mental health of women in like insane asylum, the conditions in insane asylums. So it's like I didn't want to like give her short shrift, but because we've been on so long, I didn't even get to talk about it. I didn't even get to talk about fucking holy crap. So am I gonna skip over what the fuck else am I gonna skip over? We're gonna talk about Frances Farmer. I was gonna talk about Rosemary Kennedy. We didn't get to talk about any of that. This like
The thing is Rosemary Kennedy is a show into itself. There's a lot there.
Well, I know, but somebody asked me about it, and that's why I'm like doing it. Jinx says we'll take whatever you give us.
Okay.
So, like I said, I don't want to give her short shrift. I'm just gonna. He's slowing me down, so I don't really like it. But as I said, look up Nellie Bly. That's not her real name, but she was a female journalist when there weren't really that many of them, and in the Victorian era when insane asylums were kind of like circuses. Writers and stuff like Charles Dickens would like go in there for like entertainment. Oh, look at all the crazy people chained to the walls.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So she actually, like I said, got herself voluntarily committed. She went under a false name and she checked into like a fucking boarding house and like started acting crazy so she would get committed. That was part of her whole plan. And she got committed, for a time, and she wanted to expose the conditions in there. And she actually went a long way toward getting shit, at least some attention brought to it. So, look her up because she's awesome. And that was like I said, super ballsy. The fact that she exposed like all the fucking conditions, all the fucking rapes, all the fucking shit that they were, put up with it, because like I said, but I kind of feel like for a long time, and this is men and women, but honestly, if you had a mental illness, they kind of treated you like you were like an animal, less than an animal.
Yeah.
They would
Like
just
a criminal.
They
really.
would chain you to the wall. They just like fucking. It was horrifying.
They didn't know what it was.
They didn't really have any perception of maybe this person is like still a person that could be fucking, you know, with a little bit of like talking and maybe some medication could be okay.
No, that wasn't there.
They're like, nope, we're just gonna chain you to the wall and let you sit in your own shit, and let people come and gawk at you.
Yeah. Like it was hilarious.
Victorians. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. So let's talk about, I want to talk about Frances Farmer. We're going to talk about Rosemary Kennedy, for fuck's sake, and then we're going to go, okay?
Okay.
Frances Farmer, because I know Zach brought it up. Now, Frances Farmer, I want to say, she's kind of famous for being a crazy person and also, like, getting a lobotomy, which is not entirely true, but we're going to get into it anyway because you guys brought it up. Now, Frances Farmer, in case you guys don't know, now she's kind of like an actress that was well known in like the 30s and 40s, right? So she goes to New York. She wanted to be like a theatrical actress at first. So she wanted to be like a theater actor. But while she was there, she gets discovered by like, you know, movie executives or whatever. So she ends up like signing this contract with Paramount Pictures for 7 years. So from 1936 to 1958. She was in 15 movies. You know, so she's in movies like Bing Crosby, Cary Grant, all kind of shit. But she, honestly, she didn't really want to be a movie actress. She wanted to be more like a theatrical actress. So she goes to like upstate New York. She starts being in plays and stuff. And so she's in a bunch of plays. Now, she did that for a while. However, in 1942, shit starts going sideways, right? So in June of 1942, her husband divorced her, and then she gets a part in a play, but she didn't really want it, so she, you know, refused it, or in a movie rather, and so Paramount like suspended her contract because back then, if you signed with a studio, that was kind of like, you know, you had to do all that shit, or they would kick you off. So she didn't want to do this particular movie, so Paramount kicked her out of the contract. So later in that year, she gets arrested for driving with her car's headlights on during the wartime blackout. They also, when they pulled her over, they suspected that she might be drunk. I don't know if that's true or not, but the cops thought that she was. So at this point, they fine her $500. This is back in 1942, which was a lot of money. Yeah. Back then. And the judge said, well, you can't drink anymore. She still hadn't paid the rest of her fine by 1943, though. And so she got a bench warrant on her. So January 14th, the cops finally found her at the Knickerbocker Hotel. She kind of fought them when they came in to get her. So they pulled her out of the room naked and drunk.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Try and get a look.
I guess.
Yeah.
So she gets 180 days in jail.
180 days?
180
Oh,
days.
shit. That's a long time.
It is.
Yeah.
For just being drunk. I mean, they did say that
so
she
over
had...
6 months.
Well, she did say that she'd, like, punched out a couple people at the jail, though. You know.
That's a heavy sentence for back then.
It is. Especially for a woman.
Yeah.
But they thought that she was being violent. They said they even had to take her shoes off because she was like kicking everybody, and it's like they didn't want people to get hurt, so they took her shoes off and whatnot. So at this point, Frances Farmer's sister-in-law comes to the sentencing, and she's like, okay, well, we're going to commit her to a psychiatric hospital rather than putting her in jail. So they put her in the Kimball Sanitarium, and she was in there for 9 months. Now, at this point, Frances's mother, Lillian, comes to LA, and at this point, a judge gives Lillian guardianship over Frances Farmer. So she takes Frances back to Seattle, but apparently, you know, Frances wasn't really like into this whole guardianship. She was a grown woman, you know. So in March of 1944, I guess Lillian, the mom, was like kind of upset. Frances wasn't doing what she wanted her to do, was acting up or whatever. So she had her committed again. And this time, Western State Hospital. And she was in there for 3 months and had supposedly been cured. But she wasn't out for that long. She actually got committed again in May of 1945 and got out again in 1946. But off and on, she was institutionalized for about 5 of the following years. Now, I'm not saying that Frances Farmer, she probably had some issues, gonna say. But I don't know. I kind of feel like people are like slamming her in like fucking institutions when maybe some other interventions might have been more productive. Just saying that. Now, I will say though, that what ended up happening, and Frances Farmer, and I think this is why maybe Zach recommended the story, is that Frances Farmer has kind of become well known because there was a movie made about her later on, that she had like a lobotomy against her will and stuff like that, which may not be entirely true. Now, she was incarcerated, like in psychiatric hospital against her will. I'm not saying that, but if she had a lobotomy or not, that is much disputed. I think what ended up happening was that her dad, or that she was going to get a lobotomy and her dad intervened, so they didn't do the but she totally was like incarcerated in psychiatric hospitals against her will. But she did also seem to have problems with alcoholism and acting in a way that people didn't like. So, there was that whole thing. But she did actually come out afterward and, kind of get her shit together. I don't know. But it's kind of like, that's a whole story. Like I said, that's probably a whole show. I wanted to talk more about Rosemary Kennedy because Rosemary Kennedy totally did have a lobotomy without her consent.
Yeah, that was some weird shit.
And that was some fucked up shit. So, like I said,
the band Rasputina talked about this, that they lobotomized
this
that
is
woman
so
and
sad.
kept her around.
This is so sad.
Yeah. I think it had something to do with the fact that they wanted to silence her and fucking make her plastic.
Well,
because dude,
I don't think
girlfriend.
No, I don't think it was.
Yeah,
I don't think it was
was
that. I don't think it was that. The thing about Rosemary Kennedy. Okay, so she's born in Brookline, Massachusetts, right?
Brookline.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what ended up happening? This is probably like a pretty famous story now. What they did back in the day was that when she was born, the nurses that were attending the birth, they because this was a prominent family, and you have to think, like, when she was born, like back in 1918 or whatever, this wasn't like, the Kennedys weren't the Kennedys, no one was president or anything, but they were still like a wealthy family, and they were still like pretty prominent.
Wealthy family of bootleggers.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of families made money doing that, so it's kind of like. So they had that, but they weren't like super up in politics at this point, but so nobody like kind of cast back to this long ago, but because they were a wealthy family, the nurses who were present at the birth, for whatever reason, said, well, we need the doctor here for when this kid is born. Now, at this time, this was 1918, which, if you don't know anything about American history, that was the Spanish flu epidemic. So a lot of hospitals and stuff like that were short-staffed. So when Rosemary Kennedy was being born, the doctors were kind of like busy doing other shit. But the nurses, for whatever reason, thought, well, we need the doctor here for this, and so we can't have her give birth when the doctor isn't here. So the baby started to come, and the nurses took it upon themselves we're going to delay this birth by essentially pushing the baby back into the womb. They held it in the womb, and they said for the mom, like, hold your legs together.
Hold your water.
And we're going to hold the baby in there for 2 hours. Yeah. 2 hours. Even though back then, even in 1918, They knew that, one, this is depriving the baby of oxygen. This is like not a natural kind of shit to happen. They knew this would cause brain damage.
The placenta and all that shit's fucking disconnected probably by now, right? Yeah.
I mean, for Christ's sake.
So what happened to the baby?
Developmental difficulties.
Yeah, because they didn't let it be born.
What happened.
Yeah.
2 hours, a bitch held the baby up in a woman's vagina.
Why'd they do that?
For 2 hours because the doctor couldn't come because
so they couldn't just let it come out.
I don't get it.
I mean,
they thought
man. Fucking Vietnamese girls would be out there picking rice in the rice paddy and drop a baby right in the damn rice paddy water and then throw it on their fucking back and continue to pick rice, and that baby would grow up to be a strong, fucking, totally normal baby. I don't understand why people fucking think that you need a doctor to have a baby. What the fuck do you think has been going on for fucking millions of years? Creatures just fucking have babies. It's ridiculous.
mean, like I said, humans are different because we haven't really, evolution is not an ideal situation, particularly for humans. The way that humans are designed, because we can walk upright, the fact that we can walk upright is cool, but it also means that our pelvises, or women's pelvises, are, still narrow to allow us to walk upright, but that also doesn't allow us to give birth to babies that have the size of brain that can encompass all the stuff that humans need.
They still have them, though.
So, no, what I was going to say was that's why babies are born helpless. Yeah. In most mammals, the babies are born with most of the knowledge they need. They only need a few months or a year or something like that to, get to a time where they can go off on their own. Human babies can't do that because they need all this extra time for their brains to grow. And the reason that they need all that time is because women's pelvises can't get any wider and allow humans to walk upright still. Yeah. So that's kind of that's the trade-off. So if you do not allow a baby to be born for 2 fucking hours and you're holding this fucking baby in the womb when it wants to come out, you're going to cause some brain damage, which indeed they probably did. So the baby was actually deprived of oxygen for 2 hours because the nurses were afraid that if they let it be born when the doctor wasn't there, they would get into trouble.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's what they thought.
They thought they'd get in trouble.
They thought they would get in trouble.
Yeah.
Which,
so they fucked that baby up. You go this.
Which, like I said, it's so sad because this whole woman's life was fucked up because of that stupid decision. I don't know. This just makes me really sad. So yeah, 2 hours she was up there. Now, so Rosemary's born. When she was born, she looked normal. She looked like all the other Kennedy children had looked. But as she got older, her parents realized that she wasn't developing at the same rate as the other babies. Basically, 2 years old, she couldn't really sit up all that well or crawl. She wasn't really learning to walk. So, like I said, she was a little bit behind. And they had several other children at this point, so they kind of knew what the standard was, and they were seeing that she wasn't meeting those standards. Now, it's interesting because at this time period, like I said, this was early 20th century, and mental illness, intellectual disability, stuff like that were very, very hush-hush. It was something to be ashamed of. There were, I don't know how widespread this was, but there was this thing among wealthier families where you had a house, and if you had a kid that was, this is fucked up, but if you had a kid that was an embarrassment in some way, you had something called the disappointments room, and that was where you would lock up your kid so that nobody knew that they existed. You didn't want to kill them because that would be inhumane, but you didn't want anybody to know about it either because that would reflect badly on you. So you kind of just kept them locked away. So that's essentially what they did to Rosemary Kennedy after they realized what had happened to her. So how disabled she was, no one really knows, because like for a long time it was kind of like kept hush hush, right? So it's kind of like she, her family, because they were prominent, like I said, they weren't really into politics until a little bit later, but because they were a very wealthy, prominent family in the in New England, they kind of like wanted to keep it a secret that they had a child that wasn't the same as the others, or like up to snuff or whatever, if you want to say that. So we don't know like how low her IQ was. We don't know really what was going on there. But what they found out later was that she, Rosemary, had like kind of a hard time. She had like a lot of learning disabilities. So she had a hard time learning to read and write. When she was 11 years old, they sent her to a boarding school for intellectually disabled children. Now, when she was 15, they sent her to this convent school in Rhode Island. And at this point, it seems like she really kind of dug this place, because I kind of feel like this school used kind of the more Montessori method, where they were kind of like, they let her get a lot of hands-on training. She got to like, she wanted to be a teacher. So there was these two nuns that taught her, they were special education kind of teachers. And the Kennedy family actually paid for a lot of stuff at this school, like, in appreciation for letting Rosemary, be there. So apparently Rosemary's reading, writing, spelling level was about at the 4th grade level at this point, even though she was 15 years old. So like I said, not her fault. That was just some nurse that decided, I'm going to push her back up into the fucking womb for 2 hours. And that's what happens. So please, pro tip, please don't do that. At this point, I guess they let her go to like a dance, because everybody knew. Here's the fucked up thing. This family was so prominent that they knew that they had a daughter that age, and it's like, if she didn't come out in public, everybody would think it was weird. But then they were kind of afraid to let her out in public in case she did something fucked up, because she wasn't, you know what I mean? So they kind of had to like manage the whole situation. So they sent her to like a dance when she was 15, but they sent her there with, a very young, like John F. Kennedy kind of accompanying her. Everything went okay. Like, she seemed like normal or whatever. So she was very, intellectually disabled. She couldn't read all that well. She could read Winnie the Pooh books type of stuff. But she was still like out and about. They were still letting her kind of go out, under supervision, so they could like kind of watch what she was doing. She actually went to she went to the coronation of Pope Pius XII in Rome. That was 1939. She went to the White House. So she did all this kind of stuff, but it was getting to a point where it's kind of like, I don't know, they didn't really like want her out in public, because it was not...
Wasn't seemly to have a person like that.
Yeah, I mean, although I do have to admit, like, they did let her go. Honestly, it didn't get bad until later, after they took her out of the Montessori school, because she loved that. Because they were, like, actually making a lot of progress with her. But after they took her out of that, and honestly, like, later on, because of her dad, she ended up, spoiler alert, they ended up giving her a lobotomy. And nobody knows if it was just the dad's idea. And no one else really, because a lot of her siblings, like JFK and stuff like that, they didn't really know what was going on with her, because she was a little bit older. I kind of feel like it was mainly the dad. I think he was kind of like embarrassed of her. So there was kind of a thing, I don't know if you guys know, but there was some time period in like the 40s or 50s or whatever, where there was a couple doctors that thought, and they weren't neurosurgeons, just saying, that they thought they had solved all the mental illness problems and retardation problems Yeah, that's
That's
her.
her.
Look how fucking cute she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's so sad. It's just, this is a terribly sad story. But yeah, there was a time when they thought that lobotomy would just kind of cure everything. That'll like to cure depression. And in case you guys don't know, it's like either they would cut a little, slit in your head and like scramble your brain, or they would stick a thing through your eye socket and scramble your brain.
Yeah.
And they thought that was like going to cure everything.
The funny thing is that lobotomy wasn't as effective as a lot of people think it was.
It was absolutely not.
There are some people that actually wrote books after getting lobotomies and weird shit. I mean, it was not good for you.
No.
But some people have compared it to taking SSRI drugs and some of the new drugs of today. That it does something similar to that. But you don't want one. You don't fucking want one.
I mean,
make you fucking.
That should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Louis said. It was the dad that got lobotomized, and I feel like, I don't know, but it does feel like the rest of the family didn't really know about it. I kind of feel like the dad was maybe ashamed of her, even though by all accounts, I mean, she did go out in public. She was intellectually disabled, but not so much that people would necessarily notice so much. Like if there was like a situation, like if you weren't really like paying too much attention, like you wouldn't really notice. But I kind of feel like the dad was so embarrassed that he thought, oh, lobotomy, this is the newest, greatest thing.
Yeah, it was a high-tech thing.
Yeah,
back in those days.
We're gonna have that, and that will fix her.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: it did not.
Nah.
It actually like made her way worse.
Yeah.
It made her incoherent.
Yeah.
It made her like pee herself. Yeah. She couldn't live on her own anymore. Whereas before, she probably could have.
Lobotomies were replaced with Thorazine. Thorazine was kind of like a chemical lobotomy is what they called it. There are some other things that are out there now that are fucking similar. They kind of do a similar thing, but it's pills. And they say it's reversible. But being on those pills during formative times definitely is going to have an effect on you.
I mean, although I would be more, I mean, it's not good like drugging somebody up either, but it's better than like fucking scrambling their fucking brain matter.
The problem with drugging people up is that they hand this shit out like candy to kids.
I'm not a fan of that.
That don't really need it.
I'm just saying that at least you could, they could just stop giving you that.
Yeah.
If you go into somebody's eye socket and scramble their brain.
That's organic.
That's not fixable.
No, it's organic.
That's not fixable.
And,
and that's essentially what was done to her.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that was her dad that authorized that shit.
Somebody told him that was probably some really cool shit.
Well, yeah, I kind of feel like I said, that was a shitty thing to do. Yeah. I'm not excusing it. He probably thought maybe it's going to help her. Maybe. But the thing about it, though, is that I kind of feel like he thought, oh, maybe it'll help her be normal, so it would reflect better on me. I don't really.
Well, that's what mattered back then.
Well, like I said, he's dead. I'm not like fucking casting aspersions, but I do kind of feel like, he's from a very wealthy, prominent family. He has a daughter that's a little bit intellectually disabled, perhaps. Not through any fault of her own. Obviously, it was from some dumbass nurse's fault because pushed her back into fucking someone's vagina for some stupid reason. So, and she kind of ended up a little bit disabled. And I kind of feel like he was ashamed of that and he wanted something that would fix it. And when this whole lobotomy thing came along, which seemed like for a very short time, seemed like, oh, this miracle where we're going to like scramble people, like part of people's brains and it'll fix everything. He's like, yeah, let's do that. That's not how that happened. Yeah. Which is really sad. So Rosemary, like I said, she was at a Montessori school in the UK. She was actually thriving there. She actually had a great time. She was studying to be a teacher. She loved like interacting with the little kids. She was going to teach kids and stuff like that. And it seemed like maybe, you know, she was gonna like have a career and it was gonna be all fine. But then, you know, the war broke out, and then she ended up having to come back to the U.S. And after she came back to the U.S., she kind of like ended up regressing a little bit. I guess maybe because she was pissed off that she wasn't, you know, around the shit. Because honestly, when she was at the Montessori school with the nuns, she loved that shit. And she didn't really seem all that bothered that her family wasn't around. She really liked the work that she was doing. So when she had to come back to the U.S. and was kind of being treated a little bit, maybe like a pariah, she wasn't really into it. So she ended up regressing. She started being really irritable. She started acting like really difficult. She was 22 years old at this time. She started having convulsions, like having violent rages, started allegedly like hitting people and shit like that. So they didn't really know how to deal with her.
That's because those people were Herbert.
That's, yeah. And I kind of feel like I said, that's kind of like an ongoing theme of the show is that, you know, as much as like, you know, all these poor women throughout history, it's like, we did this, that, and the other, like, to fix it. It's like, could it be that you guys
are Herbert?
Have y'all have been like acting or like fucking suppressing this poor woman's behavior, and she's acting out because she's like sick of your shit? Could it be that? But that never occurs to people, apparently. So
women were supposed to be a certain way.
That's what I mean. But a lot of women are not that way.
Yeah, but that
wasn't
that was
okay.
the thinking and the fucking upbringing of the time.
And even back then, which is really sad, like some women were like, man, I don't want to be like this. And it's like, why are you making me be like this? And it's like, now I'm going to get burned as a witch, or I'm going to put in an insane asylum. So even back then, women were willing to be like, hey, I'm not like this. Will you please stop trying to like make me be this way?
Yeah, but you know what's funny? And I mentioned this before, it was mostly rich women that had to be a certain way. Everybody else didn't have to be that way. Rich women had it the worst.
Well, like I said, that might be why we have a lot of this, you know, kind of like writing from that period, because that's kind of what got written.
It was
about.
like the Japanese women of the damn imperial family up there, even to this day, up in fucking Tokyo, you know, like the people who are related to the emperor, they all have mental problems. Some of them try to explode and they jump on them and try to hold them down and everything because they don't let them be normal humans. They're like national.
Women to a large extent are not allowed to feel the same emotions. We're not allowed. If we're angry, that's crazy. If we're just like, you know what, it always kind of like, it's always, there must be some like mental illness. We're not allowed to just be angry because like shit's like anger inducing.
In the case of the Japanese, it's the men too, out of that damn royal family that they have. Evidently they're fucked up also, because they're like in prison. They're not allowed to live like normal people. They're like a national treasure, and you got to stay here in this house. Imagine that.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, it's like
you can't be a real person. You got to stay like this, and evidently that crap.
I can't imagine. I mean, honestly, if I had lived back in the fucking Middle Ages, I would have been burned as a witch like within seconds.
There was like a selective breeding. You either made it or you didn't. The people that didn't make it were killed or died, and the people that could make it made it reproduced. And then the fucking mental status of the people that reproduced and the genes and everything. I mean, what fucking weird, you know what I mean?
Well, like I said,
it's just the way it was.
It's shocking to me that men are shocked that women are acting out. It's like, look, maybe
men weren't shocked.
No, I'm just saying that. No, I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about like throughout history. I'm like, has it ever occurred to you that you just like try to constantly like suppress another human being, and they're not gonna like act out against you?
Well, those dudes,
why wouldn't they?
Well, those dudes were fucking ignorant. You know,
yeah, obviously.
I mean, they're being instructed one thing by religion and culture, but it's totally contrary to what reality is. But they didn't know that. Those dudes were fucking stupid.
Like, you try to like push me into this little fucking box. Yeah, I'm gonna be mad.
The women
I'm gonna be mad.
Those women were stupid too, though. I mean, they were the victims of the whole thing, but they probably thought they were crazy also.
Well, like I
because
said,
they
you
didn't-
you hear it long enough,
it
kind of starts
Yeah.
to seep in. Although, as I said, I've read some writing from some women of that period, and a lot of them were entirely aware of what was going on, which is horrifying.
It would depend on your intelligence. how
They
intelligent-
knew.
Yeah.
They knew what was happening.
Right.
They knew.
Well, the shit's going on today. There's
Yeah.
a lot of shit that fucking you look at it, you look at the news, and you go, "These motherfuckers are crazy," and they are crazy. It'll all work out. It takes a long time though. You know what I mean? It has to do with fucking power structures, social power structures.
like I said, it's
and where the money is.
like I
and
said,
who's in charge
and
of
I've
shit.
honestly had it better than most, I guess. But
Yeah.
it's just.
Yeah.
You know, growing up as a woman in general, and, you know, I don't think, you know, a man could understand it because they haven't really grown up in this, you know, body. But you do kind of feel like you get dismissed a lot. You get, you know, your shit's not taken seriously a lot. So it's kind of like you start to question yourself all the time.
Yeah.
And like what I'm thinking, is that correct? Am I crazy? Am I seeing
it's
things
just-
correctly? But it's just like, it's fucked up. We shouldn't have to think like that. We should just like be able to think like people, but you can't.
Well, you got the internet now, and
You can't.
Men and women are biologically different. They're just different. They're chemically.
But they're
different.
not that different.
No, nobody said that. I'm just saying that men and women see things in a different way. A lot of it is biology and the fucking biochemistry that's going on. But nowadays, women can access other women through the internet. You know, you guys can talk together and fucking
Which fucking thank fuck,
Yeah.
because Jesus
Now,
Christ.
Men are the same way. Men are talk to each other and like, man, these bitches are crazy, you know, or whatever. This shit's crazy, or just whatever. And it's just because we see things differently in the same way that a goldfish is going to see things differently than a cat. You know what I mean? It's just different. It's not wrong, or, you know what I mean, or right. It's just people see things differently. That's all it is, because they have a different experience. But I think men in general are aware of it now when they weren't,
At least.
because there wasn't a scientific explanation. There wasn't even science. They were just going to like religion and tradition. That's all they knew. So you can't really blame them. I mean, these are the same dudes that would hold on the side of a C-17 transport plane.
Like I
and
said, I
think
get
that
it.
They
They're-
could fly.
they're idiots.
At
I get it.
6,600 miles an hour at 20.
It doesn't make it any
at
less
negative
frustrating,
20,
but they're still idiots.
negative 20 Fahrenheit for hours, and oh yeah, it'll be fine. Because why? Well, Muhammad flew above the ocean, above the fucking clouds on a donkey, so therefore we can fly above the clouds on a plane. I mean, it should be fine. That's the thinking, you know. That's why they did that.
Well, that's what
Muhammad could fly on a donkey.
That's
and they
what
could
the
fly on a
Darwin
plane.
Awards were invented
Yeah,
for.
yeah, yeah,
You're taking
yeah.
yourself out of the gene pool. Everyone
Yeah.
thanks you.
Yeah,
So, you know.
yeah. That's all it is.
Let me get back to this for.
Go ahead and get down.
Let me
please.
just finish.
It's getting late.
Because this is
Okay.
this is a sad story.
Okay.
So Rosemary Kennedy, she's 22, and is becoming, quote, increasingly irritable and difficult, because, like I said, she'd been taken away from everything she liked. So they brought her back to the U.S., and she started having, like, a bunch of rages and stuff. So they sent her to this boarding school in Philadelphia, which was a convent school. But she started, like, sneaking out at night. Now, they started to suspect that she was, like, maybe going to, like, you know, fucking dudes. I don't know if she was or not, but that was, like, what they thought.
Probably not.
I don't know if that's just probably because they were perverts. Maybe she just want to, like, escape because, fuck, man, I don't want to, like, be in this fucking convent school because it's lame. You know, I'm just going to, like, fucking run out and go to Starbucks or whatever. But you know what I mean? It was that kind of whole thing. They thought she would get, like, an STD or some shit or get pregnant. So her dad, you know, as they do, got really upset about it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to, like, cast aspersions because he's dead. Was he really worried because this is his daughter? I don't want her to be exposed to, like, pregnancy, or I don't want her to get fucked over. Or am I more worried about my reputation or the way I would look to the public? Could be either thing. Could be both things. Not saying it either way. I'm just putting that out there. So he recommended that Rosemary, when she was 23, should maybe get a lobotomy. Like some doctors said, yeah, this is the latest thing, and you should do this. This will help her with her mood swings and her violent outbursts. It'll fix everything. So he decides, okay, well, I'm going to give her a lobotomy. Apparently, allegedly, he did not tell his wife about it. He didn't tell anybody about it. He just decided, and he's the man, so he decided he was going to get her a lobotomy. So, you know. So that's what happened. November 1941, she got a lobotomy. And basically, here's what Dr. Watts, who was one of the founders of the whole lobotomy thing, he says, this is a quote, she was mildly sedated, but she was still awake.
No, they could do a lobotomy awake.
I know.
Yeah.
We went through the top of the head.
Yeah.
I think she was awake. She had a mild tranquilizer. I made a surgical incision in the brain through the skull. It was near the front. It was on both sides. We just made a small incision, no more than an inch. Looked like a butter knife, the tool that they used. And then he stuck it in there and, like, kind of fucked it around. Now, I will note that Dr. Watts, the dude that developed the whole lobotomy thing, not a neurosurgeon.
No, and a lot of them used an ice pick, literally.
They did. Well, they would put it through your eye socket.
They would fucking pull your eyelid out,
and then
put
be
it
like,
there and fucking boom and hit it and fucking, and then, oh man, they're cured.
I've seen them done.
Right to the bone and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Man.
Fabulous.
But
Can you
know
imagine?
What I mean, it was another time. Bitches were crazy. Dudes were crazy.
Yeah. So he puts it. He says we put the instrument inside, and just kind of like and this is how they, because like I said, he wasn't a neurosurgeon. This is how they knew what they were doing was okay. He had Rosemary recite poems and biblical verses while he was doing the shit.
Yeah.
Until she was incoherent, and then he stopped.
Yeah, and you go, okay, she's fine now. Yeah. That's how crazy those motherfuckers were back then.
Do you see this face?
Yeah.
Do you see this face?
Okay, it was successful. She can't fucking recite a fucking poem anymore.
Okay, she stopped making sense. I guess we better stop.
Yeah,
oh my God. Can
Yeah.
you? Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is making me so angry.
Yeah.
It's making me so angry.
It was just another time. Those bitches were crazy back then.
For Christ's sake. All right. So
it was the fucking procedure of a quack doctor, more of anything else. And they thought it was good. But look,
this
we're talking
poor fucking woman.
We're
this
talking
poor
shit.
woman.
We're talking shit about these people back then. They're still doing this now. It's just that we don't know about it. Because it seems modern to us. It seems like they know what they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're still doing crazy.
Like I said,
it's better, but they're still doing crazy shit.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm kind of like, yeah, there's fucked up shit nowadays, but at least in 20, 30 years, people look back at now and be like, yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
It's, it's very slow progress. At least we're not doing this shit anymore. At least that I know of. So that's how they knew when to stop, when she stopped making sense. However, sadly, they didn't stop quick enough, evidently, because when she woke up, she was like, had regressed back to first or second grade level and also was incontinent.
Yeah. In other words, it made her infantile.
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically,
it separates one hemisphere from the brain from the other, if I remember correctly. It fucks
so
you up
after they did the lobotomy, they had to, put her in a home like for the rest of her life.
Yeah, of course.
Because she couldn't take care of herself anymore.
Whereas kept her calm though, and the bitch didn't cause any trouble after that. That's what they're fucking.
Whereas before, I mean, she was maybe intellectually disabled, but she was still functional. After that, she wasn't.
They didn't have much understanding of what they were doing.
I will give some shit to, at least after her dad fucking croaked, thankfully, The rest of the family felt bad enough, like after the siblings found out about her, because they didn't know where she'd gone. They were like, we thought she's disappeared, like she was reclusive or something. They found out she was in a hospital, and then they kind of like, so a lot of the Kennedys later got into like mental health issues. Maria Shriver, I think she even founded like Special Olympics and stuff like that.
That was Arnie's fucking wife.
So yeah. So they actually did go into a lot of like mental health because they felt bad. They didn't know like what had happened. That was their dad that did that fucking shit. So a lot of them did like pour a lot of money into like mental health issues, which like, you know, fair play to them. But they didn't know what was going on at the time because they were kids. But this is the kind of shit that would happen to you. And I mean, she wasn't even, like, Rosemary Kennedy wasn't even, you know, some mouthy-ass woman that was kind of like, hey, you know, questioning the status quo or whatever. She was just kind of like a regular, and she just had, you know, a mild intellectual disability.
Right.
And not even, it wasn't a fault of her own or anything like that.
This goes back to what I was saying before.
Some bitch, like, held her up in someone's vagina for 2 hours.
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying
Fuck's
before.
sake.
The Herb great sin actually was being rich. Because when you were rich, they tried to treat you. And those bitches didn't know how to treat anybody. If she was poor, she probably would have been all right.
Well, they would have probably at least like left her alone.
They just let her go. Yeah, get the
They
fuck
just
out
were
of
like,
here.
well, she's maybe like,
That
you know,
bitch crazy,
kind of
let her go.
disabled, but she's like still pretty.
Right, yeah,
So
that's what
she
happened.
might have had an okay life. I don't
You didn't
know.
want them motherfuckers to try to help you back in those days. They had no idea what they were doing.
Prior to the 1950s, I kind of feel like you maybe didn't want any help
No.
from the medical
You didn't want
community.
any help from them.
It would probably end up like fucking you over in
Fucking
the
you
end, especially if you're a woman. I kind of feel like you didn't want that to happen. And honestly, even the 50s, I don't even want to say, because there was that whole kind of thing where I don't know how widespread this was, but you know, you see it in a lot of kind of like you know, kind of shit at the time, or propaganda at the time, where you had these like 50s housewives that were just like, and they're all on like fucking uppers and shit like that because
mother's little helpers.
Yeah. Well, because your whole entire life was your house and your kids, and a lot of women you can't be like fulfilled by that because it's not, it's infantilizing.
Yeah. All right.
Because you're around like little kids all the time, you're just doing housework all the time, you're not getting any kind of like intellectual stimulation, so it's kind of like you're gonna act out, you know. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm getting tired. Let's go ahead and shut it down. We finished it, didn't we? Yeah.
More or less.
More or less,
I didn't get into everything I wanted to get into, but I got into most of it.
It's late.
But yeah.
Come on.
Seriously, look up Rosemary Kennedy. It's a very, very sad
Get something
story.
to eat, man. Aren't you hungry? Come on.
Yeah, I'm starving.
Okay.
All right. So, what is it? Friday?
Yeah, it's Friday.
All right. So, we're not streaming tomorrow, but we are going to go see Candyman. Oh my god.
Just knocked it over.
Yeah, I see that. We're going to go see Candyman tomorrow. So, we might talk about that on Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show. Hopefully we're not too fucked up to have been incoherent. Hopefully I'm incoherent. Or coherent. I don't know. Someone give me a Netflix recommendation. Have you seen
Cocaine Cowboys?
Cocaine Cowboys is good. If you're into documentaries, I also liked Sophie, A Murder in West Cork, which was 3 episodes. Which I really was into. I don't think you watched it, but I liked it. So if you're in documentaries, you can watch that. Victor says, good show, Jenny. Thank you very much. I had so many more notes. I had so much more shit I wanted to get into, but I skipped through a lot of shit to, do the shit, and then he left. So, all right. So we'll be back Sunday. Hopefully we'll be talking about Candyman. We'll see how that remake goes. I'm very excited about seeing it. I've seen all the trailers. And I'm super jazzed. I like Jordan Peele. So I hope it's good and I hope it doesn't disappoint me. So we will see you guys Sunday afternoon. Thank you everybody for dropping by. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you particularly, Mango, for that big giant super chat, which I hope wasn't a mistake. But we'll see you guys Sunday afternoon talking about Candyman. Thanks everybody for dropping by. And we will see you guys later on. Bye.